4, including Father Sheen. Yeah, so he can come up too.
They're all unmuted now.
I think Mo is also one of the Reverend Mothers. They must have brought all the Reverend Mothers up for this prayer.
That's correct.
There are 2 Mo's
okay.
in the waiting room. Are they both?
There's one with an E and one with just M-O.
That's the same person. She has a little difficulty with the computer she's using, so I think she's trying both computers just in case.
Okay, so we'll bring her in one computer. Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you for being here, everyone.
Mac, I went live, but it didn't ask me for any code.
No, that's right, because the reason I kept it in this way, because Zoom has upgraded and I can see we are live on our channel also.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah.
In the quiet voice of a grandmother's prayer, hands worn soft by love and care, she promises the future, sworn and true, to guard the world the children walk into. Not just our own, but every kind, feather, fur, and leaf and vine, a sacred pledge across all lands, to heal this earth with gentle hands. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies, the seas and the skies, for their families, their homes, their lives. We're widening our circle of compassion till no one's outside, till no one's alone. A circle of love, unbroken, unarmed, a circle that never ends. Protect the mothers, protect the young. Every language, every tongue, from barn and forest, reef and field, every life deserves to be healed. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies of all species, their families, their homes, their destinies. We're widening our circle of compassion till mercy's the rule and harm is gone. A circle of love we're standing on, a circle that never ends. And the greatest widening calls our name to face a quiet, hidden pain. Bovine mothers, gentle eyes, forced to give birth, forced to cry. Calves taken moments after birth, a bond as old as life on earth. For milk, for cheese, for yogurt, ice cream too. We ask ourselves, for what do we do? What if compassion led the way in every choice we make each day? No stolen babies, no broken ties, no mother's mourning lullabies. A future fed by kindness grown, by seeds of mercy we
go think he'd want to buy her, you know, be part of this around here. And I was like, oh, a baby, you know, because I don't have any kids.
And the cows were just wonderful, and when they stopped making milk, they got slaughtered.
We feel entitled to artificially inseminate a cow, and when she gives birth, we steal her baby, even though her cries of anguish are unmistakable. And then we take her milk that's intended for her calf, and we put it in our coffee and our cereal.
Harvested, please. Murdered, okay.
We choose by what we do. Widen the circle, let it begin, and let compassion take us in.
Welcome everyone to V-COP25, the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples, number 25. This is our 25th convergence. And this theme is Birthing International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, the first ever International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, where we're widening our celebration and our awareness of the mothers of all species and their babies and their homes. So welcome everyone. We are going to start with the opening prayer from the Reverend Mothers, and I would like to bring them all up for this prayer. Mo and Candy and Shirley and yeah, I think we have one more here. If we can bring them all on screen, if you can ask to be unmuted. And thank you for being here. The Brotherhood of the Essenes are the Reverend Mothers that are coming up, and they're going to be part of the Compassion Games, that 90 days of observance from the summer solstice until the autumn, and they will be bringing forth the light of the animal kingdom. Candy's saying it's not letting her on mute, so if we can allow them all to be co-hosts, that would be great, and bring up the Reverend Mothers.
It's Valerie, it's letting me unmute, but it's not the video. It's blocking the video.
Okay, so we can take care of all that. I see Father Shane is up, and if we're able to bring up all of our Reverend Mothers.
Can you name them, please?
Okay, so Candy, and go ahead, Father Shane, can you name everyone?
It's Valerie McFarlane, Shirley Alma. Yes. Hello, Shirley.
Bye.
And Mo. One of the Mo's is going to work probably better than the other. She's had some technical issues previously.
And Candy as well.
And Candy, yes, thank you.
Correct. Thank you.
I'm here, but I can't turn my video on. It says the host won't let me turn my video on.
We're working out our technical difficulties right from the beginning.
now
There
be
you
able
go,
to.
Valerie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. And we will bring up the last three. This is beautiful that we've all joined together in these prayers today. And while we're waiting for the last three Reverend Mothers to come up, Valerie, would you like to share a little bit about the Essenes and the light of the animal kingdom?
Oh,
There's Shirley.
I'd love to share, actually, is if you see in the background from the window, the view. So this is an animal sanctuary founded over 60 years ago by one of our Reverend Mothers. She passed away a few years ago, and we're carrying on her work. And this is what we have just outside there, is this sanctuary for the tiniest insects to whatever else It's a very wild place, a wilded sanctuary.
That's beautiful. Thank you. Are we able to bring up the last two Reverend Mothers, Candy and Mo?
Yeah, the camera is not on, so I'm not able to pin them.
Okay. Okay.
Candy, can you try your camera again, please?
It still says you cannot start your video because it's disabled by the host.
Hmm.
There's no. Wow. There's Candy. There I am.
This is great. Okay, I'm going to go off camera. If there's a lot of background noise from one of the participants,
Yes.
I wonder if there's any way you can fix your background noise, or you'll need to turn off your volume just while we do our prayers. Okay? Thank you very much for that. And I think you all know in what order you want to go, and we have 5 minutes of a blessing prayer. Thank you.
I would just like to say on behalf of the Reverend Mothers, myself, Father Sheen, and all of the members of the Brotherhood of the Essenes, since 2020, we have been working under the banner of the Light of the Animal Kingdom. And we are honoured to be invited to offer this opening prayer for this V-COP25 event. And thank you very much to the organisers for inviting us. And I'm honoured to hand over to our Reverend Mothers. I don't know which of you is going first, so I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Sheen. I would like to begin by offering my opening prayer. O divine presence that manifests in many forms, that gives us consciousness, that is ever present and cares for all, allows choice and learning, that allows conscience. May we make caring choices, for all births arise through Divine Mother. We pray that all humankind come to respect Divine Mother and her offspring in all their forms. We honour the bond between mother and baby and pray for the worldwide acknowledgement that this is a spiritual bond. We pray that humankind end all harm to this deep and profound relationship. We pray for the recognition of the importance of this connection, not only for humanity, but for the mothers and offspring throughout the animal kingdom, in the wild, on farms, in zoos, and those that live with us as companion animals, and for the flower and its seeds, and the interconnectedness of the animals and plants. We give our most humble thanks to our Divine Mother for this blessing and for the beauty and the fruit of this sacred bond. Amen. And I would like to hand over to Reverend Mother Valerie.
Thank you, Candy. Almighty God, we thank you for all that you give us and have given us. We thank you for our beloved earth, our mother, who nurtures, sustains, and holds us. It is the deepest wish and hope of every mother of the animal kingdom on earth to protect, nurture, and love her young. May we help each one to do so. May we be as mothers to all, and to Mother Earth as she is to us. As we are one, thy will be done. I would like now to hand over to Shirley.
Thanks, Val. Morning all. Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother, we are gathered here to ask for grace and blessings for new life in all its forms, for birth and for motherhood, for protection from hurt and pain. Every animal of the forest was given as ours, even the cattle on 1,000 hills. And the Lord cares for people and animals alike, for he created all things for his glory. The bond between humans and animals are sacred, filled with love and companionship. So we pray for a world where we coexist peacefully and can show kindness, compassion, and respect. Lord, we ask that you look kindly upon these creatures today. Bless their mortal lives. Touch them with all your healing grace. We praise you for them and give thanks that you entrusted them to our care. Fill our hearts with strength and our souls with love as we journey through this realm together. Fill them with your light, that their lives may become a blessing and a joy to all. Amen. And over to you now, Mo. Thank you.
You're muted,
You have
Mo.
to
Are you
unmute.
able to unmute? There we go. Great.
The survival of any species continues through procreation.
Sorry, Mo. I think you have two devices on at once, so it's echoing.
Okay. What can we do? Okay. Do you want me to carry on? Okay.
Mo,
You
can
probably
you
have two
can
different
you
tabs
switch
open
one
for
of
Zoom.
them off?
Take off your phone.
Switch one of the machines off, please.
So if it's okay with you, Mo, we would love it if you put your blessing, if we were able to put your blessing in the chat so we could get started. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, Mo, and we really want to hear your prayer and your blessing. And we will read it later, if that's okay with you. Thank you, the light of the animal kingdom. Thank you, everyone, again, for being here to celebrate the mother-baby bond of all species. And thank you, Father Sheen, for organizing the Reverend Mothers for coming in. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would like now to introduce my colleague and my friend, Dr. Sailesh Rao. Dr. Sailesh Rao is the founder of Climate Healers and has been one of all of our favorite people. He shows up for everything. Sailesh says, I say no to nothing. This is the year that Sailesh said we would be past the point of no return. The way he's a systems engineer who is able to look at the way things are from a systems perspective. And when he crunches the numbers as far as a system goes, we only have a little bit more time to understand that we're in a polycrisis and we have the poly solution. Sailesh's work over the last little while, besides everything, is bringing awareness to Planet B. We are moving, and Planet B is not a new planet, it's a new relationship with this one. So it's a relational shift with Planet A. Sailesh just finished a book that he shared at the Oxford Literary Festival at Oxford, and it's the guide to Planet B. So if you would like a copy of that, it's going to be loaded really quickly soon, if it's not already, on Climate Healers, a free PDF to read. A guide to Planet B is everything you need to know how to move from Planet A to Planet B into a compassionate system where, as Sailesh says, we are going to start to think in 7-generational thinking for our grandchildren and for the grandchildren of all species and their homes. So thank you, Sailesh, for leading us and for befriending us and allowing everyone to feel like they belong within this world and this new relational one with Planet B.
Thank you, Tammy. I'm going to share my presentation. I don't have too many slides this time. I'm just going to So I want to speak to you about the grandfather bond. Before I begin, I want to quote Jonas Salk, who said, our greatest responsibility is to be good ancestors. And I had the privilege of welcoming granddaughter Kimaya in 2010. I held her in my arms for the first time, and she instantly convinced me that humanity belongs exactly as is. We all belong exactly as we are. And as part of that, we are undergoing a major transformation. So that was the message that I got from her right away. And I wrote a book about her. In fact, she illustrated it for me. And that was in 2023. It's called The Pinky Promise. And it has about 12 stories that happened between me and her. And that basically it illustrates how she taught me what I needed to know. So I really believe that we are at a time when children can teach us all, can help us undo the conditioning that we have received and become true ancestors, the good ancestors that we need to become. So as part of the Pinky Promise, let me explain how the Pinky Promise even happened. I'm an engineer, so I look at numbers. I try to crunch numbers to understand how fast things are changing and how fast we have to transform ourselves. And I was following the World Wildlife Fund Living Planet report that said in 2014, it said that between 1970 and 2010, we had wiped out 52% of all wild animals by total weight. And I calculated at that point that we are on track to wipe out almost all of them by 2026. So that's how fast things are going down. And when I did that calculation, I was shocked. I thought, if this is true, everybody should be alarmed about this. Everybody should be working on this. So I thought maybe my models are wrong, because I was using a very simple extrapolation from GDP data. So I said, okay, I'll wait for the next report to come out in 2016 and verify whether my calculations are correct or not. So I hung around, I waited, and I was basically doing all kinds of other research work. And then in 2016, August, the next Living Planet report came out. And it said that between 1970 and 2012, we had wiped out 58% of all wild animals by total weight. And at that point, I realized that my calculations were reasonably accurate. So we are on track to wipe out almost all wild animals by 2026. And 2026 to me became like, you have to transform the entire system by then. Otherwise, we have no choice. Right? We're in big trouble. So I see this as the fire on our planet that we have to put out. And so that evening, right after I made this discovery with the Living Planet report, I was asked to put my granddaughter to bed. I normally, when I'm asked to do that, I read her a story. She listens to my story, and usually she dozes off. And so I was reading her this story. It was actually Ruby Roth's book. That's why we don't eat animals. And at the end of the story, she put her head on my shoulder and she asked, "Grandpa, who were the first human beings?" Now, I have promised her that I'll never, ever lie to her. I'll always tell her the truth. So I decided, I was going to explain the theory of evolution to a 5-year-old girl. So how do I do that? So I imagined, I told her, imagine that you're standing on the street and you're holding your mother by your hand, and you ask your mother to bring her mother to stand by her side, and so on. So you create a long line of mothers on this side of the street. And on the other side of the street, you ask a chimpanzee to do the same thing with her mother and her grandmother, and so on. So you create two lines of these mothers. And when these two lines go from Phoenix to Tucson, which is about 150 miles, they will merge. Because both lines are going to say, "Hey, that's my mama too." Of course, I was basing this calculation on, the distance between two mothers, and doing all these calculations in my head. Distance between two mothers, and how long will it take to get to 3 million years when we split from chimpanzees. So when these two lines, they will merge. And so both lines are going to say, "Hey, that's my mama too." Immediately, this girl was lying on my shoulder. She just sat up and she said, "What? Are you telling me that animals are my family?" And I said, "Now that you put it that way, yeah, they are your family." She said, then why are people eating my family?" "Grandpa, make them stop. They're eating my family." So she kept bawling that she was naming names of people she knows who were eating her family. So I realized that, by trying to tell her the truth, I had actually created a world full of monsters for my granddaughter, because she was seeing them everywhere. So I was trying to console her, and so I was trying to get her to stop, and especially because my job was to put her to bed. So I said, "Kimaya, this is what I do. It's my job to make them stop. So please stop crying." Immediately she stopped crying. She looked at me and she was wide-eyed. She said, "This is your job? This is your job? You know you haven't done your job?" And then she shook her finger in my face and said, "Do your job." Then she said, "When will you do your job?" And I blurted out, "I better do it by 2026, otherwise we are in big trouble." She said, "Will you promise me that?" I said, "Okay, I'll promise you that." She said, "Will you give me a pinky promise?" And I had no idea what it meant. And I said, "Sure, I'll give you a pinky promise." And she said, "Hold out your pinky." And then she locked her pinky in mine. And she said, "You can never, ever break a pinky promise." And then she put her head on my shoulder and went to sleep. And I couldn't sleep because I realized I had made a very serious promise to her generation, or my generation, that we are going to sort this out. We are going to solve this problem. And so I spent the next, it's now been 10 years since that happened. She's now 15 years old. And last year, I wrote a book called There Is a Planet B. You see that on the left here. And that's a book about the new operating system for humanity. And it's, what is this operating system about? And why do we have to adopt it? And this year I wrote the Guide to Planet B, a Guide to Planet B, which is like an engineering manual on the various aspects of Planet B. So Planet B is a feasible solution for addressing the polycrisis that we're facing today. Now, before I go into that, explaining to you what Planet B is and why we have to adopt something like that. I'm just giving you a feasible solution so that no one can tell us that there is no alternative to what we are doing today. So, that's the job of an engineer, to show that it can be done, okay, especially systems engineering. And of course, we can adopt it very, very quickly. It's not so hard to adopt. So before I go into that details and what Planet B is, let me just give you a brief timeline. So this is my understanding, because once Kimaya came into my life, I went back and looked at the history of humanity, and I tried to make sense of it as if we belong exactly as we are, because that's what she had convinced me. And this is my story of humanity. Okay. So beginning about 500,000 years ago. So 500,000 years ago, that's when we first discovered how to start fires. So we are the only ape that can start fires. Now, we had several other humanoid cousins who also knew how to start fires, and we were in competition with them. By about 200,000 years ago, our common mother, the mitochondrial Eve, was born. So we now know that if we take all 8.5 billion of us that are on the planet today, or 8 billion plus, and you trace our mitochondrial DNA, you can trace it back to one common ancestor, one common mother who lived about 200,000 years ago. So that's the next important time in our history. That's when we were all born to the same mother, right? About 70,000 years ago, there were just a few hundred of us. We all got wiped out. We don't know exactly what happened to get us all. I know it was a very cold era. It was the previous glaciation. So by about 70,000 years ago, we know that there were just maybe 100 to 200 of us. And it was so difficult, right? Imagine living where everyone gets wiped out except just 100 to 200 of us. But that was our fate. That's what happened to us. And then 50,000 years ago is roughly when we migrated out of Africa and went to every part of the world. And we had help from wolves, who became our dogs. And the wolves helped us by lending us their sense of smell, their sense of hearing, their sense of sight, which is far, far superior to ours. So they enabled us to detect predators before the predators could detect us, and therefore survive. It was difficult. It was a difficult journey going out of Africa to every part of the world. And I would say it's mainly probably in search of food. We were all hungry. So then comes the current warm period. And 10,000 years ago is when we started agriculture almost everywhere. And that's the next significant thing that happened in our history. We started agriculture everywhere. And by doing that, we actually started heating up the planet. Because to do agriculture, we had to chop down trees. So there were about 5 to 6 trillion trees on Earth 10,000 years ago. Now there are only 3 trillion trees left. So half the trees have been cut on the planet. And that was how we kept the Holocene era with the same temperature. That allowed us to do agriculture. Because if we don't have the same climate, it's difficult to do agriculture. And about 250 years ago is when we started the Industrial Revolution and designed all these new tools, and science helped us build these new tools. So it was a proliferation of knowledge and technology that happened starting 250 years ago. And about 30 years ago is when we formally discovered that we are impacting the life support systems of our planet. That we have become so powerful as a species that we are literally changing the life support systems of the planet. That's when we first discovered it, even though we have been doing it for 10,000 years. Okay? 30 years ago is when we had all the technology and the instruments to tell us that this is what we have been doing. And now we have the technology and instruments to actually create this timeline, to understand this history. And now we have to figure out what are we going to do going forward. So we have impacted the life support system so much that we are in danger now of destroying all life as we know it. So this is where we are, friends. So now I want to talk to you about what do we do going forward. So there is bad news, obviously. But I have total faith that we shall overcome this bad news. And we are going to do it this year. We have to address it because it's so urgent. Here is the urgently bad news. We face what I'm calling the planetary polycrisis emergency. Not one crisis or a few crises, but 26 tightly interwoven existential threats, each reinforcing the others through cascading feedback loops. How we shall overcome them? Well, there is a solution. There is a planet B. There is an alternative. Not a distant planet to escape to, but an alternative operating system for human civilization that systematically addresses all 26 crises simultaneously. So let me explain both. First, the polycrisis. We are not exaggerating when we call this an emergency. It's a fire. It's a fire in our home. Consider what we are facing. Ecologically, mass extinction at 1,000 to 10,000 times natural rates. Climate overheating. Ecosystems collapse with coral reefs dying. Amazon approaching irreversible tipping points. And forests fragmenting. Chemical pollution saturating every ecosystem. Ocean acidification threatening marine food webs. Freshwater depletion and nutrient cycles catastrophically disrupted. Personally, chronic disease epidemics killing tens of millions annually, mental health crisis, obesity epidemic, a pervasive sense of disconnection, despair, and moral fragmentation as we are forced to violate our deepest values daily just to participate in normal life. Institutionally, education systems preparing students for obsolete economies while ignoring existential crises. Runaway animal agriculture, runaway commercial fishing, both destroying ecosystems, endless growth economics, demanding infinite expansion on a finite planet, runaway artificial intelligence, runaway gene editing, and endless apocalyptic war. Socially, world hunger despite producing enough food for 10 plus billion people, modern slavery, neocolonialism, rising inequality, and public health deteriorating with pandemic vulnerability and antibiotic resistance, loneliness epidemic, as severe a health risk as smoking, and communities fracturing under strain. Now, these are not separate problems. They're one interconnected emergency with cascading feedback loops. For example, ecosystem collapse reduces food security, which increases hunger, which drives agricultural expansion, which accelerates ecosystem collapse. So that's a feedback loop that accelerates ecosystems collapse. So 15 of these 26 crises possess independent capacity to cause human extinction or civilizational collapse. Together, their interaction has created a planetary emergency unprecedented in human history. So we are not approaching emergency, we are already in emergency. I've been raising an alarm about this emergency for nearly 2 decades. And in that time, I've watched every one of these crises get worse year after year. An alarm tends to be loud, irritating, and insistent that you pay attention to silencing it before doing anything else. And I'm happy to confirm from a reliable source, a good friend of mine, that I have been loud, irritating, insistent, and more. So this polycrisis isn't the result of isolated failures. It's the predictable outcome of what we call Planet A, our current operating system for human civilization, which is designed around a few core directives. Grow the economy endlessly, maximize individual consumption, extract resources efficiently, minimize apparent costs while concealing real costs, treat nature as separate from humanity, and value some lives more than others. This operating system has been running for centuries through various updates and patches, from feudalism to capitalism, from colonialism to neocolonialism. The interface changes, but the core programming remains the same. So the polycrisis is not a malfunction. It's the result of Planet A functioning exactly as intended. But here is the crucial insight that most people miss. There is an alternative. There is a Planet B. Not a distant planet to escape to, but a different way of organizing human civilization. Planet B is a different operating system running on the same planetary hardware platform. Same Earth, same physics, same biology, same humanity, but radically different goals, different outcomes, and different organizing principles. Heal the planet and achieve world peace. Provide sufficiency for all within planetary boundaries. So this is the hungerless project. Basically make everyone hungerless, not just human beings, but all life. Regenerate ecosystems. Account for the true costs of our actions. Recognize our interdependence with all life, and value all beings with compassion. This isn't just semantic wordplay. Operating systems determine what's possible, what's encouraged, what's prevented, and what happens by default. They shape behavior at every level, from individual actions to international policy. Within Planet B, the purpose of the food system is to nourish people, not to make profit for a few. The purpose of the education system is to teach the truth, not to perpetuate Planet A and make profit for a few. The purpose of the healthcare system is to create and maintain public health, not to manage diseases and make profit for a few. And the purpose of the governance system is to cultivate and protect the health and vitality of the planet and all its inhabitants for generations to come, not just to secure the wealth of a few. Let me show you how Planet B is a feasible solution to address the polycrisis. The largest single intervention in Planet B is transitioning from animal agriculture to default whole foods, plant-based vegan food systems. Vegan as in vitally engaged guardian of animals and nature. This single change addresses all 7 ecological crises directly. Animal agriculture currently uses over 80% of agricultural land, 5 billion out of 6 billion hectares, to produce only 18% of calories and 12% of food by dry weight. Plant-based food systems need only 1 billion hectares to nourish humanity adequately. This frees 5 billion hectares, or 40% of ice-free land, for rewilding. That's an area equal to both North America and South America combined. When 5 billion hectares rewild, It gives us the best chance to reverse mass extinction, to cool and stabilize climate, regenerate ecosystems, restore freshwater cycles, shrink ocean dead zones, absorb chemical pollution, and reverse ocean acidification. Transforming the food system addresses all the ecological crises simultaneously. Next, the personal crises. Planet A induces us to fund violence 3 times daily through our meals, creating cognitive dissonance that generates mental distress and physical disease. Planet B resolves this by aligning daily life with values. Chronic disease epidemic ends. Plant-based diets prevent and reverse heart disease, diabetes, and many cancers. Healthcare costs will plummet. Mental health improves. Alignment between values and actions reduces cognitive dissonance. Community-centered systems address isolation. Hope from visible planetary healing replaces climate anxiety. Obesity epidemic reverses, not through willpower, but through food environment transformation, making healthy, nutritious food the freely available default. Moral coherence restores. When daily choices align with compassion rather than contradict it, personal well-being improves dramatically. Next, the institutional crisis. Planet B transforms institutions to serve regeneration. Economics is redesigned as the Planet B economic substrate with biocapacity accounting, enforces planetary limits, circular economy eliminates waste, universal basic income provides security, and worker cooperatives distribute ownership democratically. Growth imperative ends when success is measured by flourishing within boundaries, not perpetual expansion. Technology governed democratically as AI and gene editing are developed with precautionary principle aligned with well-being rather than profit. Education transforms when systems thinking, ecological literacy, and 7th-generation decision-making become foundational rather than optional. War declines as resource abundance through engineering efficiency eliminates scarcity-driven conflicts, and non-violence practice toward animals extends to humans. Finally, the social crisis. World hunger is eliminated when 1 billion hectares feeds humanity efficiently instead of 6 billion hectares feeding humanity inefficiently, and abundance replaces scarcity. Inequality declines, modern slavery ends, communities rebuild, and public health restores when the objective function of the operating system optimizes for it. Here's what makes Planet B powerful. It's not 26 separate solutions. It's one integrated transformation addressing all crises simultaneously because the crises themselves are interconnected. So default whole foods, plant-based vegan food systems combined with regenerative economics, democratic governance, and community building provides a systematic response to the polycrisis emergency. See, when people say there is no Planet B, they mean we cannot escape to another world. They are not right. They are right. We are not proposing escape. We are proposing transformation. Building Planet B right here, right now, on this earth, the only home we have. The name Planet B isn't about abandoning Earth. It's about recognizing we need a fundamentally different operating system. Planet A is visibly dying as we speak. No one believes its promises anymore. The students and children are completely, they know that this is not going to continue. So it's time to put it in hospice before it kills us all. Planet B is how we survive and ultimately thrive. We face a binary choice, transform or collapse. The polycrisis is real, the timeline is urgent, but the solution exists. Heal the planet, eat plants, love animals, plant trees. HELP, help. That's the moral foundation on which to build Planet B. Every element of Planet B is technically feasible with existing knowledge and technology. Plant-based organic agriculture works. Rewilding regenerates ecosystems. Renewable energy functions. Circular economy operates. Democratic governance succeeds. These are not theories. They are proven practices needing scaling. What's lacking isn't solutions. It's the collective will and the courageous leadership to implement them at scale. This is the choice. Continue planet A toward cascading collapse or commit to planet B enabling flourishing. 2026 is the decisive year. Our choice today determines whether human civilization survives in recognizable form or not. Here's the invitation. There is a planet B. It's not a fantasy. It's a practical framework addressing the polycrisis emergency comprehensively. Every component is proven. The question is whether we will build it while there is still time. Build it and verify that every element of the polycrisis is being addressed adequately, and take remedial steps as appropriate when it is not. I'm inviting you personally, institutionally, collectively to join this transformation. Start with your next meal. Choose plants over animals. That choice multiplied by billions transforms food systems. Engage your institution. Advocate for plant-based vegan defaults, sustainable policies, and democratic governance. Invite our Planet B team to your institution for longer, in-depth conversations with free food from Loving Hut. Support the movement. Fund organizations building Planet B. Use your platforms to amplify transformation. The polycrisis is unprecedented, but so is the opportunity. We get to be the generation that chose survival over extinction, healing over destruction, life over death. There is a Planet B. We can build it, we must build it, and we are building it. The only question is, will everyone join us? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sailesh. The last slide we saw on the screen was a brief history of humanity. Is there a couple other slides you would like us to see, or was that it?
Yes, I would like you to see a couple more.
Okay.
So this is a hero's marathon journey. And I wanted this slide to be on when I was reading my speech. Sorry about that. Kimaya illustrated this, showing how what we have been doing for the last 500,000 years has been about taking control of the life support systems of the planet. And we have done that. Because once you break something, you own it. This is the pottery barn principle. So we have broken the life support systems of the planet, so we own it, which means we have to stabilize it and maintain it going forward. That's the Planet B approach. That's what we have to do. But if we continue doing what we're doing, we're going to die. Okay? It's that simple as that. And that's the Planet A approach, is to continue doing what we are doing. Going to McDonald's, or the M, with a clown standing outside. And the number one step in eliminating Planet A and transitioning to Planet B is to stop dairy. Dairy is the key, okay? And make this mother-child bond as sacred. Say, make it unsacred and unbreakable, and everyone will agree with that. And once we implement that, Planet A will automatically wither away, and Planet B will flourish. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you all so much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sailesh. Are there any hands raised? I do not see any questions in the chat at this point. Sailesh, how are people receiving the new relationship with our planet and moving into Planet B?
Oh, I delivered the keynote speech at the Food for Thought Festival, which is a festival organized by university students for university students. And there were over 60 universities represented from around the world, from I think 13 or 14 different countries. And so I was privileged to be invited into that presence, of these students, being asked to deliver the keynote speech. And I gave them this speech about Planet B, and I gave away all my books to the students. And I could see, them inspired. They were happy to see that there is a solution, there is a way out, and that we can do this. It's not that hard. It's about changing the food system, using the abundance we already have, and creating abundance for all life. So that's the idea behind the Hungerless project, which is basically feed everyone healthy food and create abundance in the food system for all humanity, and simultaneously rewild. And as we are rewilding, we are creating abundance for all life, a food abundance for all life. So that's what I mean by hungerless. Hungerless throughout the world. And it's not just for human beings, but all life should become hungerless. And we have the wherewithal to do that right now.
No hunger anymore.
Go ahead, Brahm.
Yes, I very much like what you said. It was amazing what you have done there. It's so wonderful. I have a question, namely, over all your books, I've learned that humanity's actions have maybe not positive, but they have helped the system to keep in balance.
Correct.
So I think maybe the next step, what do you think, is the next step that we have to change our brain in 1 year to make it possible? I had a question.
No, we have to change our objective functions. And so literally these are systems, and systems determine how we think also. An operating system determines a lot of, we get taken along the current of the operating system that we are in. So if you're on planet A, you're going to do what everyone on planet A intends you to do. But as soon as we adopt planet B protocols, our brains will also change. It's amazing. We will adapt as we change the system, as we transform the system.
So global warming has sort of been a positive effect in getting us started to change.
Correct. It's a signal from nature saying no more of the old.
Yeah.
So not just global warming, all of the planetary boundary transgressions are a signal from nature saying you're done with that phase with planet A and you need to move on to planet B.
So it's the highest crisis, I guess, maybe in history.
Correct. Yeah. So I say that our generation, has a chance to become, a generation that everyone will talk about going forward when we do this transformation. Okay? We have no choice but to do it. I see this as the equivalent of, my house catching fire. When my house caught fire, I was most interested in getting my children out of the room, above the garage. And I wasn't interested in making coffee anymore. I wasn't interested in my routines, right? It's the same thing now. Our home is on fire. Our planetary home is on fire.
So you think the children will also help
Absolutely.
this year? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to help.
Like
they're all on board, by the way. Every one of them, they came and told me that they want to know what to do going forward.
Yeah.
And so they took the books.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gave away almost all my books at at this festival. Father Chain. Can you unmute? Yeah.
That's it. Sorry about that. Brother Sailesh, it's lovely to see you. Thank you so much for your presentation. You make so much sense, and I believe that the world is a better place for having yourself researching as you're doing into these issues so thoroughly. And I just wanted to thank you personally for everything that you're doing, but also I wanted to ask you regarding your granddaughter. Is she aware of the enormous impact that pinky promise has made on you in the course of your life? And if so, what does she feel about the work you're now doing?
No, she's very much aware of it, and she I think she appreciates it. I don't know, but I have to ask her. And I mean, for me also, I am deeply grateful that that happened to me. That I was chosen by her to to make
That's
the pinky promise.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm
Thanks.
grateful that she came into our lives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Nancy?
Hi. Thank you so much for this weekend. I just wanted you to know that the chat's disabled and I don't see a questions link. So that's maybe why you didn't have any questions. And I wondered why you said the focusing on dairy. See, the host spotlighted your video. Unmute if you want to speak. Oh, okay. I got a little notice here. It's popped up. So I was wondering why you chose to focus on dairy and not your typically your all animal agriculture. And is that just to focus on this weekend?
Yeah, well, it is all within animal agriculture. We know that we have to transition out of animal agriculture. So it's very clear. But what is the first step within that? And I'd say the first step within that is to ban artificial insemination, ban the separation of mother and child. These are the things that we can all agree on. It's not that it's a left versus right issue. No, it's all of us will agree on this. Okay, do not separate a mother from a child. How hard is that, right?
Doesn't that happen in all of animal agriculture, though?
It's happening in all of animal agriculture.
All of it, yeah.
All of it, yeah. Separates
dairy
mother
does
and
seem
child.
to be particularly hideous, though.
Correct, and so within that, dairy is the linchpin,
right,
so to speak, because dairy is the source of cheap beef.
Yeah.
And because without dairy cows being ground up and turned into beef patties, there won't be a fast food chains.
Right.
There won't be fast food chains.
Right.
So all of them will collapse, right? And I'm saying that focusing on mother-child bond and focusing on dairy is key to transitioning the system.
Thank you. And I also think this might be an aside here. I'll be quick. The pharmaceutical industry, it seems to me, would be the one industry that would truly stand to lose the most, because something like 70 to 80% of their products are for farmed animals and fish. And that may be even more to do with propping up this industry than, some of the other things. I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are doing a system block diagram to show how, these industries all work together.
Right.
And how they have grown to be, 3 to 4 times what we really need. Okay. Even though they're not serving their purpose.
Yeah.
If you assume the purpose of the food system is to nourish people, you would think, right? It's failing.
You can walk into a grocery store and see that that's not true.
Yeah, it's failing. But we know how to correct it so that it works right. Okay, it's not like we don't know how to design systems that would actually nourish people. And I'm saying we need to design systems like that and then actually implement it, right? Implement a system that nourishes people. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to add one quick thing to that, Nancy, is that International Calf and Cow Mother's Day represents the mothers and babies of all species in their homes, and highlighting the dairy industry, but we're including the animals and mothers and babies of all species. Okay.
Right. Valerie?
Hello, Sailesh. Thank you so much for your presentation, and The fact that you're crunching the facts and the numbers, that's where you might just convince the world A thinking, to realize that that there's no choice, and sometimes that's what it takes, that there's no choice. On the other hand, we've talked about the sacred bond between the mother and the child, and this is where it happens, is the change inside that really guarantees that things stay that way, because if external pressure changes, then bad behavior can revert. So we change the heart. But and it's a very difficult thing. And Nancy mentioned a few of the interconnected, very complex systems between farming and the meat industry and the pharmaceutical industry. And then you can end up thinking that with such a task, how do you change people's minds or even begin? And we were told by our elders many years ago, and it really made me so hopeful. They pointed out that it works on the same system as critical mass, as nuclear energy. You don't need a majority for a massive change. You only need a certain number, just a number, and it will start a critical mass system, and then the change happens. So I'm the same as you, very hopeful, very optimistic. We have a beautiful granddaughter as well, and all children are the same. They do not understand why we eat animals. It's inborn deeply in us, and it's only because they're not even told, and also deliberately led to believe, to dissociate meat from animals. Right. But that's another subject. It's something we all know. But in response to what Abraham was saying is, yes, the young ones understand. So they know it. We're born as humans. We're all born knowing that deeply, and so it will make it very possible for us to change. Yeah, I believe so. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. We're going a little over time. I think we can go over 5 minutes. Sailesh, are you okay taking 3 more questions? And they need to be really quite concise, because we're moving into our next presentation.
Sure.
So go ahead. Thank you. So Toby, great, thanks.
Hello, I'm very excited for this VCOP. Another great lecture there, Sailesh. It's always been inspirational. It seems like a heavy load for people to change, all these crises, these polycrises that are going on. But it's funny because we don't really do anything extraordinary ourselves to make it happen. We're just living our day, and it's just, you could do the complete opposite and do positive things and still just do the same things, just, eat different food and all this. It's not as difficult as it really sounds. But it feels that way for people. I wonder if there's any others like yourself that you know of around the world that have the same message.
Yeah, there are a lot of people coming together now. I'm attending the Global Earth Repair Convergence in Washington State in early May, and we are expecting about 500 people who are talking about how do you repair the earth, how do you reverse this crisis that we are in. And so there is a gathering happening of more and more people who are beginning to realize that there is a way out, and this time is, of the essence, that we need to do this very quickly, right? And it's really about implementing hungerless. I mean, making sure that everyone has access to healthy food for free. So you don't have to change people's minds directly. You change it through their stomach. Right? So once people eat the food, because we are also doing an academic paper on how to change the education system, how the education system locks us into planet A, right? And how do you now tweak that to make it transition to planet B? Because the education system propagates the protein myth and the calcium myth, and all the myths, not just these two myths, but all the myths. That's how the myths are sustained, because the education system is propagating it.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Jane, can you ask really quite quickly? And it looks like Nancy has her hand up. Okay, we just have 1 more minute. Thanks. Oh, you're muted.
Go ahead, Jane.
It says to ask to unmute.
Oh, there. Okay. Sailesh, thank you so much for this great presentation and all the work that you do and have done. My question is quick. There's been a lot of information out on disinformation campaigns from the meat industry, and they're spending a lot of money. They obviously are afraid at the growth of plant-based eating and, you know, the work that we're doing, that you're doing to try to get people to understand that eating animals is not good for the planet. So I don't know if you have any comments about those campaigns.
Yeah.
But if you do, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Yeah, the meat industry, of course, has been very active, shall I say, since 2019, since the pandemic, and they have been, but at the same time, people know that there is something wrong. Okay, so the other side is also becoming more and more active. Okay? And because nature is on our side, you know. I think the life support systems are really screaming at us, saying, take action. And if we don't heed that message, we don't have any business claiming to be an intelligent species. Okay, so that's where we are. And so the meat industry has no choice. We have to help everyone who's in the meat industry or in that animal agriculture industry. We have to help them transition, and so that they find a place in Planet B as to what it is that they're going to be doing. Okay, it's really about including all of us, including everyone, including the excluded. There is no one being excluded in the Planet B protocols.
Thank you.
Totally agree with you. Thank you.
Sarah said she had her hand up for 10 minutes. This will be the very last question. And just to let Anne and our next guest know, I will not be giving an ICCMD update, so you'll have your full rest of the hour. Okay? We will allow the guests to take the time. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah.
Hi, Dr. Rao. I really appreciate you having this V-COP conference online. My question is, what do you think the turning point would be to get the mainstream media to admit that animal agriculture is the leading cause, 87%, and how do you do that?
Yeah, that's specifically about climate science, with climate change, the impact on climate change. And it's already well known that animal agriculture is the leading cause of every other planetary boundary transgression. So we have to encircle them and say, look, you already admitted all of this. You already know that it's using so much land. And therefore, let's do the calculations right. You know, I'm doing my calculations. I'm showing them based on Jared Bishop's paper. And finally, I got someone from the IPCC at EarthX who came and sat through my presentation. And she connected me with others. And then she invited me to submit a paper to European Geophysical Union's magazine, in technical journal. And so I'm going to be doing that. So it's like, it's slowly. They wake up and say, all right, come on in. You're right. It's been misunderstood. Right? It's a process. You have to get one or two to say, yes, you're right. And then give us the in to write papers, to get it published. And then that's how you'll get through. So I'm writing a paper. Actually, it got approved. I sent the abstract, it got approved. He's asking for the full paper now. So I'm working with Pooja on that.
Thank you, everyone. And we will have lots of open time throughout this conference to ask more questions, and we will all be here for that. And I'd like to bring up our next guest. Ann Casperson is, really taking the lead also on International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. She's been my partner in the interviews. And thank you, Ann, for being here. And if we can bring up Lena Ella, and from the Animal Save movement, who's done a beautiful resource for us and much more, and Dana Tong, please. I think it's under Jo Tong. She's under on her, yeah. So I think it's Jo Tong.
Hi,
Yeah.
good morning.
There you are, Dana. So we can bring Dana up. So Ann Casperson, I would like to just briefly introduce Ann. Ann Casperson is a journalist, and she's a writer and a storyteller, and has been an activist for many, many years. She's written a book that children got to tell their story, children under occupation in war, and she's worked extensively with human, animal, and earth liberation throughout the world, and is a dear friend and a beautiful spirit. So thank you, Ann, for leading this panel with Lena Ella and Dana, if we can bring Dana up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tommy. And
just 1 second. We're going to bring Dana up as well. Do you see Dana Tong here? And
yeah,
she's
good morning.
great.
Hi.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes, thank you so much, Tommy. And we are so happy to welcome these two amazing activists from Animal Save movement, Lena Ella Huffel and Dana Tong, and both with a very big experience of activism regarding animal rights and bearing witness all around the world. I know at least Lena Ella have worked all around the world, and I know that Dana has been working a lot in Canada. And Lena Ella is a full-time animal rights activist based in Vienna. And she's the regional coordinator for the Animal Save movement in the German-speaking countries. I'm pregnant with twins, so soon she will also, she's looking forward to standing in solidarity with animal families and advocating for their liberation, also as a mother. And Dana Tong is a Canadian animal rights activist with a very broad experience, and she's also a human education advocate and a mother, leader of Manitoba Animal Save, and a country liaison for Canada for Animal Save movement. And she's also working inside schools with connecting students with compassion-based education. And we are so thrilled to have you both here. And please, Dana, would you like to start your presentation? And after that, you, Ella, come, if that's okay with you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ann, and to Tammy and to Dr. Sailesh Rao and many others for organizing this amazing convergence. It's just incredible. And I am so honored to speak today with my colleague Lena Ella on Motherhood Without Species. Today I'll speak a little bit about the dairy industry and then my personal experiences, and then I'll end with what I believe is a path forward towards a future where motherhood is honored across species. I'd like to begin with a story, so if you wish, you may close your eyes. Imagine a mother. She's just given birth to a healthy baby boy. The baby cries softly and the mother comforts him. She pulls him close and kisses his forehead. The baby stops crying and closes his eyes, comforted by his mother. The mother is exhausted after giving birth, but at peace. She has finally met the baby she carried for 9 months, and the bond they share is like nothing else. A short while later, a man comes in and pulls the baby away from the mother. The mother desperately fights to keep her baby, but the baby is carried out and the door locked. The baby boy is confused and afraid. The mother will search and cry for her baby for days afterward, but will never see him again. You can open your eyes. What did you see as I was talking? Did you see a human mother in a bed, or did you see a cow mother in a barn? This story is a tragedy, but it is so common. As we know, this is standard practice in the dairy industry and across all animal agriculture. We systematically separate mothers and babies, but especially in dairy. Like all mammals, cows must be pregnant to produce milk. Dairy cows are mothers. When I was younger, I remember hearing the term dairy cows, and I assumed they were cows that just always gave milk. And much later, I realized that dairy cows only have milk because they are mothers. Cows are artificially inseminated every year and are pregnant for 9 months, just like us. Cows are typically separated from their mothers hours or days after birth to prevent them from drinking the milk that humans want and humans will sell. A cow's natural lifespan is around 20 years, but cows used for dairy are often depleted and spent after just 4 to 6 years, and they are sent to slaughter, often to become ground beef sold at fast food restaurants. The female calves become part of the milking herd and join their mothers and their sisters there. The male calves are viewed as byproducts because they don't produce milk. So they will often be kept alive for a short time to become veal, or they are killed soon after birth. Canada has 1 million dairy cows. Globally, there are 270 million cows used for dairy. These are mothers trapped inside their own motherhood. Each one experiencing the suffering we can't imagine. It's absolutely horrific. But I would like to share a story about a rescued mother cow named Molly. I'm going to share my screen to bring up a picture. All right, there she is. So my friends at the Little Red Barn Sanctuary here in Winnipeg rescued Molly when she was 8 months pregnant. Almost 30% of dairy cows like Molly are sent to slaughter pregnant. When she was rescued, Molly had just a number and she had no name, so the Little Red Barn named her Molly after their great-grandmother who died in childbirth in 1932. Molly was sent to slaughter from a dairy operation who was producing an excess of milk, and because Molly was an older cow, that made her disposable. The Little Red Barn purchased Molly with community donations, and they brought her home to her sanctuary. 1 month after her rescue, Molly gave birth to a healthy baby girl named Rooney after the activist Rooney Mara, and Rooney became the first calf that Molly was able to nurse and raise as her own. Molly was an incredible mother, and as Rooney grew, Molly was always beside her. But after a while, Molly's frail, aging body caught up with her, and she left this world peacefully with her family around her. Rooney and all her cow family gathered around Molly and stood by her for over 24 hours. They held a vigil. Cows love and grieve just like we do. I love Molly's story because it is a powerful story of rescue and motherhood, and something that should be so natural, keeping your own child. I think often we forget that animals are mothers too. Motherhood is a universal experience. We all love our babies and want to protect them. So for this year's inaugural International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, we are organizing a cleanup day at our local farmed animal sanctuary and honoring the mothers that live there. We want to have compassion in action. We will help around the sanctuary, and we have some painting work to do. And we're also going to bring things that the sanctuary needs. I'm thinking we will also do a short reading and take a few moments to celebrate the healing that the sanctuary does. And perhaps everyone will bring a flower and put it in a joint vase as a symbol for this day. I'm still discussing exactly what it will look like with the sanctuary owner, but that is the idea so far. A day to spend our time and energy helping at a place of hope and rescue and family. Sanctuaries are truly amazing places. I was so touched when I was asked to speak here today because this particular issue of dairy cows and mother cows is especially close to my heart. When my daughter was born almost 11 years ago now, I would be up with her at night, and during those long nights with a newborn is when the world is quiet and your thoughts get loud. I had been vegan for many years at this point, but this new experience of being a mother profoundly changed me. As I breastfed her, I would find myself constantly thinking of all the mother animals and all the baby animals who could not be with their mothers. And I would especially find myself thinking of all the mother cows and their calves. It was so cruel and so unfair. And I knew that if I were a different species, motherhood would be very different for me. That haunted me, and I knew that I had to do more. Motherhood transformed me into an activist. So I began to look for others who felt the same way with my little baby with me. And I eventually found my way to Manitoba Animal Save, where I joined as a co-organizer and later became the sole organizer. Manitoba Animal Save works on farmed animal issues here in our province, such as the dairy industry and live horse export. We hold protests and rallies and vegan food giveaways, and we work with our local farmed animal sanctuaries. We used to hold regular vigils before laws were passed here in our province preventing us from going to transport trucks and slaughterhouses and farms and auctions. And we miss going there, and we try to find other ways to center the animals in our work, because this is all for them. We have to go to the places where they are because farmed animals' lives are hidden from the public. Society doesn't want to see them because they're inconvenient. Somehow the milk ends up at the store and we don't have to think about it too much. But we can only change things if we confront them and if we start telling the truth about where they come from. What makes the dairy industry unique is that motherhood itself becomes the product. Because cows only produce milk after giving birth, the entire system depends on repeatedly impregnating female animals and separating them from their babies. Humans take the milk meant for their calves and sell it. So dairy is really built on the manipulation and exploitation of motherhood itself. And this is why cultural conversations around motherhood, such as this convergence, are so powerful. When people understand dairy as reproductive exploitation rather than just food, it reframes everything. I remember a night several years ago when I was still fairly new to bearing witness and to activism, when a friend and I went to a gas station here just outside the city where we live, where we know that transport trucks often come to park to get fuel or for the drivers to get food. And so we went there late one night, and it was January and freezing cold. I think it was about minus 35 degrees with the wind chill. And there were these two transport trucks parked side by side with calves inside. And you could actually see the heat coming off their bodies into the space between the trucks. And we stood there in their body heat and bore witness to those babies. The drivers came out after a while and spoke to us and asked what we were doing, and we told them. And they explained that they love their animals and they take very good care of them. They mentioned the straw bedding they put on the floor of the truck. And we asked them where they were driving the calves. They told us they were taking them to a slaughterhouse in Thunder Bay, which is about 8 hours away. And that really struck me then and now, the disconnect people have with taking care of animals, or how they think they may be taking care of animals, and to what end. Because the truth is, most animals we eat are babies. Chickens are slaughtered at just a few weeks old, pigs at a few months old, and calves are separated from their mother almost immediately. I do want to speak briefly on another related issue that we work on here in Canada. And I'm just going to bring up a picture again. Okay, so this is a photo I've taken at the Winnipeg International Airport because Canada live ships horses overseas to slaughter, primarily to Japan. What happens is that horses are brought to the airport very late at night. They're unloaded from trucks and they're crated in a wooden crate with 3 to 4 other horses and driven out to the tarmac to await being loaded onto the cargo plane, which will fly them to Japan. By Canadian law, it is legal for horses to be in transport for up to 28 hours, during which time they receive no food, water, or rest. Once they land in Japan, they are unloaded into trucks, and the trucks are sprayed with disinfectant, which the horses will often try to lick off because they are so extremely thirsty. The horses are driven to a quarantine location for a few weeks, then taken to a feedlot where they will be fattened up and eventually slaughtered for a delicacy known as bashishi, or raw horse meat sushi. And some of these horses are also mothers, and many are still babies themselves. There are records of horses I documented being unloaded and crated that went onto the cargo flight that later miscarried and died in transport. It is illegal to ship pregnant horses for slaughter, but it happens. So we see the mothers there as well, and the babies at the airport and on the planes, and we're all fighting for them too. I have 2 children. My daughter is 10 and my son is 7. And when they were younger, I brought them to protests and vigils with me, more out of necessity as they were quite little and needed to be with me most of the time. And so they came with me everywhere. As they get older and understand more, they often want to come and be part of things. They love to hand out free vegan food at a giveaway, or hold signs at a protest, or give out leaflets and help clean up at our local sanctuary work days. It's important for me as their mom to normalize activism for them, so it's not this far away, scary thing. And so they can see people working together to change things, and they can grow up around the helpers. I want them to know that if they don't like something, they can work to change it. And they have a voice and they can use it, and they'll find others like them who are also fighting for something. Our world has a lot of problems, and I truly believe that most of our problems are connected. How we treat animals is how we treat people, and how we manage our earth is how our children will live. These are not separate issues. They come from the same way of seeing the world, a way of seeing that says, take what you can no matter the cost, that empathy has limits. When that type of thinking becomes normalized, it shows up everywhere. In our food systems, in our environmental decisions, in our education systems, and into the systems we pass on to our children. But if that's the root of the problem, it also points us towards the solution. And it makes sense that if the problems are connected, then so must be the solutions. If we want a future that honors motherhood beyond species, we have to ask ourselves, where does that understanding begin? It begins with how we teach our children, with what they learn at home, in school, and in their communities. Because children don't start with disconnection, they start with empathy. They see a baby and understand that they need their mother. They see an animal and want to help. They want to be leaders. Our children are inheriting this earth, and our earth desperately needs people who love her and her creatures. We don't have to teach children to care. They are already curious and caring and want to help and be involved. It's just a question of if we allow that care to continue and our willingness to expand who we include in that care. So many of us have grown up having to compartmentalize our feelings and our love. We can love our pet dog, but not the mouse or the spider, and we were encouraged to recycle for the planet, but forced to eat hamburgers. We grew up with social conditioning and then spent years finding our way back. Imagine if we did not have to find our way back because we never left. We never lost our natural compassion, but were encouraged to nurture it. If we can protect motherhood beyond species, we don't just change how we treat animals, we change everything. And if we raise a generation who do not put restrictions around their empathy and care, they won't need to be persuaded to change the world. They will have already done it. Thank you.
Thank you so, thank you so much, Dana, for this beautiful presentation. And please, Lena Ella, now your turn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Let me just share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's start. Okay. So, hi everyone, my name is Lena. I'm very honored and excited to be here and to talk to you about motherhood without species. And my topic will be from hidden realities to collective action, how International Calf and Cows Mothers Day in Europe will look like. Upsy-dopsy. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm really excited to be here. And also, I want to thank everyone in the audience for holding space for the heartbreaking reality of the dairy industry, which my colleague already so well described. I want to tell you what I'm going to be talking about. I want to briefly mention privilege, which is very important to me to always mention when I give a presentation. Then I want to share with you some experiences with the dairy cows inside farms and slaughterhouses that I made in my animal rights journey. I want to say that don't worry, I won't show graphic footage today. If you need it for outreach and educational purposes, then you can always reach out to me and I'm happy to provide anything. And then we'll talk about how Witness brought me to better outreach. And finally, I will share with you how motherhood has impacted me and also what we're going to do in Vienna, my hometown in Europe. And at the very end, I'll give you my contact in case you need to or want to contact me. Okay, first I want to talk privilege. As I mentioned before, it is super important for me to tell you that when people look at my animal rights journey, me traveling around, the things I do, sometimes they get a bit intimidated or have all sorts of feelings around it. And I want to say that, of course, there are factors that help me doing my kind of animal rights work, which is not worse or better than others. I think we are all equal and we all try what we can, and we try to use our own strengths and forces to speak up for animals. But I just want to also always mention that, of course, what helped me in my journey isn't necessarily applicable for others or for all. For example, I've benefited from being a white, cisgender, able-bodied woman, born and raised in Europe, free from war and all sorts of things. I've had great education, the ability to learn languages, which is purely a privilege. One can't see it differently. And I also always want to say that beyond privilege and also personal strengths, luck can shape the access to hidden places as well. And I will show you a deep dive into the hidden places I got myself into. But yeah, it's very important for me to acknowledge and to humble myself, because I know how special it is that I was, let's say, able to travel to begin with and then do animal rights activism there. Okay, today I will be talking about my filming inside dairy farms and other things. But first of all, let's look at the filming inside the farms. What it's like to expose the reality using human presence and compassion, which is a little bit of the way I naturally decided to do things in activism. I want to share the activism insight here that due to our research and experience, human presence in videos and photos can really increase the viewer engagement, and we use this as an important tool. So for us, it's not a selfish, oh, look at me, how I try to help the animals kind of perspective around selfishness and all the things that one could think of. But we see it as a very strategic and effective action-taking way of dealing with the scenario. So what we try to do in the kind of work I do is we try to foster compassion in people and help them, give them almost like offer them a bridge to connect to animals emotionally through the emotion that they can see in us and the care we provide for animals. So typically when I am, let's say, inside a dairy farm or any kind of farm for that matter, I will be also seen bearing witness to the animals. I will be in the footage. We've just seen that people just can connect more, and sometimes through me crying, they start getting emotional. And obviously I would wish for an animal to be enough and their suffering to be enough and to speak loudest to the audience we want to reach. But I also want to acknowledge and simply use the strategy if I can help it, and if I'm in the picture with the animal, trying to show them love and care for the first time and also the last times in their life most often, then of course we will use that as a tool, as I said. I want to show you now some examples from dairy farms. Let's just go through them. They are not way too long. Here you see me bearing witness to a dairy calf, trying to comfort me, licking off my tears. Here we see another dairy calf that, as most of you will know, doesn't get their mother's milk, but some milk alternative usually. Being a very young baby, it's very normal to see the, my English, umbilical cord, the cord thingy that I think it's umbilical, you know what I mean. It's very usual to see that hanging still from their belly, which shows how soon after they have been given birth to, they are taken from their mom. This was really a touching moment for me. I remember this one very well. Here you can see me, and this is all footage that we then share worldwide and try to reach people and educate them on dairy. Here we see another dairy baby that is longing for their mother's breast. And as activists, we can't help but offer them our hand for a brief moment of connection, but it also almost feels like betraying them because it is not what they want. It's not what they deserve. And we are just left being there witnessing and looking into their eyes and trying to remember them forever and telling their stories as best as we can. And through showing our own vulnerability, our emotions, our tears, our agony, we try to reach people and educate people on the victims of the dairy industry in this specific scenario. Another thing that I do often, or used to do more often in the past, is filming inside the slaughterhouse and on the kill floor, which to many of you might sound very strange. As an activist, you wouldn't expect me being there, but I see it as my duty to go to those hidden places and try to, through love-based activism that we keep very dearly within Animal Safe movement, love-based, non-violent animal rights activism, we try to foster good relationships and somehow get ourselves in those hidden spaces to then, record what is actually happening. And again, this is a repetition. The activism insight is that human presence in videos can increase viewer engagement. Therefore, just from experience, we've learned if we just show the slaughtering of an animal, people scroll away, can't be bothered, don't want to see it. However, if there's let's say in my case, a young woman being there, standing there with the victim, it's off-putting and irritating, but certainly interesting for many meat eaters and maybe also vegetarians in that case. And we use that. So again, it's our strategic and effective action taking. And as I said before, we use this as a bridge for people to, if they not themselves just yet feel for animals, don't just yet have those emotions, haven't ever thought about animals this way, they might be kind of catching something from our own emotions and seeing us caring deeply for those animals who are deemed to be food on someone's plate. At today's presentation, I won't be talking about this in length, or rather at all, but I just want to mention that, of course, there is an understandable but also very uninformed criticism of this type of work. I do want to mention it. Maybe some of you will even reach that on feeling of, hey, how dare you? Why do you just film them? I would have saved them instead. Like, how can you just watch them getting killed? Or how can you even be there and let this happen? And in many presentations and speeches, I will talk about this in great length and also with a lot of compassion and understanding for this irritation. And obviously that's a natural thought that might occur. For some of you in the audience who maybe are also animal rights activists, this is an easy response in your head already. And I'm happy to just share with you that it is very hard to get into those situations. We sometimes really risk our own lives by lying to employees, getting ourselves inside, for example, pretending to be students. And sometimes we do get inside through open communication. We tell them who we are, and through love-based activism, I've been so lucky to be on the kill floor filming as an activist, and it was allowed to me. But anyways, what I want to say is in those scenarios, it's impossible to take out a heavy pig or a heavy cow and carry them out of the slaughterhouse when knives are being sharpened around you. So it's animal liberation is not always to be seen that literate. I think that's the term in English, or literal. It can be, sometimes we have to focus on the bigger picture. If I happen to steal an animal inside from the slaughterhouse, first of all, I might get hurt badly, but secondly, I might ruin a relationship with a place that lets me film inside. So to rescue one life versus to continue to show the reality, it would be rather selfish of me to just save one, but then never be allowed back in, and also make it harder for anyone else within the animal rights community to go in and try to help animals in their own way. Okay, again, I want to show you some footage just so you get a little bit of an idea of what it looks like when you bear witness, when you spend time with animals and film them, of course, for the bigger cause, inside a slaughterhouse. So let's just go ahead. Again, no worries, we won't show the killing. This is just before. Here you see me in Indonesia. This is a dairy calf. They had to witness, I think, what was their mom being killed while I was trying to hide the view and put myself in between the actual killing of their companion mother. That's what I assumed. And you see me smile, you see me talk. This is a show that I put on for this animal. I know that they're gonna be killed soon after, and I just want to be there for them and show them calm and love, same as, I don't know, maybe an emergency doctor would, or even a kindergarten teacher or a parent when trying to calm down someone who is already sensing the fear and sensing the reality of what's going on. So please don't misunderstand my smiling ever in those scenarios for a lightheartedness or something. It is a complete show, and I go home in agony. I would like to read this out loud for you. This is something I wrote about this baby in specifically. You can close your eyes if it feels comfortable, or you can also read along as you prefer. After every action, I write down my feelings. I have to, it's the only way keeping me somewhat sane. And I just want to share with you some thoughts that I had afterwards. Your unspeakable suffering and pain, too much to endure for such a young, precious heart. You are so brave and strong. I love you. It soon will be over, I promise. I won't leave. I will stay with you until the end. For a moment, time doesn't seem to exist. The room is only filled with you and me. Nothing but your contagious purity. No darkness can touch our little light that surrounds us. This shining ray is ours for a split second. We breathe together and I feel your pain. I wish I could take it away. I try to smile to be a rock for you, but I'm crying on the inside in agony. I want to fly you to another universe and forever run with you through the fields. Your red blood turning into red flowers, sunshine soothing, healing your body, bees in the air. Your mother wasn't killed before your eyes, and your short life won't be taken next. There is no other universe, just this one life. No time left. Slaughterhouses kill. We need to act today. Shine and give light. Be vegan and get active. The animals need you on their side. This was a caption on a social media post about this baby. Here is a photo of the killing, the actual killing and dying of this calf. It's not graphic as in the sense you don't see the dying part. Obviously, we made a video of the beautiful calf dying and me trying to pet them until they were gone. This is obviously highly, what's the word in English? What's the word? When you cut it, it's highly cut. It's just an idea for you what this line of works looks like, but also what the dairy industry looks like. And maybe it can make your voice even louder. Next time someone orders a normal milk in their coffee, you can tell them what's normal about it and show them, not literally show them, but tell them about any dairy cow that has to go through this sort of pain that we can somewhat try to imagine here. This is one of my dearest animals I've ever met. I met so many, and of course it's not a competition. It also doesn't matter what I feel, but this was one of the most special moments in my life. I was bearing witness to this beautiful cow. Right after the calf was being killed, I still was overflooded with blood from the calf. And I laid next to this beautiful cow which you can't see in this video, but had really bad panic attacks. Their eyes would just like open widely, and the breathing was getting so heavy. And this beautiful cow was with ropes torn down to the ground, couldn't run away. And I was there pretending to be a student, so pretending to not care all too much, which I didn't succeed well enough, I guess. But okay, at least nothing happened, and they let me. My activist colleagues told me, like, Lena, you can't show that much emotion. You can't show how you feel about this cow. You gotta get up now. You gotta leave that cow. We gotta leave now. Okay, one more thing I want to read about this beautiful cow. Again, if you want, close your eyes. Otherwise, leave them open. Read with me, or take a moment to sip of water or something that nourishes you. You haven't left my thoughts for a split second since the night you were, sorry, I can't see. Yeah, since the night you were murdered. All my love is yours. Our faces together, our skin touching. No feeling for time nor place. This memory forever is burnt in my heart. Your breathing was everything. Your eyes looking into mine was all we had. I found you laying down, chained so tight to the ground that you weren't able to move even the slightest. I had just watched a baby being killed right before my eyes and had stayed by his side until he took his last breath. When I went outside to find you, I was already covered in blood, and I thought my heart couldn't break into more pieces. Your moaning and desperation was even worse than what I had just seen. Panic rushed through your body every couple of seconds, and in a state of frightening fear, you would try to flee with all the power left in your body. Your breathing became so intense and heavy, my words couldn't calm you down for long. For a while, you followed my own calm breath when I was trying my best to guide you through this horrible catastrophe. You were so brave, and I'm bowing my head to your incredible strength. There was no escaping, and the knives were being sharpened to slide through your precious body. I can't. Please end animal slaughtering. Let them live. Be vegan. Become active for the animals. And if I would write this now, I would add, don't consume dairy. Don't believe the dairy lie. Okay. Here's just one more picture of this situation. It's burned in my heart forever. So from witnessing this quite particular hell on earth to doing outreach, as painful as these stories are, they are so powerful, and I can share them. We all can share them. We are a collective, and some of us do the videotaping, the others do the research work behind, and the others are the ones who speak up to people and their families and friends and share about dairy and the meat industry. For me, the most important key takeaways from these experiences are that dairy is liquid meat. The dairy industry is the slaughterhouse industry. This is not two different separate industries. It is one industry. Animals need us to share the truth. I don't need to tell you guys. I'm happy to be in this safe space where we all agree that animals need us and need our support, and we owe it to them to tell their stories. Finally, I want to just show you a little bit what we're gonna do at International Calf and Cow Mother's Day action in Vienna, Austria, as well as in other cities around German-speaking countries, in Germany and Austria and so on. So in Vienna particular, we will be at a very lively city square. We have already registered our demonstration. There's loads of sunny cafes and lots of people. It's a very positive, sunny spot where people love to hang out. We will have a little stage where we can tell stories and have short speeches. I'm so honored and so excited, and there's nothing I look forward to more than speaking as a pregnant mother myself in solidarity with animal mothers and babies. In the past, many years ago, I've attended anti-milk protests or Mother's Day events, and I happened to see some pregnant women speaking, or even mothers with babies on their arms, and I always was in such awe, and I always thought, oh my gosh, how beautiful is it to speak up on behalf of animals in this manner, this very loud manner, right? Like without even having to say anything. It's crystal clear. It's the connection between a mother's bond and their baby, and the injustice that is happening in the dairy industry. It is so obvious to anyone, I think, who will listen to whoever pregnant person speaking. I'm just very glad that I can do this time around, and I, not for selfish reasons, but only to represent motherhood and solidarity for animals. We will be having a performance with milking machines. So activists that are read as women will be wearing like these self-made milking machines, as seen here from my beautiful colleagues in Italy. We will have a milk, what is it called? Like a milk, a big milk, what's the word in English? A milk thing, as you can see in the picture, standing there. So it will be very visually pleasing. And I think that we will try to not irritate the people all too much, but invite them in and not have them be like, oh, how dare you? What is this going on? So we might, in our case, not use the blood in the private area that my Italian colleagues chose to use. Also, we will have some live acoustic music with familiar songs that will hopefully invite people to get curious and think like, oh, I love this song, and come listening and see what this is all about, and then woof, be overwhelmed with all the things we are there to show them, as well as some animal rights songs. So we'll have songs that are well known, like Eric Clapton, Tears in Heaven, which fits the theme quite well, but people recognize and love. So we'll try to use that as well. So we'll have a bit of a social event happening. We'll have poetry reading with a parent and their child. We'll have an outreach table with flyers so that we can have outreach and conversations with people. We have a specific dairy flyer that we hand out that very day. And of course, we want to show the reality of the animals. We will have video screens, but also a little exhibition of photos taken from the dairy industry. Because we are standing there on behalf of the animals, we show what it would look like, the exploitation of a mother would look like for a human person. But we want to obviously show the real victims and show the reality of things. So that's really important to us, and therefore we couldn't do this action without the photo exhibition, because we only think it's fair to always focus on the animals. Like, use us, yes, but always focus back on the animals, because that's what in the end of the day is all that matters. We're just trying to find a way of getting to people, of reaching people. Okay, I think this is it. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, because somehow I don't see anyone. I hope you're still there. I want to thank you again. I send you love and light always. Please reach out to me if I can help you in any way, shape, or form. I want to thank everyone in the audience for doing what you can do to make this world a better place, whatever it may be. We are in this together. I'm very honored to be in this beautiful animal rights community, in this climate healing community. And yeah, I'm here for any questions you might have. And yeah, very excited to be here with you. Thank you again. And now I'll stop sharing and hopefully I'll get to see you. Let's see. Oh, you're still here. Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lena, Ella, for your wonderful presentation and powerful presentation. And both to you and to Dana, thank you so much for your incredible work for the animals. It's just mind-blowing what you are doing. And I know that I have been interviewing Dana before, and I know how she's out, in 30 minus degrees, documenting, horse shipping and calves and cows in the middle of the night, even if she has children at home. And I hear about your work, Lena, Ella. It's just amazing, and it's so inspiring. And I just have one question before we see if we have any questions from the audience. Do you feel that your work also is inspiring, like others, even like non-vegans. And it would be nice to just hear a little bit. I know that Dana, usually you bring your children to vigils and to manifestations and everything. It's like super inspiring, and it would just be nice to hear a little bit how you, what reactions you get from others through your wonderful work.
I think for a long time, my children were the only kids at events, but in the last, I'd say, year or 6 months, there have been a few other children coming out, and which is really positive and really encouraging for my kids as well to see other kids participating and joining. And then they kind of have like a little team for themselves as well. And I think that even if people are not vegan, they're still watching us, what we're doing and what's happening, and they're becoming open to things. I know my family often, they are not vegan, my parents and my sister and my brother, but they ask questions about what we're doing and the work we're involved in. And I think that their hearts are opening that way, and broader family and friends who might not be ready to do anything like that right now, but they're definitely watching. People are watching.
Yeah, maybe I can also add that I think through our work with Animal Safe Movement and our overall very compassionate approach, we are not as threatening as one could see us. And so I think we have an ability to just reach people, even if they don't necessarily agree with all the things we do and say, but they can see that we come from a good place. And I think that leading with a very non-judgmental way of also understanding where people come from and not sitting on a high horse, that's not a vegan saying, not sitting high and thinking, oh, how, I'm so special, I'm vegan, I care for animals. I studied sociology. I'm well aware that everything around me made me a compassionate being, and I could be very well a slaughterhouse worker in a different life with different situations, of course. So I think that helps people not feel so threatened by us, and that also helps for them to hopefully make a change. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we have some questions from the audience. Maybe I can have some help to see who can talk, please. Anja, for instance, would you like to talk?
Yeah, hi everyone, and Lena and Lena, I'm in absolute awe of your work. I started crying. I'm from Germany, and I've way back when I was in Germany, I visited 2 slaughterhouses myself, and those impressions have never left me, and they have literally traumatized me for the rest of my life. And so the question I had, Anne actually already asked that question, but I'm just wondering, where do you find the strength to do this kind of work? And especially because you are both so compassionate, such compassionate people, where do you find the strength to continue with your work? And thank you very much.
Thank you, Anja. Maybe I'll just go first, and then next question you go first. If yeah. I think I find strength in realizing that in those very situations, I'm not the victim, and I have this inner strength once I meet an animal, just a suffering being. Same as with someone who is sick, you bring them soup, you try to comfort them, you massage their feet. You are the strong one in that scenario, and that makes you be able to do all the things you need to do to make it a little bit better. I mean, there's only so little we can do, obviously. And I don't want to lie to you, I'm on antidepressants. It could be for personal reasons that are way beyond animal rights activism. It could be highly related to it. I don't know. For me, I'm better on them at the moment. So yeah, I think, to be honest, it can be tough. And it is certainly something that it's a scar that most people won't be able to see, but others in our movement will see and care deeply for those scars and, make them feel better. But yeah, we are wounded beings, but as in any profession, that tries to help others, like nurses and whatnot. I mean, I could name so many, like just try to be a bit selfless and yeah, a good foundation with family and friends, I think is also what it needs.
I would like to add, if I could, just it is for the animals and to center them. And I feel that I'm in a place where I can go out and document and bring their stories to people. And part of it, the strength comes from my children, knowing that I would love to give them a better world. I remember going to the store with my daughter. This was a few years ago. She was really little. And she went into the fish department, and we never go into the meat department, but she went into the fish and she picked up, it was a whole fish on a plastic tray with plastic over it. And she had never seen anything like that. And she said, "Mommy, I wish, what is this? What's happening? I wish this wasn't happening." And I remember saying to her, "Honey, I wish this wasn't happening either. I wish we had a better world to give you." And that's part of it for me, is just we want to have a better world for our kids. The things that are happening, we protect our children from because we know they're not right. So for me, part of the strength also comes from my kids.
Thank you so much. We actually are out of time, so if there are a few more questions, please be quite quick because we have the next session coming.
We'll take two more questions, if that's okay, and we'll take Rebecca and oh, great, thank you.
Manjushri, go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, Lena. Hi, hello, everyone. I'll quickly ask my question. I went to a slaughterhouse recently, and I told my son about it, and he's not vegan. He's 25 years old, and he was very angry with me for telling him about the experience. And he said that what you are doing is you're taking out your personal trauma on me. You're dumping your personal trauma on me. So I apologized to him, and I have tried my best to keep him out of the activism, which I keep doing all the time. But I don't know how to connect with him anymore. I don't feel like connecting with him, actually. So how do I mean, this is a very basic questions which most vegans face, I'm sure.
Dina, do you want to go first?
Sure, I could definitely speak to that. It can be really difficult, and I will share. My husband is amazing, but when we first got together, I was vegan and he was not, and it was hard sometimes. But I remember that we would talk about that, and I wanted him to go vegan when he was ready for his decision. I did not want to be a person that pushed him to go vegan because he was in a relationship with me. I wanted it to come from him. And it actually happened many years later after several things, but my daughter would point to something on the counter and say, "Daddy, are you still drinking cow's milk?" And then because of her sort of persistence, and among other things as well, that was the time that he was ready to become vegan and to talk more about these things. And so I would just, if I could offer anything, I would say to be patient with them and to keep doing what you're doing. But it can be difficult, but I would encourage you just to be patient and to find friends who support you or family that support you as well. Lena?
Yes, I agree. And I also want to thank you for all you do for animals and for trying. And your son is not ready yet, and you will find a way, he will find a way. And again, try to have understanding and empathy for his journey, but also staying strong with your beliefs, and you will lead the way. You will show him what it looks like to care for animals and be a kind, compassionate being. Good luck with that. Always reach out if you need anything.
Thank you so yeah. Thank you so
And
much. Yeah.
just one more question from Rebecca Ann, and then we will
Yeah.
move on to our next guest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very moved, but I will ask the question about pregnant cows. It's my understanding from what I have read, and I wonder if you can reinforce this or tell me I'm wrong, but I believe that about 50% to 70% of the cows in the dairy industry that are killed are pregnant when they're killed. And I wonder if you have any numbers to verify that, or if you have any questions about how I got those numbers.
I personally can't confirm this because I simply don't know. So maybe one of the other ladies knows. I would have to research myself as well. But if in case no one can answer, I'm happy to research and get back to you, and then we'll know for sure. But I would be uncomfortable saying something I'm not sure of. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's one of the things we need to know. I think they try to keep the cows pregnant all the time, and so they won't know when they're about to fall down, so they have to make those decisions. So I would love to hear more from your research and your perspective from what you find out. Anybody? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both of you for coming, and it was just an amazing speech. And thank you for everything you're doing for the animals.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have our next hour will be inviting, hello, Georges and Leah, our special guests who will come here today and talk with us. And hello, Georges, very much welcome.
Hello, thank you, Anne, for having me, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And hello, Leah. So nice to meet you both. And we are so honored to have you here as our special guests. And, you know, this is very special for me. I have met Georges several times for different interviews, and Georges is the owner of the only vegan hospital in the world. And we are very honored to have you here today. And I will do a short interview with you, actually. And then we will hear Leah Wilborn talking. She's working for In Defense of Animals, where she is a campaign specialist for farmed animals. So it's so wonderful to have you both here. And I will start with an interview with you, Georges. And we are very honored also that you are here in the midst of war and very difficult situations in Beirut and Lebanon at the moment. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you. For those who don't know you, Georges, and don't know about your hospital and the work, would you just like to give us a little bit of a background, how you started the Hayek Hospital? I mean, the Hayek Hospital you have had in your family for many, many years, I know, but how it became vegan and how you're working also with advocacy for the animals at the hospital and so on. Would you like to tell us a little bit, please?
Of course. So first of all, I want to go back to when I went vegan. That was back in 2014. And this is when I stumbled into a slaughter video of a cow being slaughtered in an abattoir on my social media account by an annoying vegan extremist, as I used to perceive them before. But thankfully, he opened my eyes and my heart, basically. This is when I went back home and I cuddled my dogs. I have 4 dogs at home, and I felt the hypocrisy of my actions, my daily actions. I had this footage of this cow being slaughtered barbarically in this slaughterhouse while cuddling my dogs, and this is when something hit me, and I felt the urge to dig more into this matter, into this subject. Because as you know, and those industries, animal agriculture industry, they rely on secrecy. They rely on not showing exactly what's happening behind slaughterhouses' walls. Whereas they show you on TV, on billboards, happy cows running on green fields, singing, dancing, happy to be a piece of steak on your plate. whereas the reality is very far from this. So I did my research on this matter. I first turned vegetarian, and then I heard about veganism. I searched more deeply into that. I found out that the dairy industry and the egg industry is even more cruel than the meat industry. And we can go into deep into that. Why is it more cruel than the meat industry, as a matter of fact? So this is when I decided to ditch all animal products, including, of course, dairy and eggs, and I turned vegan. We are fortunate enough, I'm privileged to be in a family that owns a hospital in Beirut, a private hospital founded by my grandfather, Dr. Salim Hayek, back in 1972. And then my father took over, and now it's my turn to continue this journey. So it was only like natural for me. First, I started by opening a modest social media account on the internet called Lebanese Vegans, which today is thriving, and I turned it into an official NGO. It's where I express myself. I prepare myself the post that you can watch on our accounts. I am being true to myself. The way I perceive things, I expose it. I put myself into the victim's position, not into the oppressor's feelings, because if we want to look at it from the oppressor feeling, we might be apologetic in a way or another, and we won't do justice to animals. So yeah, I decided to implement as well my new life, because I was born again, and I wanted to apply this and adopt this new way of thinking into our line of business, which it turned out to be a hospital, as a matter of fact. So I did my research. I wanted to have scientific support to my decision, because I can't just talk emotions at the hospital. I should talk scientific data. And thankfully, the science is in our side. All the studies, major publications and institutions, they have declared and stated very clearly that meat is carcinogenic. The highest classification of carcinogens. When you talk processed meat, it has the #1 classification in the same category of tobacco. And red meat is 2A, so basically 1 and 2 of the highest classifications of carcinogens. So whether it was meat, whether it was dairy, I did my research on that, and the science is very clear. We are not supposed to inject hormones from lactating cow. And not to forget all the damages that dairy does to our health. As my research showed, dairy is responsible directly for breast cancer in women and prostate cancer in men. Eggs is a bombshell of cholesterol. We all know that every cholesterol that comes from the exterior is LDL, is the bad cholesterol. Our body produces the right amount of cholesterol that our body needs. So yeah, it was rather easy for me as a decision, because I had the data in hand, and I was able to forward it to the hospital's board and to our doctors and our staff as well. Of course, it was a difficult journey. It took me around 2 years to transition into fully plant-based. During those 2 years, I made sure to provide everyone with sufficient information on why our hospital is ditching animal products and replacing it with exclusively vegan plant-based food. a lot of training, a lot of conferences, documentary screenings, seminars were held at the hospital, whether for our team or even for the public, because I wanted also to involve the public, the community, so that they would know as well why we took this decision. Of course, not everyone were happy with our decision. Some of them criticized it and so on and so forth. But as I mentioned, since the science is in my side, my only response to people who oppose my decision is that they can submit their complaint to the WHO, to the Cancer Research UK. They are responsible for stating meat as carcinogen and dairy and so on and so forth. So I had the support, and a very big support. This is why I felt I had the strength to proceed with my decision, and this is what happened. Back in March 2021, I took the final decision to remove to both version meal, based meal and plant-based meal. This was during the transition, and of course our dietitian, Ms. Samira Khan, she used to, while conducting her visit, explain to our patient that we do offer both meals during the transition period, of course, but why our patients should choose the plant-based meal over the animal-based meal. After 2 years, and in March 2021, I decided to end this transition period and to move into a fully vegan hospital. We started offering exclusively plant-based meal to our patients. At the cafeteria of the hospital as well, we started offering exclusively vegan food for our visitors, their family, and everyone. So it was a long journey. This year we are celebrating 5 years of the transition of being vegan, and believe me, it's the best decision that I ever took for the hospital. And you know, I didn't just we're not talking only about food, but we're talking also about furniture, about blankets, about as much as possible medication, because as you know, the majority of medication till today, unfortunately, are being tested on animals. So since we're living in a non-vegan world, this is my limitation. So I wanted to try to make the utmost of it. So basically, this is why and how I turned the hospital vegan.
So wonderful. And I also know that you are a very active activist, like we talked about, and you founded Lebanese Vegans. And we have been talking about this before, you and I, that you said sometimes at one point that it's never the right time to talk about animal rights, especially not in the Middle East, where it's always some problems and so on. And that we have seen horrific things going on in the Middle East, and you continue with your activism. Would you like to mention something about that?
Listen, as you mentioned, and you are absolutely correct, it's always hard to talk about something people disagree with, to start with, basically. Eating animals is perceived as being extremely normal. So when you come and try to talk about it, they just like, they don't understand why we are trying to persuade them to stop killing, basically. And what more if we're trying to talk about this particular subject in a war zone? As you know, and as everybody that is listening today from each and every country that is all around the world, even if you are trying to outreach to non-vegans in countries like yours where you don't have war or killing, people will always try to find excuses. And one of the excuses that they find that, you know, people are killing each other, we should like focus on that more than on animals, even if in their country there's no killing. So what about if I'm trying to talk about animals and animal rights in a country where even human rights is not accepted or respected? I really believe that the real victims of this world basically is the animals, not humans, because I talked about this subject before. Humans, I mean, they are the one responsible of all our misery, basically, whether the oppressor or the oppressed person, because both of them will end up oppressing animals. So I am here to defend the animals, the most oppressed species on Earth. I keep politics aside. One day they bump each other, the other day they go and have coffee together and have dinner together. So I'm not into politics. Thankfully, there are a lot of human rights organizations that are trying to talk about this matter, but unfortunately, animal rights activists and organizations are very few compared to human rights, and we don't have the luxury to dilute animals amidst the war that is happening. So of course I got a lot of backlash on what I'm trying to outreach. I mean, I post on a daily basis. Back from 2014 till now, I never stopped posting on a daily basis, and we've been through a lot of wars during those years. I never stopped talking about animals. I always received backlash, and I got criticized on how can I be talking about animals when not far away bombs are hitting the people and everything. So I really believe that I really respect basically human rights activists and organizations. They are doing their job, and they should be there to defend humans, but don't let them step on our feet and try to impose politics or their point of view, or try to silence us or mute us regarding the animals that they are responsible for slaughtering and killing.
Yeah. I know that you also have done an amazing campaign now for dairy cows, and you are turning towards mothers and female women and talk about this issue very much. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, of course. Listen, throughout my activism years, I always try to find a way to reach people, to reach people's hearts more than anything else. Although I do talk about the medical aspect and the environmental aspect, but veganism is about animals, and that's it. So I try to find some humanity in people's hearts. This is why I thought that maybe if we start by talking about dairy and the horrible behaviors and practices that those industries inflict upon animals, maybe we might trigger people into thinking more, into be less apathetic and more have empathy towards those poor animals. Because when we talk about dairy, basically we're talking about mothers and babies. So we all have mothers, and a lot of people do have babies. So maybe if we try to tackle this issue from this perspective, try to tell them that, listen, now that you're a mother, maybe you can relate what's happening in those dairy industries. They do separate babies from their mother. Are you okay with that as a mother? I try to find some empathy in this apathetic world. People are blindfolded. They do accept injustice, basically, and this is very sad. So I try to now, with this campaign that you just mentioned, first of all, to remind everyone, including so-called educated people, that cows are not milking machines, and they do not produce milk just like that. Basically, they're mammals like any other female mammal. They should be pregnant. They should give birth in order for their body to be able to produce milk. So whenever people are drinking milk, they should know that they are drinking fluids that are produced basically for babies. This point, to my biggest surprise, a lot of people do not know this fact. They don't know that cows should be mothers first and utmost in order for them to be able to produce milk. And same goes to the babies. When I talk to people, when I tell them, then listen, do you mind if we take away your mother and just kidnap her and you won't ever see her again? Well, this is exactly what happens in dairy industry. So you do have a mother eventually. So are you okay with that? So I try to tackle the child and the mother, try to find if those people and humanity still has some humanity inside of them, basically.
Yeah, thank you. And soon, in the 2 weeks, we will have the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day coming, May 9 and 10. And I know you will do something at the hospital. Would you like to tell us what you will do?
Yes, of course. So what we will do during those 2 days is that we will be offering free samples of vegan plant-based cheese to our patients and visitors, along with a pamphlet that explains about the horrific practices of dairy industry. And at the same time, we will give them those samples so that they can see that they won't be missing on anything if they ever go vegan, but on separating mothers from their child and forcibly impregnating females and then slaughtering this mother whenever her production declines. And it's true that a lot of cows, dairy cows, end up their journey in slaughterhouses while being pregnant, because the job of a dairy cow, I mean, in those industries, is to always be pregnant so that they would be able to produce milk. So they always impregnate cows, even those who might not be able to give birth due to their fatigue and exhaustion. So those cows, yes, while pregnant, they go to slaughter, and they provide the meat industry with cheap meat, so that all this cheap meat that people are buying, it comes from dairy cows, mothers, not from the beef industry.
Yeah, thank you so much for your amazing work for the animals and for your, I mean, you're such an inspiration, and it's such an honor to have you here today. Thank you so much. And we will now hear from our second guest that we have this hour. And it's Leah Wilborn, and she's a campaign specialist for farmed animals at In Defense for Animals in the US. And she works through, for instance, speeches, and she meets with members of Congress, and she's also hosting a monthly online vegan mentor support group, among many other things. She can introduce herself. Please, Leah, welcome.
Thank you so very much, Anne. George, in deep, deep gratitude and admiration, I need to be professional, but tearing up in your words and all that you are doing, and just, it is such an honor to be here. Climate healers, Dr. Sailesh Rao, Tammy Hay, the incredible activists right before us with the SAVE movement. This is the most powerful activism that I know of these days in the vegan movement. The vegan movement, I'm finding, is becoming a lot less bold in their advocacy. In general, the animal advocacy movement has turned in the last 10 years or so, it seems, more towards being quiet about representing the animals and talking more about the environment and human rights, and that's fine. But veganism is inherently, and this of course is what I'm going to be talking about today, it's about the animals. So yes, my name is Leah Wilborn. I'm the Farmed Animals Campaign Specialist at In Defense of Animals, which is my absolute honor to be their voice. And yeah, so I will just get started. I'm going to be sharing some slides. And I also wanted to say, you know, we always have to think about who is our audience, and this is Vegan Convergence of the People. So I assume that most of the people watching right now are already vegan, but of course, we want to be sharing this with the world, right? So that non-vegans are seeing this. So I'm keeping that in mind with some of the things I will be sharing. There will be a short video towards the end, but there will be a little bit of you know, very brief graphic imagery. So I just wanted to let everyone know that within the belief that it is up to us to witness and to show the truth of what these precious beings are really going through. So I'm going to share my screen right now and I'll get started. All right. Can you all see that?
Yes, thank you. We can.
All right. Speaking up for all mothers and their babies, dairy, the humane scam, and vegan advocacy. So interesting timing. Right before this month, last month, it was International Women's Month, and In Defense of Animals started a brand new initiative that we hope to do every year to utilize International Women's Month to, of course, bring more awareness to the world about what female animals go through in all industries that exploit them. So we had a whole month-long program of resources. We did alerts, we had articles all on the different ways that female animals are exploited and amplifying what they experience and honoring their lives and their motherhood. The Hatching Kindness Project is just something that I wanted to include in one of the articles. It's an incredible educational alternative because so many elementary schools now, like during the spring, teachers actually have live chick hatching programs for children, which is again just you know, viewing animals, teaching children to view animals as products for us, as commodities, as something to laugh at, and then they are just discarded. So this provides beautiful educational animal-free alternatives for children. And then we also had an excellent we had a webinar, very lively, profound discussion with these two women, Ashley Capps, who is one of the speakers this weekend, the founder of Mothers Against Dairy, and Yvette Baker, the founder of Apex Advocacy, all talking about collective liberation and the empowerment of women, but speaking directly to women and mothers, and really, for me, speaking to anyone who has a mother. So you can be any gender, any nationality, any sex. There isn't really anyone on this planet who isn't moved when we're talking about motherhood and their babies. So you can actually, I just wanted to say that you could go to idausa.org/Women's Month and find a lot more resources, and you could find the replay to that discussion. So we also had Dr. Sailesh Rao back in November. It was World Vegan Month. He was my first choice, really. So I was so happy that he was able to come on for climate justice, veganism, and bold change. And we had him for an hour. And I just wanted to put this up on the screen because the fact that this was his theme and what he really announces to the world and in his speech at the United Nations is advocating so boldly and clearly for zero animal exploitation for the entire planet. If you're talking seriously about truly reducing suffering, because we can't just say we're all about reducing suffering while leaving out the source of that suffering, which is our mindset that most humans believe that we just have an inherent right to use animals as we please. So I think that all animal advocates must be advocating for zero animal exploitation, not just treating them better within their systems of exploitation, and educating them about the truth of what really goes on, which is why I'm just so happy to be here as part of Climate Healers. And Sailesh Rao is one of our greatest teachers. So, International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. So happy to be joining in this incredibly powerful initiative. Just yesterday, it went out in our newsletter. I wrote an article promoting this. And May 9th, there's going to be an action in Los Angeles, Hollywood Boulevard, I believe. It's going to be co-hosted by IDA, the Plant-Based Treaty, LA Animal Save, Animal Alliance Network, and others. So idausa.org/farmed animals. If you go to latest news, you will see that article, and also go to calfandcow.org, and you will be finding out more information about all the different events that are happening. You can submit your own event there too. So just so proud to be part of this. So this is just some things that has been really important to me to promote through In Defense of Animals as the Farmed Animals campaign person, representing them, really making sure that veganism is advocated for and promoted, and not just better welfare. So we have a whole campaign page, Evergreen, that's now on there permanently in the farmed animal section of In Defense of Animals, vegan wake-up call with a video. These are resources that I just wanted to let you all know that you know, these are really powerful to share with your non-vegan friends and family. Go to the farmed animals section on In Defense of Animals. And then I also have a Speciesism, the Root of Animal Oppression, all about that, because it is very important, again, like I said, to talk about the source of why animals are suffering in the first place. Speciesism is really the first form of discrimination that us as children are taught. And to start recognizing that, this was World Day for the End of Speciesism, where we joined, it was a coalition of organizations all around the world. That was back in August 29th, I believe. That was in San Francisco, that photo in the middle, just joining with other activists. And just getting across, like that sign was something I had made, no difference. Dogs and cats are revered in Western society, but it is up to us as advocates to, of course, put both of their faces together. A mother cow, a pig, a chicken, a turkey, no different from our dogs and cats in all the ways that matter. And then, of course, exposing humane washing. So that's another page on our website. Another really good resource that I would recommend, just goes through all of the different ways that we are being lied to by animal farming, not just the factory farming industry, but we have to really debunk the small, local, organic family farm myth. So idausa.org/humane washing, you will find that resource there. Now, cage-free is something that has just become really advocated by a lot of animal welfare groups too, because of course, who doesn't want birds to be out of their cages? But what we must get across is that cage-free is not cruelty-free. So whether they're even a backyard chicken, for instance, they're still being viewed as commodities for us to use. But cage-free is just one big cage. It's the same factory farm, but with the cages removed. And the hens are suffering their entire short lives, because even at the very least, on top of all the other ways that they are suffering, is their bodies are bred to grow as fast as possible so that they can be killed as fast as possible. So they're suffering from osteoporosis, bone fractures, and many other things. Now, back in January, this has really been a help to us animal advocates because we can get across. There was a white paper that came out, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, on the failure of cage-free housing systems to reduce overall hen suffering. So these are just some of the ways that hens still suffer that we have to get across to the public about cage-free eggs. They're still confined on average only 1.5 square feet of space per bird, more injuries, broken bones, pecking wounds, more disease spread from the dense flocks of being packed in together thousands at a time, the ammonia buildup, respiratory illness, organ failure, so still pain from that. Beak slicing, another standard practice. The industry calls it beak trimming. Ridiculous, another euphemism. Long-term pain they're suffering. And what is often left out in cage-free campaigns is that all the male babies and their mothers are still sent to the slaughterhouse. So there was also a open letter by 47 and counting now international scholars from animal law, animal ethics, public health, all these different experts. And they all came together and signed this letter reconsidering cage-free, an open letter from concerned scholars. And it has gone out now to some animal protection organizations that really warning them that we are risking further entrenching animal ag and actually helping them by promoting cage-free as something that is good. It is up to us to educate that it is not enough. So, and also it does nothing to mitigate the pandemic threat, the spread of zoonotic disease, of course, the bird flu virus, which is out of control. Now, these video clips, that's from a video and an alert that In Defense of Animals did, but that footage, in huge gratitude to Animal Outlook and also OurHonor.org. Our Honor is a veterinary advocacy organization that tells the truth about what farmed animals are really going through. And we showed a clip from this video. So showing this hen in an experiment that was done to test ventilation shutdown. The animals suffer a prolonged death in agony because the ventilation systems are shut down and they turn up the heat. Farmers use it to kill entire flocks, and it can take hours for panicked victims to die. This is another thing that the public needs to know about. And we have to be careful about constantly referring to animal farming and animal exploitation and using animals for food products as just factory farming, because that nowadays can start to imply that there's a better way to do it. Small local family farms are better, when actually that is not the case, of course. And in some cases, animal ag is using this to their advantage because they say, oh no, we're not a factory farm. No, we're a family farm. And so advocates usually think, though, everyone is against factory farming, so let's just focus on that of what people are already against. It's not doing anything to change, in many cases, to change what's really is going on in people's minds, because they associate cruelty with just factory farms, but they're still thinking that there's a good way to do it. So I suggest that when we talk about it, that we just say all animal farming or animal exploitation using animals for food. And it is up to us animal advocates to get across to the public that the standard practices, again, in all animal farming is legalized cruelty. So going down the list, sexual violation, not just of female animals, actually. This is another thing that most people don't know. Male animals, too, are manually masturbated to collect their semen. Forcible impregnation, babies are taken from their mothers, routine and prolonged extreme confinement of calves as well. Mutilations without painkillers, like burning off their horn buds. People say, why not painkillers? It's because these animals are seen as products and commodities. So painkillers, anesthesia would cost more money. And again, regardless, even if they did use painkillers, these animals do not deserve any of this. Male calves and male chicks and their mothers killed in the dairy and egg industries, bred to grow as fast as possible, which causes them more suffering. They are exposed to extreme weather and no food or water for days, up to weeks in the trucks to the slaughterhouses. Most animals are killed as infants. Most people do not know this. And what most people don't realize is many are still conscious while they are slaughtered, because stunning is just to immobilize them so they can't fight back. It's not to guarantee that they're not conscious. So we did an alert recently going after the humane certified programs, the three biggest ones: certified humane, animal welfare approved, and animal welfare certified, which is Global Animal Partnership, GAP. Those photos are taken in a local Whole Foods grocery store. Again, making people feel better about buying animal products. And that global animal partnership has been exposed multiple times by undercover investigations of the disgusting cruelty that animals endure, regardless of what humane certified label might be on there. So we would love anyone to sign that because it's targeting these industries and these certification programs. Again, you could go to the farmed animals section of In Defense of Animals and look for latest news. This is the dairy industry. This is what people need to see and know. This is what is often left out in animal advocacy in some of the bigger organizations when we're only talking about better welfare. These are the male calves being slaughtered and their mother. The upper right photo, that's another way that dairy cows are exploited. Pardon me, not dairy cows. I'm trying to stop saying that myself. Cows exploited and killed for their milk. That was at State Fair, where they have birthing shows. This is seen as entertainment. They induce the mothers to give birth on schedule so that they will give birth in front of crowds, and people find it fascinating. They bring their children to watch. Then they take the mother from the baby, and then of course when the fair is over, those babies and those mothers are still slaughtered. This is the message. There is no humane way to exploit animals. So veganism is simply the principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. And as a vegan, we reject the exploitation of animals, but we are for animal freedom, animal liberation, empathy, justice, and compassion. And to advocate from the perspective, like George said too, from the victim's perspective, that these are all individuals having a subjective experience of life. They are all families. They have an inherent desire to live and be free and be with their families. And this is how we must advocate for them. So that it's not a diet, it is a justice movement. We are absolutely advocating for a healthy, plant-based, balanced diet for all humans, absolutely, but we must not stop there. We need to, of course, educate people that it's not just about the food system. It's animals used in entertainment, for their wool, for their flesh, for clothing, in experimentation and research and entertainment. That big photo is rodeo violence and torment. We've done many alerts to expose rodeos as well. And again, to make the point that it's all unnecessary, and to get across to everyone that the leading nutrition organizations in the world have stated that a balanced plant-based diet is not only healthy for all stages of life, but can help to prevent the top human diseases. I find that generally starting with that, because that's so often the first argument that people present, well, we have to. It's not only what we've always done, but it's necessary. We need to, and that needs to be debunked right away. And that we must normalize being vegan and what it's about, and that we must tell the truth and show the truth. That photo in the middle, that is actually Dr. Faraz Harsini. He is the founder of Allied Scholars for Animal Protection. We've had him on too, talking about vegan advocacy and how to speak to people. But his organization is all about educating students in universities and colleges and training the next generation of thought leaders. And in all of his talks at universities, he shows 3 minutes of the film Dominion, because he too believes, as I do, that we can't just advocate for veganism and for animals without being sure to get across somehow, and usually that comes across in footage the most. We have to show the truth because it is our duty to the victims. And from the perspective of, if this was happening to you or someone that you care about, how quickly would you want it to end? So on that note, I'm just going to show a brief video. This was part of targeting the humane certified programs. All right. These are some of the beautiful rescued individuals who I've met. I haven't met that lovely fish on the left, but again, we must not forget about all of the trillions of aquatic animals around the world who are also individuals and who also feel pain and suffer. So advocating again for peace and liberation and collective liberation for all, because the human species is under we have a blind spot. We have a mask in front of us that is not allowing us to connect with the most innocent and vulnerable. And isn't it ironic that most farmed animals, that all farmed animals are herbivores? These are the gentlest animals on the planet, and they endure the largest, most widespread, longest running atrocity in all of human history. So it is up to us to tell their stories. And thank you so much for everyone for being here and for all of the incredible work that you do. And lastly, you can stay informed with In Defense of Animals. Go to idausa.org/farmed animals and go to latest news for all of our latest alerts and articles. You go to sign up to get our newsletter, and then /vegan support if you'd like to join our monthly free vegan mentor support group open to pre-vegans, new vegans, long-term vegans, anyone. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leah. Amazing. And thank you for your incredible work. Thank you to both of you. It has been so wonderful hearing you and so inspiring, and it really gives hope and courage. I would like to ask the audience if we have any questions. So we have time for that. I don't see so many here, but maybe you can. Yeah, good if we can. You can raise your hands. I have a question actually to both of you just before that. What would you say is most needed from us vegans today and animal rights activists to really be able to create change? Because, you know, we feel like Dr. Sailesh Rao was talking about as well. I mean, time is running for us, and we have this extreme, horrific injustice going on towards the animals, and our planet is, you know, what is most needed from us today, you would say?
George?
Thank you. First of all, Leah, I would like to thank you for your powerful presentation. It's really, I'm really glad to listen to you because unfortunately, as you mentioned, a lot of animal rights activists are leaning towards welfareism, and this bothers me a lot. So I'm really glad that we're talking on the same page here. And yeah, of course, I truly believe that we should like focus on the injustice that is that we are doing to animals. Um, um, I mean, it's not a requirement to love animals to be vegan. I always say that you might not have any kind of feelings towards animals, but at the same time, you respect their autonomy and you respect not having a sharp knife slicing their throat. The same goes to, I mean, my neighbor. I don't like much my neighbor, but I would not go and hit him. So we should focus on the main thing is that veganism is a justice movement that rejects injustice and barbaric acts, that it's well about time that we evolve upon this primary, instinct and become better humans.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, George, for your kind words. Likewise. Yes, I think in addition to speaking of this as a justice movement and from the victim's perspective and really elevating and educating the public about the truth of what's really happening behind the scenes. I'd like, for instance, I had to go to an event recently. I didn't have to, but I chose to, and it was kind of like a propaganda festival. It was sort of like a bunch of ranchers getting together to advocate for staying in a national park and allowing them to stay in a national park, even though they're desecrating the land and they're using their private dairy industry, you know, to destroy the land. And of course, not to mention what they're doing to the cows and then the wild animals who are being killed. But so much of the public just has no idea about the cruelty that's inflicted on these animals behind the scenes. And so I think that getting the truth out there of the standard practices in all animal farming, not just focusing on the industrialized part of it, and the huge corporate system, which is of course so important. So that's one thing. But also, I think getting across the inherent corruption of animal agribusiness, really, that we are being lied to, but also the skewed subsidy system. And there was a report put out by Stanford that 800 times more public government funding in the United States goes towards animal ag than towards plant-based alternatives. And I think once people start to understand this and realize also about the pandemic threat, that these industries are lying to us and they're getting propped up by our governments, the inherent unfairness of that, I think, is really important, and starting to have more organizations really pressuring Congress and politicians, because until politicians start feeling some pressure to start not being so influenced by the money, like money in politics, we have to expose how in bed politicians are with animal ag. So I think just kind of the inherent unfairness, yes, the violence, but also how human beings are being so affected by this industry and how the planet, so all of it. But most important is just telling the truth about all of it and being a little more willing to let people be uncomfortable. Because as George said too, and I went vegan in 2013, so right around the same time. And like you said, your eyes were opened because of an annoying vegan, right? Well, same here. I wish there'd been more annoying vegans in my day. I would have gone vegan sooner because there's nothing annoying. They're telling the truth. I came across the footage and I found out later it was a PETA video. So if I hadn't seen that PETA video when I did, which was showing me the truth, yes, it made me uncomfortable. Yes, it gave me nightmares. I'd wake up in the middle of the night crying. It changed my life forever, but for the better. And I'm so grateful to those advocates who speak up and tell the truth and show the truth. So yeah.
Thank you. I will let Dr. Sailesh Rao. You had a question, Sailesh.
Yeah, both in defense of animals and George's, what the work you're doing, you're leading in your field. You're literally, I would think that every hospital should be emulating you. Similarly, every animal rights organization should be emulating IDA. And now the question I have for you is, how do we grow you? Have you thought about how do we grow you? How do we make more and more hospitals be vegan? And more and more animal rights organizations to advocate for complete liberation?
Of course. First of all, thank you for your kind words. I truly believe in changing the individual prior to changing any kind of business, because I can speak of myself. I mean, I changed, and I am fortunate to be owning a hospital. It is very difficult to try to convince anyone, whether a hospital owner or a school owner or whatever, to turn his business vegan if he himself is not vegan. So I truly believe in a one-on-one conversation, in the power of changing the individual. We can never know to whom our words are falling, and it might hit them hard, and maybe the next person we're talking to might be owning a franchise of restaurant, might be owning a hospital here and there, because as much as we try to present them with facts and studies and meta-analysis and everything, if they are not willing to accept that what they were doing is wrong and they should change, they will never change their line of business, whether a hospital or not. So my answer for you is change the individual, regardless of whom this person is. We might never know to whom we're talking to, because as I mentioned, it is very hard, even though I take my blueprint, because I prepared a blueprint for other hospitals to follow my footstep. I tried to knock on other hospital doors. The owners are not vegan, so they are automatically rejecting the idea. So first of all, change the individual and businesses would follow. It's my humble opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes. Amen. Amen. I absolutely agree. Hello, Sailesh. Lovely to see you. Thank you for your kind words. And I'll just, in the last minute that we have, this is just me as an individual speaking, but I would like to start talking to other organizations, and Sailesh, maybe we can all be a part of this, but to start a coalition for animal liberation. So have like a central place, maybe start a website, and then start having, I mean, Vegan Convergence of the Peoples is of course doing that now, but to start bringing in all of the organizations who are willing to have veganism right front and center, and not just talking about factory farms, and not being afraid to speak of the truth of what really happens to animals. So bringing in not just other animal protection organizations that speak the truth about and advocate for veganism as the solution to not just animal suffering, but to saving the planet, but other experts who are also vegan in other sectors, like scholars, scientists, doctors, George, I mean, just all these different fields. So finding the vegan animal rights folks in those different sectors and bringing them together in the same way, which was so inspiring to me, those 47 scholars from around the world who put together an open letter reconsidering cage-free eggs, and they sent it to all the big animal protection organizations. So what if we did that? You know, everybody got together and brought experts from all these different fields, as well as us animal advocates, but anyone who is advocating for animal liberation and zero animal exploitation message. Bring all of us together. Let's get a funder, a big funder that's willing to start an entirely new project for that, and have climate healers also right at the top of that advocacy and that initiative. So that's one idea.
Thank you for that idea, Leah.
Thank you so much. Nancy, you also raised your hand, please.
Thank you all so much. This is so inspiring. I just want to address the question of war, and especially for you, Georges. When thinking about it, animal agri-torture, most wars, if not all wars, are about, excuse me, stealing other people's land and resources. And animal agri-torture, that's the word I use, uses more land and resources than all the other industries, including petroleum. 1/3 of all petroleum goes to that industry, and it's connected with the medical, pharmaceutical corporations, which are right below. So when we're talking about militarization and killing and bombing, which just seems so insane that the human species is killing the human species, how crazy is that? But I think might be a good link. It's responsible for starvation. It's responsible for disease and pandemics. It's responsible for the climate crisis. It's responsible for so much, but it's also responsible for war. Thank you.
Yes.
And I have to say, I cry every day listening to Democracy Now! About Lebanon and Syria and Gaza and the West Bank and Sudan. I mean, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your kind words. Of course, the link is there, and you are absolutely correct. We can show them the link between what we do to each other and what we do to animals. We should continue what we're doing, although, I mean, the road is harsh and difficult and very long. We should know that, and we should accept this fact that we are dealing with a mentality that dates years and years. So in order for us to be able to change this mentality, it will take us a lot of effort, of our time, of our energy, our patience, our nerves, because God knows to what extent our nerves are being tested while advocating to animals. But we're focused, and it's good to see people like you, like Leah, like Dr. Rao. I mean, those people are genuine people, and we count on you to spread positivity and humanity. Basically, we need humanity. A lot of humans with no humanity, basically.
Hey, women, amen.
Thank you so much. It has been so wonderful to meet you both, and thank you so much for everything you do. Okay.
Thank you so much, Anne, for hosting that. And George, again, thank you for being here in the middle of a war when every day you kept Anne and I posted whether you were going to be able to show up or not. It's very heartwarming that, you know, it breaks down all the barriers that we can't show up, all the reasons we can't show up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
being
We have the moral responsibility to talk on behalf of those who can't.
Thank you. Thank you.
On a daily basis.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Next, we have the one and only Jane Velez Mitchell with Unchained TV. And Jane is the founder of Unchained TV, and she also does a lot of the editing and content. I think Jane works all night long. Very shortly after she met Sailesh, she did a documentary that she did herself, Countdown to Year Zero. And this was year zero. And so she showed up with her crew in Toronto for our last VCOP, which was in person. And she showed up there. Well, actually, there was one after that on Planet B, but our last in person in Toronto with her crew, and started interviewing. And she did another documentary for Climate Healers. Jane, you're such an honorable being of light. And you know, you're an example of how much energy one person can put forth when the fire is in their heart, and also the power of individuals to use their abilities. So thank you, Jane, for bringing your voice, your powerful voice, your ability to be live in so many different places, and to draw people in and to show content and to share content that matters. Again, thank you, Jane, for being here.
Well, thanks for having me, Tammy. No place I'd rather be. By the way, it's not just me, it's a whole team. Unchained TV is a 501c3 nonprofit news and entertainment network, fast channel, and streaming network for the plant-based lifestyle. You could see that we've got Unchained TV behind me on my Samsung TV. It's on all Samsungs embedded. You just go to the app store within your TV and download it. You can put it right next to Netflix and Amazon Prime. It's also on all phones. You can easily download the Unchained TV app for free, which I urge everybody watching to do, because if you like the documentary, it's a mini doc, 25 minutes, that I'm about to show you about the last V-COP in Toronto. You can start texting it to your friends, just like I texted it to my relatives this morning, saying, hey, you with kids, you care about the future, you care about your kids, watch this if you care about your kids. So you can do that. That's the great thing about the Unchained TV app, which you can download on any iPhone or any Android phone for free. Just go to Google Play or to your app store. I urge everybody, if you do nothing else today, go and download Unchained TV. It takes 30 seconds. It's totally free. And then you can text any one of our 2,000 videos and counting to anybody. Somebody says, I could never give up cheese. There's 100 vegan cheese videos and recipes and everything else. So this was a short doc that we did about the Toronto Convergence. Apologies to anybody who was there on Zoom. We tried to incorporate some of the Zoom footage. We just couldn't. So without further ado, I'm going to play it and we can talk about it on the other side. I'm going to share my screen right now. I urge somebody to text me, make sure the sound is good and it's viewable, and we're going to get started. Okay, here we go. I'm going to make this screen 100%, and I'm going to hit play. Oh, hold on. I got to undo 1 second. I've just got to undo where it says no audio. For some reason, that's always there automatically. I'd like to have that changed. So note to self to talk to them in the morning about that. Okay, here we go.
We need to act like our house is on fire, because it is.
Palisades fire was just one fire. So imagine having like hundreds of these fires around the world simultaneously. That's the kind of disaster that we are hurtling towards by doing what we are doing. Because we haven't yet experienced a collapse of ecosystems at this level before, we don't know how to see it, how to predict it. It's that difficult to model. So all I can say is it's not looking good.
And what's so frustrating is none of it has to happen.
It is preventable. It's preventable by just shutting down the killing machine. What we are doing to animals, on the animal kingdom, we are dropping 100,000 Hiroshima bombs a week. One every 6 seconds. That's how you get to kill 1 trillion animals a year. That's what we are doing. And that killing machine is the leading cause of all of these planetary boundary transgressions. So all the problems that Earth has, you could immediately reverse it if you shut down the killing machine.
So this is urgent, this is pressing. Our future generations, the ones who didn't even cause this, are going to be dealing with the repercussions. So go vegan.
Cue the climate healers, converging on Canada to convince the world there is a solution, and it's right on your plate. Arriving in Toronto, it felt like we were on a Mission Impossible episode. A small group of vegans trying to solve the world's biggest problems. But first, we had to solve the problem of finding our way through Toronto's subway system. It's a great idea to take public transportation, except we're lost. Your headdresses look so much like fur that surprise! Faux, faux, faux. Let's go. It didn't take us long to have an encounter that epitomized our challenge. A charming subway rider was graciously helping us find our way. So we asked him the big question. Are you willing to go vegan?
No chance.
Why?
I have a lot of vices, but needs one of them.
But that's a pretty big one. Well, I mean, why would you say no chance? Why not consider it?
I have friends who, their wives are vegan.
Yeah.
I just like nothing to eat.
We eat all the time. We have great food. No, you can make anything. You can make anything.
We have fake Canadian Thanksgiving, and like my friend's wife didn't come because there's nothing to eat for her.
Well, we can bring anything. I've been enjoying Thanksgiving.
One vegan. I said, okay, I'm gonna have some spinach or some kale or some.
Well, you can make it taste really good. You don't have to have a carcass to taste good. That's just an example of what we're up against, where people are just vehemently, adamantly saying that there is no way. It's not like, well, I'd consider it. So it's a tall order. How do we get folks like that, in other words, like lovely gentlemen, to say, yeah, I will choose a nonviolent diet? That we have to reframe the conversation. Is he aware that animal agriculture is a big devastation to the planet? Probably not, because the media doesn't talk about it. Why doesn't the media talk about it? Look at the TV commercials. It's fast food and pharmaceuticals. So the media's been co-opted, the government's been co-opted, people aren't getting the information, so of course they make conclusions based on faulty information. That's what we're up against.
People that we're talking to right now believe that there's no cruelty because it's not being shown to them, so they're just reading the labels and they're like, no, I buy my eggs from a humane. It says cage-free. It says, but then we just saw a video of the antithesis of that. I feel like it might be the trial of the year, where a young student, a Berkeley graduate, went into a slaughterhouse and she pulled a drawer out with, mini chickens in there, and she rescued them. And the jury was not allowed to see the footage.
The footage showing the real conditions for animals trapped in industrialized agriculture, in factory farms. It's not being shown, not to jurors and not to consumers. And that's one big reason why people think it's absolutely okay to eat animals. It's a massive societal disconnect, a collective agreement to ignore an extremely harsh reality. Activists like Sarah condemn industrialized animal agriculture for institutional cruelty. But what does that have to do with climate change? Well, let's start with the cows.
We have used 37% of the land just to graze animals. So there used to be forests there, we chop them down and we are planting grass. And every year we go and chop anything that the cows did not eat and burn it. That's called pasture maintenance fire. So that prevents the forest from coming back. So this is why raising animals for food is the leading cause of every known environmental ill on the planet. Because those trees, if you allow them to come back, they would suck up the excess carbon in the atmosphere and they would reverse climate change. Every time we eat an animal food meal, you are saying, I do not want the forest to come back. And therefore, I prefer the warming that's happening instead of reversing climate change.
It was Dr. Sailesh Rao who invited this core group of climate healers to converge here in Canada at a climate mission control to work on a new system for a sustainable planet. As a famed internet systems analyst and engineer, Dr. Rao knows how to create new systems.
When I started working on the internet, it was all analog communications. And I suggested that we transfer it to digital signal processing and increase the speed tenfold. And they all thought I was crazy. But within a couple of years, they realized I was serious and that it's actually going to work. And we got the chips out in 2003 and the internet just took off because it made it robust and much higher speed.
Do you see a commonality with your revolutionary work on the internet, where at first nobody took you seriously with your proposal, and what you're doing now with trying to create a plant-based world?
Absolutely. I see very similar things happening now. So to me, plant-based world is just a step up that's going to increase and create abundance on the planet. People don't believe it. I'm saying, yes, exactly like what happened in the digital world, right? When we went from analog to digital, we increased the speed tenfold and yet made it robust. Same thing is going to happen here because there is so much waste in systems today that when we create a plant-based world and create systems that are optimized, we will discover that we are living in a world of abundance and joy. And we would say, why didn't we do this before?
Dr. Rao calls that new and improved plant-based world Planet B.
So we are going to decide together to create a proclamation on Planet B. And we are going to do that by putting our thoughts on what we expect to see on Planet B. What do we want to see on Planet B? And write it down and paste it over there so that we can all see what everyone else is thinking. And we will then collate that and put it through the AI program to create a proclamation.
These climate healers know they're in a David and Goliath battle because the powers that be are obsessed with constant economic growth and the wealth that brings. But Dr. Rao warns they're in for a rude shock, a calamity that could be on the scale of the Great Depression.
So we are assuming that we are living on an infinite planet. So we are trying to grow the economy even though it is already bigger than what the planet can support. You know, it sounds like ecological collapse is just some minor event happening somewhere and we'll be just still continuing our way of life when ecological collapse happens. No, the economy is embedded inside the ecology. It's not the other way around. Ecology is not outside the economy. Economy is inside our ecology. If ecological collapse happens, economy is going to collapse as well. So right now we have created systems in which we are in charge of the earth and we can do what we want. The earth is here for us to use. And the earth has not told us, no, we are not here for you to use. I am the boss. So everything has to happen within the constraints of the earth's systems. Because I'm a systems engineer by profession. So I've been working on creating a system in which we lead our ordinary lives and the planet thrives. Right now we lead our ordinary lives and the planet dies.
We are really either at the point of no return or approaching the point of no return. We really need to do this immediately. We need to switch to a plant-based lifestyle globally.
The Secretary General of the UN just said that we missed the 1.5 degree target. So that's the target Celsius, 1.5 degrees Celsius for the whole world for global warming in order to prevent catastrophic climate change. And I know that our food systems alone can push us past 2 degrees Celsius. So this is, the time, like we are past time, we are out of time to fight this.
What we really need here are some young minds who are working in the cities, New York, London.
How much do you think this is a matter of just asking people politely to change versus disrupting people's day and possibly forcing them to have to change?
Oh, I think it's about building a new model that's so attractive that people will say, what am I doing here? That's the way we envision it happening. It's not about going and saying you are bad and you have to change and so on. Yeah. It's a different model.
There was debate about tactics and how to word the proclamation being created by group conscience. With some warning, it would be counterproductive to openly slam capitalism.
You make it about that it becomes really political and it becomes divisive.
We can easily replace that. We can say we replace the growth at all cost economic model.
Yes, there you go. These climate healers even sparred a little bit over exactly how to categorize the current societal dysfunction they're trying to fix. This isn't really capitalism. This is corporate socialism, because these companies would have to charge so much more. The average hamburger would be like something like $30 if us taxpayers weren't forced to subsidize it. And everyone is aware the clock is ticking.
A lot of prominent environmentalists are literally using 4-letter words, and they're yelling at leaders saying, "Don't you hear us?" And yet, people are just carrying on as if nothing is happening. It's the don't look up type mentality. Right? But this time, it's not about looking up. It is happening around you. It is preventable. It's preventable by just shutting down the killing machine.
So why isn't the UN, with its famous COP climate conferences, talking about the dangers of emissions from animal agriculture? The scientists behind this new research paper on greenhouse gas emissions, who served for years as a scientist with Australia's Queensland government, says emissions from deforestation to create cattle grazing lands are intentionally underreported through deceptive accounting.
The people doing the deforestation, like the industries driving the grass-fed industry, basically, they were being gifted offsets of their emissions to the order of a discount of 2/3 of their emissions. Now, it turns out that that's the way we count it. We count fossil fuels fully, and we count deforestation only 1/3 or so of the emission.
How many more animals have to die? How much more does the planet have to suffer?
But we're a small group of people in this room. How the hell are we going to do that? I mean, come on. Meat eating is going up. It seems like there's a war on veganism, and this small group of people, they say, never underestimate the ability of a small group of people to change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has, but it's a lot of pressure on you, Jenny Logan.
I'm feeling it, girl. I'm feeling it. But you know what? We gotta try. And the only people that ever made history are the ones who were crazy enough to believe that they could.
And transitioning away from animal agriculture would solve a host of problems beyond climate change. It would also end human world hunger.
We are extracting 6 times as much food as we need from the planet, and yet 800 million people are going hungry, and those who have access to plenty of food are eating all the wrong foods and getting sick, obese, and overweight. So it's a food system that is not optimized to make sure that every human being gets access to healthy food. It's a food system that has been optimized to make sure that the richest people get the most exotic foods at any given time. That's what it's optimized for. If you were to ask me, can you create a food system with all these resources that would meet everyone's nutritional needs? Of course you can, because you're extracting 6 times as much food as you need from the planet. It's not distributed properly, it's not optimized properly.
It seems like an insurmountable problem to get, 8.3 billion humans to stop gobbling down burgers and milkshakes? But when you look at it another way,
And we're not fighting people's true nature, we're fighting their habits. So I think that's a winnable battle, because at their core, people do like animals. I think that they do want to be kind. They think of themselves typically as good-hearted people. It's just they're living in this normalized world where they're kind of blind to the cruelty that happens in animal agriculture. So we're not fighting that nature and that desire for people to be good. We're just fighting tradition and culture, which can be changed.
if you look at it from the perspective of right now, only 12% of the food that humans across the globe consume is meat, it doesn't sound like such an insurmountable problem, because it's just taking that 12% and reducing it to 0. And that makes it a lot easier to make it feel achievable.
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's only 12% of the food comes from land animals, 3% comes from the ocean. So it's total 15% you need to remove and replace with plant-based products. Because our bread comes from plants, our grains come from plants, nuts come, seeds, fruits, vegetables, they all come from plants. And even those who eat meat are eating a lot of those things too. So this is why only 15% of the food comes from animal sources at the moment.
That makes it sound a lot more doable, doesn't it, people? Just 15% of the food, and then we can have a plant-based world and save the planet.
Some would argue the meat percentage is higher than that, and point out societies around the globe are overwhelmingly meat-eating. But the point still holds. It's changing one bad habit, and that's the mission of this convergence. And this is mission control.
We're basically saying we have the answer to what's killing the planet. And this small, tiny group of people has got to figure out a way to let the world know, hey, we have the fix. Listen to us. As the founder of the SAVE movement and plant-based treaty, how the hell are we going to do this?
Need to switch to a plant-based food system so that we can live within our planetary boundaries and reforest and rewild the earth.
How are we going to get people aren't listening to us?
The way we do it is through public pressures and forming groups. So Plant-Based Treaty has 200 teams around the world, and we're growing really fast. We're in the 49 countries. And what we do is we get endorsements from individuals, groups, businesses, and cities.
Culver City is the 58th city globally to endorse Plant-Based Treaty. Plant-Based Treaty!
And our aim is to get 1,000 cities by 2030 and 20 countries so that we can begin negotiations on a global plant-based treaty.
What would a global plant-based treaty look like?
The first phase is redirect policies such as taxes, subsidies, govern the regulations. And then the second phase is relinquish. Don't make the problem worse. No new deforestation for expanded animal agriculture. No new slaughterhouses. No new animal farms. And then the third R is restore.
Reforest the earth and rewild. So those are 3 large phases. It's like a pyramid structure.
It's got to happen, and we're going to make it happen.
So we take more from the earth for animal agriculture than for every other activity combined. And this is why, if you shut it down, you can reverse almost everything. You can reverse climate change, you can reverse biodiversity loss, you can reverse ecosystems collapse. So it's that one single key to addressing all of our problems.
Sporting name tags, Convergence members were thrilled to have the opportunity to let their imaginations run wild and envision what a vegan world would look like to them. What Dr. Rao calls a Planet B. As Planet B emerges, different people are going to really envision it in a completely different fashion.
My Planet B has individuals, companies, corporations, and governments around the world committed to a holistic, healing, whole food, plant-based food system through the lens of compassion, care for one another and all animals, and restoring our lands, forests, oceans, lakes and rivers, and ecosystem.
My vision for Planet B is a world where every sentient being is seen as an irreplaceable individual who deserves our respect, compassion. Chickens, cows, pigs, fishes, insects.
Good health, good compassionate value system, and no shortage of anything.
What I am excited about seeing on Planet B is reforesting Mother Earth, growing more trees day by day, living in harmony with all beings.
I would like to see all zoos shut down, or at the very least turned into animal sanctuaries. I would like to see the end of any hunting. I would like to see the end of any roundups of wild horses.
And I think our education should really be about how to think rather than what to think, because there are so many ways in which we are conditioned, corporations and media. We need to break free from that, to be able to think freely about what is that ideal for planet B.
No animal exploitation, dismantling oppressive systems of capitalism, colonialism, neoliberalism, and all the isms.
And one of my other favorite things is the new currency ideas, like a Ahimsa coin, where you are paid for your contributions to the planet and to restoring the planet and the ecosystems, and abundance just creates itself by how much you serve. These ideas excite me, and I'm excited about Planet.
What I see on Planet B is the government, if there still is a government, is not going to give any subsidies to anything that damages the planet. Right now, animal agriculture is kept alive by government subsidies. That will be bye-bye. That'll be over.
It's really important to teach children that even that ant values her life.
When we're on Planet B, guess what? We're going to be only having plant-based foods. That's what's going to happen. It's coming soon. Stay tuned.
This is all I've been working on, system transformation, because you have to transform to a system that allows us to stay within the bounds of the planet.
Dr. Rao believes these ideas can form the basis for a realistic, non-violent new world order. Hence the Planet B proclamation, signed by all the participants, establishing veganism as Planet B's moral baseline.
Animal liberation now! Animal liberation now!
And banning the killing or exploitation of animals for food, fashion, or entertainment, thereby completely abolishing animal agriculture. Fantasy? Dr. Rao says it has to happen if we're to survive.
So there are 100 million vegans right now, at least. Okay? More likely 200 million vegans in the world today. And so we are the nucleus, the foundation of Planet B, the foundation of a new system that's going to be sustainable. There is no other way to get there. So this is why, no matter how much they suppress it, it is going to happen.
The elimination of animal agriculture will allow for the rewilding of cattle grazing lands to create new forests that will absorb carbon and reverse climate change. The proclamation calls for replacing systems of extraction, domination, and exploitation with spiritual awakening, holistic health, and a new economic order where companies give back to nature as opposed to taking, creating a zero-waste system that lives within the Earth's limitations.
And this is the world that we want to build.
After the signing, it was time to party at Toronto's International Vegan Film Festival.
I was one of the judges for the film festival, so I'm grateful to be here.
Here. And spreading the word via films and other media is a huge part of the Planet B strategy.
I'm always trying to open people's minds when they seem to, oh, don't tell me. Don't say that. Oh, I don't want to hear.
While mainstream media, governments, and corporations are trying to suppress the rise of a vegan world, Dr. Rao says that's like trying to quiet a volcano.
Meat and dairy industry has been suppressing it. To me, that is like putting a volcano in a bottle. At some point, the entire thing is going to blow up in their faces. So I'm confident it's going to happen because we're not the dumbest species on the planet.
Or are we? You decide. All righty. There we go. Stop the share. Yeah, so now I'm happy. I think we have a few minutes, about 20 minutes to answer questions and just get an idea of, what everybody thinks, how we move forward from here. And also, please, I'm urging everybody, download the Unchained TV app on your phone and on your TVs. If you don't have a Samsung or LG where it's embedded, you can also get an Amazon Fire Stick, a Roku device, or an Apple TV device, and you can get it on to your TV that way. And of course, you can always watch at unchainedtv.org or unchained.tv.
Thank you so much, Jane. That was so incredible, just really bringing forward that there are groups all around the world working towards the liberation of humans and the earth and animals. Thank you. Daniel, you had a question?
Yeah, so I signed that proclamation, but I can't say I've really read it in detail, to say the least, but I would like to. So how do I find that proclamation we signed?
Oh, that's a really good question, Dr. Rao.
Sorry, it's on my to-do list to put it on the website. I'm going to do that. Thank you for reminding me, Daniel.
Okay.
If anyone else has a question or a comment, you can raise your hand and we will see you in the chat.
Now, Rebecca's up there.
All right. I just wanted to clarify this movie. I thought it was brilliant. And is it on the Unchained site, Unchained TV site?
Right there. See, there it is. I can play it right now.
That's wonderful. I want to show my friends. I want everybody to see it. The other
there it is.
fire.
Right there.
I
Yeah.
think you balanced great the trouble that we're heading into and the solution for it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. We want to spread it around. You might know pretty much everything that was said on there, but the average person doesn't. The average person, as Susan Hargrave said, doesn't want to know. I just did a meeting yesterday with this company, and I'd even love to discuss it with you, Dr. Rao, at some point. They analyzed films, everything from a treatment to a script to a film to a documentary, and they tell you whether it's going to be acceptable to the general public. Unfortunately, it costs $350 a month, and that's with the nonprofit discount. But I think it would be good to look at that, because what we're doing resonates with ourselves, but we already agree. I mean, I'm going to 2 events this weekend with 2 new films. Probably everybody in the audience is already vegan. How do we get the non-vegans to look at this content? That is a big challenge. That's with Unchained TV. Obviously, not everybody watching is vegan, because we had, across all platforms, we had 50 million views. That's including social media and collaborations. But in 2025, we had 50 million views. In 2024, we only had 20 million views. So we more than doubled. So obviously, those aren't all vegans. And I'll just pause this because it's a little distracting. But the point is that we are getting out to the mainstream, but certainly we want other people to get out to the mainstream as well. And we want to hit more people. So I will invite everybody to go to unchainedtv.com/donate and become a monthly donor. Even if it's $5 a month, we need to show, I'll be honest, our major donors that we have the support of minor donors. So anybody who can join the Unchained TV team at $5 a month, or you could do more, $10 a month. I know Dr. Rao's a monthly donor, and he was also co-executive producer of that film, and he donated. The whole film cost $7,000 to make. And I'll give a shout out to Eric Crown and his partner, Sierra Williams. They did a great job. They worked for very little. They're also vegan environmentalists. And so, every penny that we get, I don't take a salary. We're mostly volunteer run, goes directly to putting out content. And again, it's very important for us. Our donors do ask, well, how many monthly donors do you have? Well, I've got about 70. Some people have 500 monthly donors. So if you feel inspired to do that, I would urge you to do that as well, because we do need to show that we have that base of support. I think we have Sai next.
Hi.
Hi.
So talking of going to mainstream, recently one of your movie was nominated for the Webby Awards, right? But unfortunately, it went to the other guys. So what do you feel about it? And are you looking to get your other films nominated in other awards? And how? Just want to ask about that.
Yeah, a lot of our original programming has won awards. We've won several taste awards for, I'll show you, Gee, well, let me stop the share now and just show you very briefly. We'll go to watch.unchainedtv.com, or you can just, here we go. Just, I'll show you the website. I mean, it's probably good to show you anyway for those who don't. This is the online version of the streaming network, so you could see it here. And of course, there's Climate Healers. We also just finished doing 17 hours of live coverage of the Ridgeland dogs attempted rescue that failed. So you can watch any of those. There's 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 4 hours, and 9 hours. So we do a lot of live coverage. We were the only news organization covering the entire thing live from beginning to end. And yeah, we have a bunch of award-winning films and cooking shows. New Day, New Chef, our award-winning cooking series. We just finished another episode. We have almost 50 episodes now, and a lot of it goes on PBS. And we just finished one with the Danish star Nina Bergman. She co-hosted with us. It's really good. So that's won a Taste Award. And then, as you mentioned, I'll go back up to the top and just scooch over here and show, where is it? Oh yeah, we were on TMZ just the other day talking about our nomination, which was, it's hard to break through to mainstream, but we did. We were on TMZ. And yeah, Green Goddesses was nominated for a Webby and a Telly. We didn't win, but you know what? We got a lot of attention for being nominated, and as they say, it's an honor to be nominated. So we're doing a lot. We just did an entire series, which is not even done, on the golden age of plant-based food, looking at the history of the vegan movement in the United States. I could go on all day. We have thousands of videos, so I'll stop now. But yes, thank you. Debbie. Oh, you're muted, dear. You're muted.
Did it work this time?
Yes.
Great job. Happy to hear that about PBS, because they seem to be the most muzzled of all the major networks in terms of talking about the depredations of animal agriculture. They do stuff like keeping the family dairy farm going in the new generation. What, huh? It's very interesting because some of the local smaller stations will take bolder steps. But I was thinking about, because this is such a wonderful library of films, remember Navalny, before Putin murdered him, they did the documentary where he and a journalist traced backwards the people, the poisoning plot. It would be so cool if somebody could find a way to do a conspiracy type film, because people love that stuff, about the squelching of this information from animal ag, and for example, Jim Frieden, my husband, talked to Jane Fonda about plant-based diets and environmentalism, and she said, "Oh, I know all about that. It's nothing compared to fossil fuels." What? Huh?
Well, let me say this about, first of all, I appreciate you so much, Debbie, and you had a good role in the film there. You saw yourself. We both got lost together on the subway. But number one, with all due respect, and I love you, everybody's an assignment editor. I get calls like every day. Well, do this, do that, do this. I'm like, right. Okay, you're nominated to go out and do it. Your husband, right. Jim, is an attorney, and everybody go out and do these things. Go out and do these things. And I know Anant Joshi, I don't know if he's still on, but he's Plant CEO. He has taken it upon himself to be our London correspondent. He just did a great job. Anant, are you on? Are you still on? I hope so. Anyway, he did a great job with a film that he just did on his own about vegan campout. And we have it playing on Unchained TV. It's so good, I decided I'm going to vegan campout next year.
Right.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, there
you
you are, Anant. Yes, right. I think you're a great example of somebody who just took the initiative. You reached out to me. You do podcasts. You just sent me a podcast, and you came to the United States and interviewed Red Foo and did a whole documentary on him, which is great. You've done the Vegan Campout. You have your Plant CEO podcast. I mean, just a one-person media machine. Maybe you'd like to share how you got started so that some of the other folks would jump in.
Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, and I just shout out to Dr. Sailesh Rao. Just released the episode interview with him on the back of Earth Day, so which was I was waiting for releasing it. But yeah, I kind of got into it because my background is actually in marketing. So you said, if you're a lawyer, do something that might help you if you help the movement on that. But I kind of use my background in marketing to basically elevate the story to, just hear people's stories. Like I think Plant CEO was basically interviewing leaders who are plant-based and running plant-based companies. And then I started interviewing like VC firms who would fund them. And I did a lot around film directors and then celebrities, and it's just grown from that. So it's on Unchained TV. And as Jane mentioned, I'm looking after the London bureau here. So if there's stuff going on, I try and get out there and film some stuff. So yeah, so just take ownership, I think is the point, right, Jane?
Absolutely. Like I don't own Unchained TV. It's a 501c3 nonprofit. In fact, I've never felt older than when I was doing a pitch and a donor said, "What's your succession plan?" I was like, oy vey. That makes me feel quite ancient. But then I realized when I did a little research that is something that all 501c3s should have. And it's part of getting a better accreditation on the charity navigator type things. So I didn't take it quite so personally. And I'm putting that together. It basically means if somebody leaves, somebody else can take over the operation, and this is like a news organization. Like I say, it's not me, it's a team. We have Heather Dahman, who's our amazing app manager. We've got Daniel Moreno editing behind me on the Ridgeland dogs. We're doing an instant doc on what happened with the tear gassing and rubber bullets inflicted on the attempted rescuers this past Saturday. So we're putting out an instant doc on that. We have our social media director, Michelle Celestino. We're very, very lean. And I always say that couch over there is Unchained TV World Headquarters. But, we are running an actual network. So anybody who wants to get involved, we'll find a way for you to contribute for sure.
Okay, and we can start going through all of them and put some of them on Teach with Movies, because that's our expertise, is using films in education. We'll try and move some of them out that way.
Excellent. Excellent. Yes, we don't want the exclusive. We want to put this everywhere. Like everybody's so obsessed with exclusives. I try to explain, we can't give this content away. We cannot give this content away. People do not want to know. I mean, I would like to know who in my family watched that documentary. My sister, God bless her, she's 92 and she came 91. She came to the documentary in person when we just premiered it at LA Climate Week. But I'd like to see who else people don't want to know. That's the big hurdle. And I think there has to be scientific studies about, people want to know, well, how do you change people? And I think it's like, what people? People are different. And it's a big problem, because have you ever had anybody that that you've been in a personal relationship with, or a family member, or just a close friend who has a problem? You know how hard it is to change that one person? And sometimes I've been the person with a problem, because I'm 31 years sober. So I was a person with a problem at one point. But it's very hard. If people don't want to change, it's hard to change them. So that's the big, and the other thing, listening to books, because I walk my dogs and I listen to a lot of books while I'm walking my dogs. I can't say I read a lot of books anymore. I read articles online, but I listened to this book about, why people really change. And the theories that celebrities make them change, this book contends is false. They did an analysis where they tried to get one group of homes to go solar, and they approached them with various reasons, like less expensive. Then they had 3 or 4 things, but they found that what really got the people was when their neighbors got solar panels. As soon as enough of their neighbors had solar panels, they wanted the solar panels. And then they would lie about why they chose. They'd say, well, I chose it because it's cheaper. But the real reason was, and they documented this scientifically, it was because keeping up with the Joneses. They saw their neighbors had it and they wanted one too. That's why every car in my neighborhood is a Tesla, except mine. I have a Prius, and I'm in that Prius club with Dr. Rao. But everybody wanted to be in that club at that time. Now a lot of people don't want to be in that club. But the point is, so now they have stickers on their Teslas. I bought it before I knew it. But the point is that that's why people change. That's why I think it's very important. It's like he describes it in this book as a web that keeps growing. And then you have this web over here that wants solar, and then this web over here, and then they connect, and then all of a sudden you have a cultural shift. I know there's been a million books written about this, like The Tipping Point, and a lot of them argue amongst themselves about what it is. I'm no expert, but I do feel like we have to get a lot more strategic in our movement. Good intentions are not necessarily the entire answer. So Toby, you had something you wanted to say.
Well, actually, there's two people ahead of him.
Sorry.
Brahm and Sailesh are on screen, and then Toby.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jane, for all the work you are doing. I have actually a question for you. I suggest you make a movie in the Netherlands.
Here we go again.
Go ahead. In the Netherlands, we have something very special is happening there. It's a vegan movement. There was a study done there that if all the people in the Netherlands would become vegan, what would happen? And it was by an architect and several people from Leiden University, from a Sustainability Institute. And with all the items they looked at, about 8 things, everything improved dramatically, both for the farmers, both for the economy, for the landscapes, for the green lands, for the animals, of course, and for the health of all the people. So I suggest you make a movie of them, how they did that work, because it's one of the first ones, I think. It's very, very important to...
I think you're absolutely right. I do feel like what you're saying, if I can interpret, if we establish a test case for a vegan world. So
Yes.
Dr. Rao has created a template, a theory, systems, I don't know what you'd call it. Now we have to have a case study of like a small group. Maybe it's an entire country, but maybe it's like a small group that creates a community. Like, didn't they have one of those they had some kind of community. Of course, you don't want to have a cult where everybody ends up drinking Kool-Aid and dying, but a small community where people are living that way to do like proof of concept. I think that could be good as long as it doesn't go south.
Yes.
I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, thank you, Jane. I really think that you are documenting history here. You really are. No one else covered the Ridgeland trials, Ridgeland rescue effort, which means in future, people are going to be looking at your document, your video, to really understand what happened, not anyone else's. Okay, so it may not be popular now, but it is going to be the one that everyone refers to in the future. So thank you so much for everything you do. I really think that this is the future. You are leading us towards the future, showing it, illuminating it. Yeah.
Well, right back at you, Dr. Rao. I always say my 2 heroes are Dr. Rao. I mean, I have many, but my 2 key people, Dr. Rao and Anita Krines. I look at those 2 people, and every time they come here and stay at my house, I always feel like, oh my God, I'm watching BritBox and eating, Twizzlers, and they're like down there meditating and eating like apples. And I always, it's always so funny. But in any case, the 2 of you are amazing leaders. And I do think plant-based treaty is a big part of the strategy. They are getting city after city after city after city, and they're creating that web. So I think everybody needs to join the plant-based treaty. In fact, I would say that Unchained TV is very much like I'm on the board of the Save movement. Unchained TV works very closely with the plant-based treaty. I think we're part, I mean, I'm not trying to be presumptuous, but I feel like climate healers, plant-based treaty, Unchained TV, and other groups like Animal Alliance Network, In Defense of Animals, we are part of a web. And I would urge all animal rights and vegan groups, there's been a lot of talk about infighting, to quiet that down and to, we're going to the AVA Summit, Animal Vegan Advocacy Summit in Toronto. That's a great opportunity for all of us to get together and form, allegiances. And I've always prayed that we all come out of the AVA Summit with one statement about something, because the meat industry gets together, even though that they're competitors, and they make a deal, and then they all get on the same page. That's why they've waged a war on veganism since 2019, and they're being successful at this moment. So we've got to align too. We've got to join together. Thank you. I think is it Dolly?
Toby is next.
Who's up next?
Toby is next, and then Sai.
Toby. Yeah, Toby.
Yeah, great documentary. I've had Unchained TV for a few years now, so it's great to be able to actually speak to you. There's not many, well, if any, TV shows or channels that have statistics like what Dr. Sailesh Rao is showing, and I'm really excited that it's actually getting out there properly. You're doing a great job. But I'm based here in Madrid, in Spain, and I'm wondering if you will be translating any of these documentaries and films into Spanish for others around the world to understand.
That's a really good question. Excellent. We want to, with AI now, it is possible to get voiceover in various languages. So what we need is somebody to help us do that, because again, we're very short-staffed. I mean, we don't have any staff, actually. We just have a couple of people and volunteers. So if we can find somebody who's good at that, who could facilitate that, I would love to see, subcategories. We obviously can't do every language, but we could do some key languages. Spanish. I would love to see Chinese. As you've mentioned, Supreme Master does all the languages. It's a little overwhelming because it's like a little box of the thing, and then there's all the languages around it. That's one solution. We're not going for that. We'd like to go for a voiceover dubbing. So we're going to work on that in 2026, I promise.
Oh, great. Forward to it. Thanks.
I see Dolly up there. I know we're running out of time, but maybe we can do a couple of quick. Oh, there's Sai again, or Sai. No, this is a different person.
No, I was just going to ask, have you considered using AI to create videos to reduce your production costs and create viral videos?
Well, so far let me tell you this, okay? I wanted to get a graphic for the climate healer, so I used Gemini for that person who went like this. And then people started criticizing me. Let me tell you something. You've raised a very important question, and I thank you for it. We have a documentary on Unchained TV that we did not produce called AI and Animals. Super important that everybody watch it. If I say one thing today, we can't keep our heads in the sand and say we don't like AI because of water use. First of all, vegans use 500 gallons of water less than meat eaters every day. So don't think about that. But AI is going to take over this world. And if we're not putting in pro-animal content, it's only going to learn that chicken is a dish, not that chickens are individuals. It's super important. So we did a podcast. I urge everybody watch AI and Animals. And I said, well, it seems to be a block. If you have a business account, it doesn't, for privacy reasons, take what you're writing. And she said, when you output something on Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever, and it has animal content, give it a thumbs up. So when I used AI last night to create the intro for Climate Healers, which I posted like at 10 o'clock at night. I wrote the thing on AI and it came back with a very nice pro-animal rights kind of intro, and I gave it a thumbs up. And then it said, thank you. This is how we improve. I urge everybody to do this. Also, when you're writing something for AI, don't just write in because animals have feelings, because animals are sentient, because animals have rights. Put in as much pro-animal content as you possibly can in your prompts, because that's another way that it's going to filter through. It's a truly terrifying documentary. They're planning on having AI-run giant factory farms with no humans involved. Okay? All of us, every single animal rights activist, start using AI and teaching these large language models that animals have rights, or things are going to get exponentially worse. So you raised a super important point. We're not there yet to have it do entire films, but we are using it selectively for little clips, for graphics, for posters. But we want to if you'd like to make entirely AI-based film that's pro-animal rights, send it to us. We'll put it right up. I'm not even joking. Seriously. Dolly, I have to talk to my dear friend Dolly. Sorry. Oh, you're muted. Sorry. Yeah. You're still a little muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, 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 yes.
Oh, Jane, because I can't hear them here. I can't hear Jane.
Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
Well, Jane, excellent film. I'm going to recommend everyone to watch this film. And, you're my hero. Dr. Rao, of course, you, Renee King-Sonnen, and great work. And again, want to thank you so much for being our executive producer for the Land of Ahimsa. It's changed a lot of people. So more than a question, I just want to say I love you, great work, and vegan world, baby, baby.
Vegan world, baby. Yay. Love you too. Okay.
Thank you so much. If you haven't already went on and downloaded Unchained TV, please do this moment. And a little bit of donation goes a far way. Thank you, Jane, so much. And always thank you for being part of this amazing movement for our Vegan World 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great one.
Next, we have the honor of bringing up who's become my very dear friend, Lisa Livingston, and she is the campaign director for In Defense of Animals and is the co-founder of Interfaith Vegan Coalition, which I have loved being a part of. It's just been a real honor. And Lisa is also the Interfaith Vegan Coalition is also who does our morning and evening prayers for many years now for our Vegan Convergence of the People. And Lisa is one of those people that are so humbly out there every day doing what she can do for the animals and the earth and the connection between doing that in a loving way. Sometimes when I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed and I realize I need to calm down, I remember Lisa. And I remember that she can do all this from a calm, beautiful presence. So thank you so much, Lisa, for being here. And we will just help Lisa unmute. Is she co-host? Did we make Lisa co-host yet? So she can unmute.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here and especially to be part of this amazing initiative that Tammy is putting together. It's been a delight to work with her more closely on the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, and that this whole weekend is all celebrating this new holiday for everyone, for all beings. So I'm here today to talk a bit about the campaigns that In Defense of Animals has for mothers and their babies. And I'm also going to share about the Interfaith Vegan Coalition and what we've been doing in collaboration to support all species. So it's my honor and privilege to be able to share all of this with you today. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Let me go ahead and get this together, pushing all the buttons. And let's see here. Wonderful. So I think you're seeing my screen. I hope so. And then I'm going to go ahead and get into the slideshow mode here. Well, as I mentioned, and also Tammy said, I am the campaigns director for In Defense of Animals. So I am lucky to work with all of our incredible campaigners who do so much for the animals on the ground and through writing these alerts. Some of you have seen them where you push the button to take action and to sign. And those are initiatives that we work on with partners internationally and also with some of you. Activists who reach out to us, we listen and we actually take up campaigns specifically upon requests by people who support us and who care about the animals and reach out to us. So we are thrilled to be able to use our resources to help animals of all species. And so for today, what we'll be doing is going over some of the campaigns that we have that highlight the relationship between mothers and their babies. So one thing that many of us know is that there is legalized cruelty going on within our midst. We have, through standard practices with farmed animals, there's cruelty happening every day, every minute. And some of this is happening through sexual violation, through forcible impregnation, and through the mutilations of animals, such as their tail docking, beak cutting, also taking babies from their mothers. This happens on a regular basis through the food system that we have. And this may be something as egregious as having the baby chicks. They go along these conveyor belts, and the little boy chicks are often macerated or they're put into giant garbage bags and suffocated. And this is how we treat newborn babies. This says so much about our culture, as Gandhi said. So here we have animals that they're in confinement, their babies are being taken from them, and the egg and dairy industries, all the animals eventually are sent to slaughterhouses. Puppy mills is another example of some really difficult and behind closed doors types of cruelty that happens on a regular basis. This is legal cruelty in many areas. So the mothers are repeatedly impregnated, they're denied veterinary care, they are confined and isolated, they have no socialization, they're abandoned, surrendered, or killed when they're no longer considered productive. And as we've seen over the weekend, there was a big rescue of the Rigland facility, which is used for experimentation. And a lot of the puppies there are specifically bred for experimentation. That's another separate industry that is part of the puppy mill. It's just puppy mills for experimentation. So this is a terrible blight on our society. And you can see that the puppies are often sent to the shelter system, and then that fills up the shelter system, which creates a whole other conundrum of problems with spay-neuter issues and animals who are abandoned and become stray and picked up by animal control. So it's really a whole cycle of cruelty. And we have campaigns that are specifically designed to stop this and also to confront some of the animal abuse that happens. We have a Justice for Animals campaign that is out there specifically in Mississippi, trying to stop the puppy mills in that area and also to bring law enforcement on these animal cruelty cases that happen when we end up in situations like this, or sometimes backyard breeders and hoarders. And we are out there trying to stop this on the ground and to train law enforcement so that they actually know a lot of the rules and laws and can then really apply the maximum penalties for these types of abuses. And some of these actions are illegal and they may not even know that. So we're trying to stop that through on-the-ground measures, but also through our alerts, which many of you sign, that highlight cruelty cases across the country. And we do follow up on all of those cases. We have a team of people that works to ensure that when people sign those alerts, that your signatures and your letters go directly to decision makers, and those are often DAs or judges in these specific cases. Elephants, another area, a campaign area that we've had for many years. Every year we publish a 10 worst zoos list for animals, especially for the elephants in the United States and North America. So these elephants are often taken from the wild or bred in captivity. Breeding babies for zoos was our theme for our 10 Worst Zoos last year, and it highlighted all of the struggles and the suffering that happens to these bonded elephants. So the males and females are sexually assaulted in order to continue these breeding programs, and they suffer the control and loss, being controlled within their highly structured environments, and the loss of being separated from their families, really, the family bonds that they have. The males are ripped from their mothers, and they're shuffled between zoos to breed. And we consider this to be exploitation, not conservation, which is what the zoos continue to say. So please stay tuned for our elephant campaign. We are actually hosting this coming week, if you're interested, a special presentation all about the struggles of breeding animals in zoos, specifically elephants. We have an expert coming from South Africa who will be doing a webinar this week about putting together a breeding ban. He's going to assist us with this new legislative effort that we're undergoing in addition to our 10 Worst Zoos list. You can find out about this and this information on our website, which is idausa.org. And if you put a / there and elephants, you will find out more about that campaign. We also campaign to protect wild animals. And what we've been working with many organizations around the world for many decades have been trying to stop the annual harp seal slaughter, and we are among them. Every year we put together a new alert trying to dissuade the Canadian government from killing these babies in front of their mothers, which is traumatic. And many of these animals are on the verge of extinction due to habitat loss. And so adding this is insult to injury. And we are also propping up a failing industry. This fur industry is going downhill, and the governments are supporting it through subsidies in addition to continuing these annual hunts. Many of you probably remember years ago the pleading eyes of the baby harp seal, and every child is very aligned with these baby seals. And for many years, there was active protests and efforts on the streets to stop these baby harp seals from being killed. And now we're doing this on a legislative effort and also trying to use advocacy through these alerts and signing petitions and reaching out to decision makers. And other wild animals, which many of you know of, and part of this International Calf and Cow Day specifically refers to the calf and cow, mother and baby orca. And so we are, in our campaigns, we work to end having orcas in captivity. In this situation, the babies are stolen from their pods. For the entertainment industry, they are confined for their whole lives in tiny enclosures, really the size of a bathtub for us. And they often die of loneliness, depression, and grief. We've also seen when due to habitat loss, the mothers who are in the wild often will grieve with their baby calf for days and days, diving up and down and holding them, showing their baby who's died, and how sad that is, that even in the wild, these animals are perishing due to starvation, often because of our practices of overfishing. So those are some of our campaigns, just examples of a few. We work on many, many levels to try to heal and repair these broken bonds of mothers and babies of all species. And one way that we do that is through our Interfaith Vegan Coalition. And we declare that all life is sacred and interconnected. Our mission is to work with all faith and secular wisdom traditions to end human-caused violence, domination, and exploitation towards all beings. Some of you may be involved in our meetings. We invite anyone to join and be part of our monthly planning committee meetings. And then we also have organizations who are member orgs, and I'll show you more about that on the next slide. We have just about 65 member organizations. We have 6 allied groups and 2 affiliates and 1 partner. Our partner is the Animal Interfaith Alliance, which is a group based in the UK, and they also have 17 organizations, all dedicated to faith-based vegan advocacy. So we're really excited to strategize together, and we do have quarterly meetings of our member organizations. The next one is coming up on Monday, and our purpose is to strategize and to unite worldwide to promote faith-based vegan advocacy. Over 80% of the world is associated with a tradition or religion, and this is a great opportunity for all of us to promote vegan living through these faith organizations. Recently, we did a special project, which was with the International Golden Rule Day through the Charter for Compassion, which is a large organization, not a vegan one. And so when we joined their annual event, International Golden Rule Day, we were able to promote vegan living to a non-vegan audience. So that's a wonderful benefit of these partnerships that we have. So every year, Golden Rule Day happens on April 5th, and on April 6th, there was a virtual event that we were invited to join in with religious leaders and thought leaders from around the world. And we were able to present that actually the Golden Rule is another word or a synonym for veganism. And that means that we will treat others as we treat ourselves. And we invite this worldwide. We encouraged everyone to reconsider the treatment of animals and the suffering that happens in the food, fashion, entertainment, and also in the pharmaceutical industries. We mentioned that this is actually a simple task, something to widen our circles of compassion. If you imagine that we have this circle of humans that we consider part of our world family, what if we were to widen that circle to invite in our animal neighbors, who may be in the domestic realm, they may be wild animals. And our vision is that we widen our circles of compassion to include them so that they can be part of our daily lives. And this was something that Isaac Bashevis Singer said in a quote years ago, and we take that to heart. So we want to include our animal neighbors in our thoughts and our prayers and in our actions. And this will bring us peace of mind and also world peace, because that truly begins on our plates. So here is a video that was put together by the Million Vegan Grandmothers and Tammy's coalition or team of people who help her, and including Ray Kowalczyk, who helped in the production of this video. So if you don't mind, I think I'll play it for all of you. It's such a beautiful video, and we got a wonderful reception on Golden Rule Day from playing this.
Do unto others, mothers and babies, their homes beneath the wandering sky, rivers that cradle the salmon returning, wild geese in a silver flyby. What would we wish if we were the trembling newborn beneath the morning sun? Shelter and kindness, warmth and belonging, is that not what every life wants? So widen our golden rule wider and wider still, till every family safe and free lives on ocean, meadow, hill, not in fright, not out of sight, but shining where love can live. Do unto others, all our kin, the care we long to give. Do unto others, beings for all reasons, wing and paw and fin and leaf, every heart beating under the heavens knows its joy and knows its grief. In forest glen, where the ferns are breathing, in ocean's blue, where the whales still roam, every mother sings to her baby, this earth is our ancient home. So widen our golden rule wider and wider still, till every family safe and free lives on ocean, meadow, hill, not in fright, not out of sight, but shining where love can live. Do unto others, all our kin, the care we long to give. Grandmother tree hears the wild pleas rising through the wind and the trembling ground, calves that cry for the touch of their mothers when the trucks come rumbling round, eating animals, taking their babies, drinking milk that was never ours. Is that the song of the golden rule, or the shadow of human power? Will we always be forgiven for the sorrow we could not see? Is this the best of our bright intelligence, children of the galaxy? When Genesis whispered in the garden, 129 in morning light, Seeds and fruits were given freely, food of mercy, food of life. After the flood, the words were spoken, if you must in darker years, but must we still when the fields are blooming and compassion draws us near? We need not must. Worth keeps reminding through every river and every dove. Let us get back to the garden, hear the ancient rivers sing. Let the mothers keep their babies under sky and forest wing. Let the golden circle widen past the fences we once drew, till the lore of love grows larger than the fears we once outgrew. We are stardust, we are golden, children of the cosmic sea. Every creature born beside us shares this fragile mystery. So widen now the golden circle like a sunrise on the earth, till every family walks in safety and compassion gives us birth. Widening our golden rule, wider and wider still, till every mother, every child lives on ocean, meadow, hill. Not in fright, not out of sight, but shining where love can live. Do unto others, all our kin, the care we long to give.
So this film that we've shared is an excellent advocacy tool. It's something that many people can watch. The beginning of it has mostly pleasing images, and then as it gets further, there are questions that really ask us about our own ethics and encourage us to look and ask the question, is this the example of golden rule? Does this show us treating others as we would want to be treated? So we are going to share this far and wide, and I think the plan is to reintroduce this video in the next year as a reaction video where people show their reactions to watching it. I know the first few times especially I watched it, I was tearful, and I think that it will be very moving to see people's reactions and to share this with others around the world who may not be vegan yet. So veganism is really the principle that humans should live without exploiting other animals. And there's actually a very long definition by Leslie Cross that goes into that in more detail. I encourage you to read at your leisure. And we know about being plant-based, that has to do with your diet and isn't as focused on our morals or how we treat other animals. Whereas vegan is about somebody who rejects the exploitation of animals, and that will involve not consuming animal products, in addition to not wearing animal products or seeking entertainment that involves exploitation of animals. So it is truly a practice. It's a spiritual practice that we embark on every single day with all of our choices. So I want to thank all of you who've made that choice and encourage everyone to consider it. And that's what our Interfaith Vegan Coalition does together, as we come up with actions and special events and letters and initiatives to even reach out to the Pope that have to do with seeking that kind of moral efficacy for all living beings. And we have some campaigns including one to stop lobster boil fundraisers. Believe it or not, in the Episcopalian tradition and many other spiritual traditions, the fundraising arm of those faith-based communities involve torturing animals for entertainment and for pleasure, meaning taste, and for community gatherings, including the food that they serve. So these lobster boil fundraisers have actually made like $30,000 for a faith-based organization, so they have a lot of motivation to do it. But what we're trying to do is counter that by providing compassionate fundraising opportunities. And so we are, in addition to that, we're going to be hosting a mock lobster fest featuring the B-52s, having them share their compassion towards animals. And we're going to be releasing a lobster in collaboration with one of our partners, Humane Long Island. And all of this will be part of a large event, the Mock Lobster Fest, which will hopefully deter people from going to actual lobster fests and join the Compassionate Lobster Fest instead. And this is all part of our lobster boil campaign to stop people from putting them into boiling pots of water. And so this is all about learning and seeing the truth. And as we know, Sir Paul McCartney said that if slaughterhouses had windows or glass walls, then more people would be vegan or vegetarian. So we firmly believe that and want to expose some of this cruelty so that we can practice our compassion. So the world that we want is one of peace, of nonviolence, of one where we do unto others as we would have them do unto us. And this is a justice movement. It's more than a diet. It is also a spiritual movement, which involves our morals and ethics and our spiritual practices on a daily basis. So the idea is that we want to normalize veganism by telling and showing the truth. So what you can do to support this, you can go vegan if you're not vegan already, encourage others to go vegan, practice vegan advocacy. You can sign our alerts, you can visit our resources pages. And I want to thank you for tuning in to this presentation today. And we will definitely have time for questions and answers. I'm going to go ahead and stop the share at this moment. And I wanted also to mention there's so much to share about the campaigns that In Defense of Animals does, and we have a couple others that I think I'd like to mention briefly. One is we started the National Goose Protection Coalition, and what we do is we try to stop roundups, which are the USDA will come to a community that may have complained about goose poop, and then under the cover of night, they'll corral the geese into these mobile fences, and then they pick them up and they put them into gas chambers set up in the back of these trucks. And they also kill the babies, they'll break their necks. And this is done during the time when the animals are molting. And we're talking about mothers and babies, and that is just epic cruelty, because during the time where the geese cannot fly and they're grounded so that they can take care of their babies, that is when the USDA generally comes in and gasses the geese. Most people don't even know it happens because they clean up all the feathers, and by the time the sun has risen, they are gone. And people often think that these animals have flown away when really they've been brutally killed right there in the park. So we're encouraging people to take action by letting us know if you hear of any sort of roundup in your community or any kind of goose abuse. And we do have a website, stopgooseabuse.org. And these are efforts to try to prevent these roundups from happening before they start. And I think that's so appropriate for the mothers and babies campaigns, because they happen to do this right when they're caring for their babies before they fly away. So that's an important one. And we are collaborating with United Poultry Concerns, that's also a member of our Interfaith Vegan Coalition, on their, it's wings are for, what are wings for? Wings are for loving, for flying, for caring for their young. And so we're working in collaboration with them to promote and reinvigorate this campaign. And that's something we're going to be also working with Tammy on. So we're excited about this project coming up. So we have some time for some questions. Just wondering if anyone has any.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And big shout out to Ray Kwalichuk for that video. And Ray is going to be doing a video for the campaign, What Wings Are For, and bring the awareness that they're for protecting. Because almost everywhere you go in every city, you'll see big signs saying chicken wing night, and no one questions that. It's so common use. So maybe we'll be able to put up flyers in front of all of these places around the world and saying, this is what wings are for. So thank you very much, Lisa. Are there any questions or any comments, any sharing? You can just raise your hands.
There are a couple of questions, one from Sai and one from Jeanette.
Hi. I can't turn on my video somehow.
Let's see if we can fix that.
All right. Thank you, Lisa, for the great presentation. I was just going to ask, you said you presented at the Golden Rule Days, and where you presented to a large non-vegan audience. So how was the response there, and have you got any new individuals or organizations on board? And how are you planning to do that throughout the year rather than just doing it every year on the Golden Rule Day? Because that has to be applied throughout the year, of course. That's one question. Also, you were telling you had some outreach campaigns to reach out to Pope. So what is that about, and how is progress towards that, if you can share anything about that?
Yes. Thank you so much for your questions. I really appreciate it. So we had a great reception at the Golden Rule Day presentation. Tammy was with us. We had two of our member organizations that were able to share as well. And so that was wonderful to bring Tammy on to talk about this event and how people could get involved in International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. What we did was we were part of a presentation that they offered. So it was an online virtual presentation that was streamed around the world through the Charter for Compassion. And they had people from different religions present, from the Hindu tradition, from the Christian tradition, from the, I think there was also a Sikh tradition, just many different traditions around the world. And each person spoke about how the Golden Rule was reflected in their tradition. And so we were able to collaborate and connect with all of the presenters. In fact, the person who originated International Golden Rule Day, Musi, was there, and he runs this organization, and he connected with all the different presenters, and we have a meeting scheduled to discuss how we can collaborate. So on that higher level of strategy, we were able to connect with the other presenters. Now, this went out to a global audience, and it wasn't an interactive presentation where people asked questions. It was much more of a visual one where people saw this and they were able to watch it and to share it, but not necessarily to interact as much with all this. Now, that presentation is on social media. It's also on the Charter for Compassion's website and on YouTube. So it's something that we can share. I can get the link for you and share it in the chat. And that way you can take a look at the presentation if you'd like to. Yeah. And you had a part two. Let me see if I can remember the part two.
You're saying you're outreaching to Pope, so what is that about?
Yes, yes, yes. And we have done some various Pope outreach over the years through the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. One time was when the previous Pope, I think there was an opportunity to reach out to him because he had mentioned that it was of more value to have human babies than to have other animal companion babies, let's say. And so we reached out with a media release to counter that and encourage the Pope to consider different ways of approaching family and looking at our animal companions as a part of members of our family. And then we also reached out to the Pope regarding veganism, to encourage the Pope to explore a vegan lifestyle, but also a plant-based diet, because the previous Pope was very interested in this and had reached out to another organization and brought them into a high-level planning meeting. And then from there, I think it was, I'm trying to remember the name of the group. It might have been Farm Forward or something like that. That organization is also a vegan-based group, and they reached out to us and encouraged us to also submit comments to the Pope. So we did do that. And we've also encouraged the Pope to consider our animal companions, the loyal ones known for being loyal, the dogs, because in some places where the Pope was traveling, for example, he traveled to Turkey, and dogs and street dogs and cats are being murdered by the millions there right now due to a government proclamation, and that to kill 4 million of the animals. So we've been working with our international partners to stop that and provide funding for a lot of the rescue groups there. It's still a very dire situation, and we wrote a letter to the Pope encouraging him to address this when he spoke there in Turkey. And we did get confirmation from someone in his office that he received the letter, but he did not mention that when he had the opportunity to address the public or government officials there. So it doesn't always work when we reach out to these people, but sometimes it at least gets their mind thinking of this, or at least the people who work closely with them.
Got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for your question. Really appreciate it, Sai. Looks like we have Jeanette. Hi there. You may need to unmute, possibly.
She's unmuted, but something's happening with her device.
Oh,
I got it.
Okay.
So, I've been a vegan a long time. Thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. And I just want to know, like, if someone wanted to be able to expose children to that video and to get, have a way to get younger minds to watch something like that. But I live in Florida where there's a lot of indoctrination and a lot of anti-vegan rhetoric. I just don't know, like, how. I mean, I know I could do a meetup or something, but I think that golden rule video was so cool, and it would be so nice to show it to a group of kids, because I'm a school teacher, but I'm not working in a regular school right now. I'm just substituting. So I don't know how you can go about getting people interested to bring their kids and to come to see something like that as a group. I don't know if you have any ideas.
I think that's a good idea that you have to do some outreach with that video. I'm going to put a link to the video in the chat, so that way anyone can know you can find that video on the video is available. It's on the In Defense of Animals YouTube channel under Interfaith Vegan Coalition. But regardless, there's the link. And one thing you could do is perhaps reach out to the youth coordinator if you're thinking of trying to access faith-based communities. You can reach out to the place of worship and talk to the youth coordinator there and say, oh, I'd love to be able to have conversations with the students there. I have a wonderful video I'd love to share. And you could do that. Maybe you put together a little talk on compassion for animals and how that, that represents our, the golden rule and how that is part of their tradition. The golden rule, it depends what kind of faith-based place of worship you'd be going to. But the nice thing about the golden rule, and the reason Musi started that organization, International Golden Rule Day, was because he has this giant poster that shows how the golden rule is reflected in, like, I think it's more than 100 different religions. It's part of their liturgy, their scripture. So that is a lovely thing to bring. You could even do a little presentation on the golden rule and how, we want to treat others the way we want to be treated. That's one way to bring that in that wouldn't necessarily focus so much on a devotion to God per se, but it would be about how we practice our love, our divine love.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. They're just some ideas. I think a lot of these places are open to having presentations, especially if you bring it in on the theme of the golden rule or on compassion for all living beings, or for animals, kindness to animals, that might be a different way to approach it with these places of worship.
And I was just thinking, it just popped into my head that maybe the local library might let me do something with the kids, but I don't know, because I don't know how strict they are about what is being seen, but it is harder in Florida than anywhere, I believe.
Could be. I put a link to, we have our Interfaith Vegan Coalition produce these vegan kits, and what they are is they are ways to do faith-based advocacy within the tradition of Christianity, Islam, Hindu culture. We have like 10 different kits that are faith specific, so you can look up which faith you have, and they have all these different ideas in them, like how to approach the pastor or the rabbi, and what kinds of events maybe to offer. There's stories that you can share. There's a Buddhist kit. There's a Zoroastrian kit. There's a lot of resources there for you, and you're welcome to just click on the link, and you can look at them. They're downloadable. Those are meant not so much as advocacy to give, but more for all of us, for activists to go in and have something to say when we want to talk to the place of worship. Like, I'd like to bring in show you how our vegan values can align with our morals and ethics of our tradition.
Thanks. That's great.
Yeah, sure.
I'll look at your website.
Oh, yes, please do. There might be some other ideas that you get from there. I'll try to put some more links in here.
Cool. Thanks, Lisa.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for that presentation.
Thank you for
so much.
Inviting me to share. I'm so grateful to you, Sailesh, and to Tammy for putting together this incredible convergence and your dedication to doing it.
I have to tell you that I've been really busy this month. It's all the team. It's Tammy and the team who did all the work. I'm just a passenger here, just like you.
How great it is to be a passenger every once in a while. You have done
I
Much
had a
work
I had a comment on one of your slides. When
Yes.
you define vegan as living without exploiting animals, that's a negative framing.
Mhm.
And I find that a positive framing, like I use the acronym vitally engaged guardians of animals and nature, vitally engaged guardian of animals and nature, that brings everyone in. They all want to be that. They don't want to be destroyers of animals and nature, right?
Yes,
So
I love that. That is even better, I think, even better to promote something that's positive, that gives people ideas of what they can do instead of what they can't do. Here are all the things you can't do, but here's what you can do. And you can enjoy grains, fruits, beans,
right.
so much. There's just a plethora of what you can have. So that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, please feel free to use it. You don't have to attribute it to me or anyone. Just take it.
Thank you, thank you. That is great. Let's do that. We have our quarterly meeting. We can mention that too during our quarterly meeting for all of the member organizations of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition, because it will help everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Lisa.
Oh, yes, my pleasure. I'm definitely open to feedback and open to ways to improve and to be more inviting and engaging to everyone.
Did you find you're still muted, Deborah?
Sorry, I'm not hearing you yet.
You might see something that asks you for permission.
Right. Did
Oh,
that
there you go.
work? Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
For Jeanette, or was that her name, the woman who just spoke? She might want to get in, even though the golden rule is the faith-based spiritual thing, she might want to get in touch with Susan Hargreaves, who lives in West Palm Beach, Animal Hero Kids. And when she says it's more difficult in Florida than any place else, she must be talking about our Stone Age governor, DeSantis. To talk about these crazy ideas of extending compassion, but she might want to contact Susan. I think that might be helpful to her as well. And I think what you're doing in terms of collaboration is so important. And I know Jane spoke about this. When we were in Mexico City a couple years ago, we had a walking tour, saw tons of dog parks, and our guide shocked us. He said, yes, we're dog crazy here. The residents voted to raise their taxes in the city to provide emergency ambulance service for animals. And we almost fell over, like, okay, I remember when Turkey wasn't killing animals, but now they are. Morocco's killing animals. We're euthanizing dogs. And here they're saying, an animal in trouble, we're going to go help you and we're willing to pay for it. So I think what I realized at that point, I thought, wow, no one region or country or nobody holds all the cards. And there are good, positive, innovative things happening everywhere. And not only do we need the infrastructure for sharing, we need the web. I don't know, who talked about the web? Was that you or Jane? But I think, as well as the willingness to collaborate, I think once we get our infrastructure set up like so many other advocacy groups have that are global, because our movement is still nascent in some sense, although it's growing rapidly, but it's global. It is a global movement. And I think if we can find out, best practices all around the world and have useful ways to do that, that will be really helpful to everyone.
Yes, that is a great idea, to collaborate and share resources. And yeah, we have done that with some of the member organizations that we have. And even this group, Dharma Voices for Animals, they have on their website a program called the Eyes and Ears. And that's what we modeled our vegan kits after. They have, they approach different temples and the Buddhist temples, and they encourage them to start even something simple and small with looking at what types of cleaning products do they use, and would they be willing to switch to cruelty-free ones that are not experimented on animals. And they will pay the difference, which is usually just a few cents one way or the other, to encourage some of these places to start to practice some of the compassion through their purchases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. There's lots of, and we were just at the Moon and Sun Bear Sanctuary that Animals Asia has in Vietnam. And they were setting up, they do a lot with humane education. They were setting up competitions, focus things for school kids, I guess this was high school, to devise herbal alternatives to bear bile. Because the government is going to shut down the industry. It's going to happen. But the fact that they're trying to engage communities and students in finding alternatives so that they can be proactive and do something creative to be helpful, just very clever. So all of this stuff that you guys are doing is so wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That is a fabulous program. I love that. It's a great way to really bring in the community so that they feel like they're part of it. And also, there are so many herbal alternatives to that what the bear bile function is supposed to be for. And that's a great work, a person's life work. I think it was Jill Robinson who started that.
Jill
Amazing.
Robinson, yeah. I just found out she was a veterinarian. I didn't know that. But yeah, no, they do a great job and they're getting results.
Yes. I'm a complete and total supporter of them. Love their work, and her story is so moving.
Right. Thank you.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, we're working to stop the bringing in pandas into pandas are often thought of as a political ploy, and they bring them to different zoos, and they brought them to a zoo in Memphis, and they didn't treat them properly. They just didn't have the capacity to care for them well, and one of them ended up dying, and the other one did go back to China. So we're working on campaigns to help protect pandas by stopping this kind of bargaining tool. Right now in San Francisco is one of the next possible locations for bringing in a panda, and they have not shown themselves to be able to care for even the animals they have currently. So
like most zoos.
Yeah, most zoos, and San Francisco especially. So yeah, we're trying to lobby the legislators there to turn it into an eco park. So stay tuned on that. That is a big campaign for us. We hope to have an eco park there instead of a zoo.
Cool.
Yeah. Yes, looks like maybe there's another question. I think we're possibly at time, but I'll let everyone tell us that. Sai, did you have another question?
Yeah, if you have the time. So I'll just quickly ask, do you think one of the reasons why faith leaders wouldn't, they'll be reluctant to change is because they don't want to admit their mistakes, and because these things have been happening for decades or even from centuries? That's one part. And even if they want to change, why would they admit their mistake in front of all other faith leaders? So is this the dynamic which plays out? I don't know. I just wanted to pick your brains on that. Yeah.
Yes,
And
that
that's
could
one.
be.
And another
think-
quick question is like, have you considered, to you and Tammy, have you considered translating that song, which is so beautiful, into languages?
That is a brilliant idea. Tammy will work on that. That is a great idea, I think, to possibly translate it into other languages. Thank you so much, Sai. It's a wonderful idea. And yes, like Sailesh said, we do want to make this change or transition something very positive rather than shaming or having the faith leaders be embarrassed or not wanting to change for those reasons, to really have it be inviting and positive. And that is, I think, how we will expand our circle of compassion around the world. So thank you very, very much for your beautiful ideas and your sharings. Really appreciate it, Sai.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thanks, Lisa. I was just thinking when you were speaking, Lisa and I have worked on a few projects together, and we were both on the Light of the Animal Kingdom. That's how we got to know all the Reverend Mothers. And we shared a video that Ray did, not this one, but another one they did. And some people went vegan overnight. They were vegetarian. And when they watched that video, they just made the connection with the mothers and babies of the dairy industry. And that was so beautiful. So there's all kinds of ways. But the one thing you were asked a question, Lisa, about whether, how do people respond? And what we're seeing more and more of is people are opening to this. And so one of the projects that Lisa and I have a meeting with on Monday is the Compassion Games. And they're a very large community, international, for peace and a lot of human rights, and of course, animal rights. But we're going to really bring in animal rights, is veganism. And so the Compassion Games is going to be going for 90 days. And so stay tuned for all the ways that we can all join together in the Compassion Games from beginning on the solstice, of summer solstice until autumn. And thank you. Thanks again, Lisa. Namaste, vegan. And right now, thank you, Lisa. I would like to just quickly introduce my very good friend and fellow Canadian, Ray Kowalchuk, who did that great video. He's going to do another one for the campaign, What Wings Are For, and is just an all-around amazing person. Thank you, Ray, for being here. Ray ran the International Vegan Film Festival last year in Toronto, where the documentary was done. He put together this amazing panel, Up to Come, and he's been one of the original climate healers who started out bringing these convergences forward that we now call Vegan Convergence of the People, because the convergences of the party were not making a difference as far as keeping animals and the earth safe. So Ray, take it away and introduce your incredible panel. We are so excited for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. That was a great introduction. And I am excited because you asked me to do this panel about art as advocacy. And as both a climate healer, doing presentations and slideshows, and I trained with Al Gore to do his slideshow presentations and adapted it to talk about all the vegan stuff that he wasn't talking about, even though he lives the lifestyle he felt it was too political to talk about. So this is an opportunity to get into that art, because as a director of the film festival, of course, there's lots of vegan documentaries, but there's also a need to get into the fiction, into the art. I mean, documentary is art, don't get me wrong, but to tell stories. We can talk about science till we're blue in the face, but unless we frame it as a story, people aren't going to pick up on it. They aren't going to pick up and run with it, and they aren't going to make it part of their lives. So we'll bring our three main guests up onto the screen, and we'll do a bit of introduction and self-introduction. And but I want this to be an interactive experience. We've got 2 hours. We can explore the work of Victoria Moran, Gretchen Ryan, and Ruby Roth. There are panelists sitting on the stage. Of course, there's no literal stage, but there's artists in the audience. You know, everybody's got a little bit of art in them. So there's an opportunity to get into the Q&A and talk to people about how they have turned something that they do for fun, for expression, into something that reaches people and changes their minds about things that they have, really been led towards, and help them make decisions that they have never made before. Here we have Victoria Moran on screen, and Ruby Roth, and Gretchen Ryan. Welcome to the grid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ray.
It's really good to see old friends who I've known since the beginning of my vegan journey, like the early 2000s. It's nice to see everybody still just right where we started.
It's exciting because I recognize all of you, and I may be a new face too, but everybody represents different aspects of veganism and art. Victoria's a writer, and I think that we don't always think of writing as an art. Obviously, it's an expression of ideas as much as painting. And Ruby is both an author and an illustrator. And I think that we have an opportunity to celebrate your illustration a little bit more. Everybody loves the composition of your books and how they reach people, especially young people. But I know that you've got stories about how you start in the artist world and then move on into the advocacy. It just kind of happened naturally for you. And Gretchen is sitting in front of an enormous painting that is the reason why I became familiar with her through film, because there's a film made about the painting. So there's a little bit of meta thing going on here where, you know, the art about the artist in the form of a documentary and a painting. But Ruby, we got started a little bit with your work. Can you talk a little bit about how you became an artist and a teacher of art, and how that turned into your books and advocacy?
Yeah, so I'm Ruby Roth. I'm the author and illustrator of 5 children's books. 4 of them were vegan specific and the first of their kind in children's literature to address factory farming and all the tenets of veganism in a nonfiction format. I had majored in art. I knew I was going to be an artist, and also American Studies, which was kind of the history of the United States through a lens of race, class, gender, sexuality. So I always wanted to do something with art beyond just expression. It was important for me to do something that had purpose. And my first job out of college was teaching art at an after-school program, and the kids started noticing that I wasn't eating the string cheese and drinking the milk and the waxy apple too that they were being served at recess, and they had questions, and I thought, I'll go find a book about it and bring it in, and we can talk about the different ways people eat around the world and maybe do an art project. And when I went to look for that book, there wasn't anything. I think I found maybe one obscure title, and it was about a talking tomato. And it was just not my style to sugarcoat things. And those kids happen to be inner city kids. They've seen a lot, they've been through a lot, and there was just no way I was gonna talk to them like children, essentially. It's my style to engage with them like I would with anybody else. And so I just realized at that moment I could put my social political interests together with my art and have a purpose. And my first book, That's Why We Don't Eat Animals, a book about vegetarians, vegans, and all living things, came out in 2009. And the other 4 followed. The 5th is called Bad Day. It's about, it's not vegan specific, but it's about emotional intelligence and how we manage our feelings, with, I think, is a big part of veganism for children.
I want to tell you how I discovered your work. It was actually in a restaurant. There was a vegan restaurant in Toronto that had a section that was, vegan literature and some books by Supreme Master. And I found this book there, and I went, "Oh, there's a kid's book." And I sat down at the table and read it, and along with the other people that were at the book, that were at the table with me.
2009 to 12, I felt like is such a blessed time to have a product, because blogging was at its height, and I was able to reach a lot of people in a sea of social media that was much smaller. So I'm really grateful to how social media at the time, before being a pay-to-play platforms, like we all shared information, and things spread like wildfire at the time. So very lucky to be in the community too, that I think gets fired up and shares. That's what we do, because we know that works.
I guess I'm a bit of a latecomer, because it wasn't until like 2015 or so that I became vegan, and then founded in a vegan restaurant. So I'd already made the transition, but it was very encouraging to me, and I of course ran out and bought it.
Thank you.
this is what I didn't notice until recently was how long ago it was written, and like 2009 is
Yeah,
we
I had
have
to
become
fight.
vegan more recently. We know how much easier it is now as opposed to back then. But
Yeah,
also
it was
just
a
having something that I can leave around on the table so that my friends and family could read it and feel not threatened. What could how radical could it be, right?
yeah, it's kind of low risk entry point. But yeah, the when the first book came out, I really had to fight with the publisher. I mean, it was rejection before. I have a stack of rejections. Nobody wanted to do this book. Veganism was not a household term at the time. We had to convince the publisher that there would be a market, and they wanted me to call it like "We Are All Earthlings" or something. They didn't want vegan or vegetarian in the title because they didn't think it was a keyword that people were looking for. And I fought for that. And by the second book, 2012, Vegan is Love, Having Heart and Taking Action, they got on board with me, and they were starting to see that this was a topic people were searching for. So it was a quick change, but it was very interesting to see over the course of a few years how our community made the word a household term.
Do you think maybe those publishers were seeing, without really think about it, there's advocacy in this art? This is just a book. This has got a message, and it's one that they're either consciously or subconsciously uncomfortable with.
Definitely. I mean, I saw that even in trying to get media throughout, my time of marketing, that it was easier for me to get on Fox News, the controversial topic, than it was to get on NPR, because I think liberals in general have a hard time admitting and pushing their audiences to look at our eating habits. They don't want to turn people off, and they know that's a point of contention. So that was always interesting to me.
Yeah, I think that there's a feeling that somebody has got some information that I need to know, but I'm not ready for it yet. So there's an unconscious pushback
Yeah, they
for
didn't want to be
big
pointing
message.
out, discrepancies in ethics in their followers, because they would lose those followers, and publishers too. Their bottom line is money. My publishers were like more on ethical and getting fringe information out into the public, so I got lucky in that way. But the bottom line was money, and would the book sell? So they had to be careful. But I'm proud of what I fought for, and that all these people in the room were, like, as far as I'm concerned, the first wave of, before we had the word influencers, or, I mean, I don't even like that word, but I feel like the people who I was in community with in the early 2000s were the people who delivered this word into the public realm. And then, after 2015, 16, I started to see Applebee's commercials with quinoa in it. I was like, we did that because they were watching us, and they're watching their bottom line too. If they can make money off something, they will participate. It doesn't even need to be about ethics. They want to be on trends too.
I was going to invite Susan Hargraves. I did invite her to be part of the panel, but she's visiting her mom, and I said, well, that's a very good excuse. But she is Animal Hero Kids and involved with kids. But I want to get our co-panelists involved in this, because Victoria Moran's a writer as well, and maybe she has some experiences with her publishers as your writing career has kind of chronicles your development in animal advocacy, and maybe your voice has changed throughout the publication process.
That question for me or for Ruby?
For you.
Oh, okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. This is such a beautiful thing that Sailesh does repeatedly until the world changes. So thanks for everything everybody's doing. So I go way back. I think if I were a kid now, I would be diagnosed with something I just learned about. It's called nonverbal learning disability. And people who have that can be either very competent or absolutely brilliant with words, but they can't do anything else in terms of math or mechanics or technology or art or music, nothing. And that's really me. So I knew from the time I was a kid that I could write and speak, and did have the grace to follow through with that, and started writing for money professionally for teen magazines when I was 14. I wrote about rock groups. I got to my first Beatles press conference when I was 14, met all the rock groups of the era. And then my diet changed. I had always had a heart for animals, but when I learned about yoga, when I moved to London, where there actually were vegetarians, I became one. And then my writing followed that, because you can't have a passion this big and not have your art kind of follow along with it. So I started writing for vegetarian and natural food kind of publications right around 1970, and got acquainted with the people at the American Vegan Society. Took me a while to get from vegetarian to vegan, but I was writing and I was going to conferences and speaking. It was very different. There were so few vegans then. We sometimes took lapsed vegans and vegetarians, and I was often one of those until my full vegan conversion in 1983. But prior to that, I went to college a little bit late, and in my junior year at North Central College near Chicago, getting a degree in comparative religions, I earned a fellowship for foreign studies, so I could study anything I wanted as long as I left North America to do it. And I went to the UK, which I've always loved, to to study vegans because it was a smaller landmass and there were more vegans. So I went there and was fortunate enough to meet some of these incredible pioneers of the vegan movement. It didn't meet Daniel Watson, but a lot of other people. There was a woman called Kathleen Janaway who was the secretary of the Vegan Society, and she told me that when they had started back in the 40s, she said, we didn't know if our bones would disintegrate or if we'd perish in a fortnight. We did this out of pure disinterested compassion. So that experience was incredible. And I had to write a paper, a thesis, to respond to the fellowship. And that was being serialized by the American Vegan Society. And there was a lovely man that some of you may know of in the UK, John Wynne Tyson. He'd written a lot of books, and one was a beautiful anthology of animal rights. And he acted as a literary agent. I didn't even know what those were at the time, and I certainly didn't know that he should have been getting 15%, although there wasn't a lot of money involved. But he did this for me out of the kindness of his heart. And my first book, Compassion, the Ultimate Ethic, was published by a small UK publisher called Thorson's, but they were distributed by Harper and Row, now HarperCollins. So I was kind of thrust into the world of books, but I thought that would be my only one. And then at an American Vegan Society conference in 1989, I met Patty Brightman, who became my first literary agent. And then it all just went boom. And I've now written 14 books. And Patty went on to be literary agent to the vegans. And so she was representing John Robbins and Ingrid Newkirk and Dr. Neil Barnard and Howard Lyman, all kinds of amazing people. So even before this wonderful surge that Ruby was talking about around, 2010, 2012, we had an earlier surge. And I've just been watching it grow and watching it grow in so many ways. And the art connection, I believe, is so powerful right now because we're a little bit used up in trying to reach people other ways. And people want to argue about nutrition, and they want to, they've heard the keto diet is so great. Somebody this morning who doesn't know me, doesn't know I'm vegan, was just telling me about, the keto diet is so great for various, conditions. And so there's only so far you can go without taking a breather from just fact, fact, fact. And yet stories, incredible stories, carry those facts in powerful, powerful ways. So it's very cool that we're doing this panel and looking at this new way to advocate.
Great. Thank you, Victoria. And do you find that you have to take a moment to remember that writing is art, because it's so informational. It's so, I mean, storytelling is art, but sometimes it feels like a different thing.
You know, not to me. I've always said that one of my goals in life was to make self-help literature too, because I love the English language. I love words. And whether I'm writing about veganism or well-being or spirituality, to me, it's all an uplift of humanity carried on the right words with stories interwoven. Because for me, even as a nonfiction writer, it's full of stories. And as a speaker, it's almost all stories. That's another art form. You know, it's funny. When I was a kid, I thought at times, well, maybe I'm supposed to be an actor. But what I see is I never wanted to speak other people's words. I only wanted to speak my own words. And so the professional speaking, the public speaking is where I kind of get that part of my art interpreted. And I was in National Speakers Association for many years and finally stopped because their dues are pretty high. But what I got for all those dues was this one sentence somebody told me. They said, a public speaker gives speeches. A professional speaker weaves stories together. So whether we're talking about the visual arts or writing or speaking or theater or film or whatever it is, it's just a different way to package story because that's what humans respond to.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to save this little quotation for later, but I think it fits in right here. Let's see if you could guess who this is. We're seeing the screen. Writers are engineers of human souls. The production of souls is more important than the production of tanks. And therefore, I raise my glass to you, writers, the engineers of the human soul. And I think, you know, it's more important than tanks. This must be a really peaceful person. Any guesses as to who this is?
Winston Churchill?
Oh, a
The
contemporary.
picture looks like Joseph Stalin.
You're right.
Wow.
So that puts a spin on it. And one of the things that I wanted to explore as we get into art is obviously we wanted to celebrate art. We got together and Tammy asked me, let's have a panel on art. Everybody loves art, but we have to remember that art is also working against us. There's lots of art that supports the world that we don't approve of, the myths that have been built and reinforced with ideas for so long. But Stalin, you know, had this to say about art, and it's sometimes paraphrased to say artists are engineers of the human soul. And the communist state and some of the early philosophers were really worried about the poets and their ability to talk about things that don't exist, things that aren't empirical, things that aren't in the world, ideas that go directly into people's heads. It's powerful stuff. So you know, people in dictatorial positions have to find ways to control it, and we've seen that throughout history. So let's play with that. In the meantime, let's work Gretchen into the conversation. Maybe you give a little bit of an introduction, and you can speak to any of the things that we've talked about so far.
Okay, well, thank you, Ray, so much for inviting me. I feel like so I've been vegan since 2000, well, for 25 years. And I've been a painter. I've wanted to paint since I was a little kid and always loved animals. And when I became vegan, I read a bunch of books and watched a bunch of film, and it was, you know, so crushing. And I felt like, well, I just didn't understand, or I hadn't let this information in. And if I tell everyone else this information, they're going to change. But I that year I had asked for a book for Christmas, which was a book of Delacroix's paintings from my parents, and on the cover was a version of Liberty Leading the People, which was, you know, a painting about the French Revolution. It's a huge painting at the Louvre and it's super famous. And I just saw it in my head. I said, I'm going to make a version, I'm going to make a painting that's Liberty leading the animals. And it's going to have all these animals. It's going to have the cows and the sheep and the chickens and the goats. And it's going to have all the lab animals in the labs and the all the animals that are exploited in zoos. And there's going to be a burning factory farm in the background and a circus tent. But I just saw it in my head complete, and that was so long ago. But I knew, I had this feeling that it has to be really big for people to see it like they do that painting, you know. I wanted it to have a really grand scale, and I was just learning to paint and didn't have the resources or way. I'm in a wheelchair. I've been in a wheelchair since 1992. And so for one thing is just the height. Anyway, this painting is something I talked about. I felt like I needed a lot of time. I needed a huge space to make it, and I needed all the reference photos. And so over the years, I was gathering photos for this painting, and anyone who would listen, I would tell them about it, which is, you know, I'm going to make this painting one day, and it's going to be Liberty Leading the Animals, and it's going to be a banner for the animal rights movement, and I'm going to reproduce it, and there's going to be posters, and it's going to be something that when people see it, it will be like Guernica. It'll be like this painting was for the French, you know, for that side of the French Revolution, which will be something that will incite this feeling of, but it will be a feeling of wanting to be the hero, because liberty, you know, the symbol for us in America that's supposed to mean freedom for everybody and liberty for everybody, that's going to be applied to the animals, and people are going to see it in a new way. And so people will see her, and she will be the embodiment of compassion, and they will want to emulate this feeling, and it will be a role model for everybody. So this is like, and I wanted to make a timeless masterpiece that would change the world. So this is this lofty, lofty vision that I had, and to make something iconic. And so y'all, I'm right at the beginning of this, because I didn't start really, I got the canvas in 2019. Now it's 7 years later, which is crazy that it's taken me so long. But in this time, I've moved twice. I've been a teacher. I've just had to make, you know, this is just not something that this isn't something that's paid me, you know, it's just something that I've put literally thousands of hours into. And while learning myself how to get all these animals in one place, and then I wanted it to be so perfectly good, you know, and the more time I spent on it, and because it's not like people have said, oh, you're putting too much pressure on yourself, but it's not about that. It's about, I wanted to do something, and I needed to be really good, so that, because it's arresting. Now it's arresting when people come over to my house, and you're going to see it for the first time. I'm happy to give you a little tour of it, because I keep changing the figure of Liberty. She's been multiple people, because who is it? It's an allegorical figure. And then I had a friend that was, for a while I had an actress, but I didn't hear from her for a while. And then a friend, and this is in the film, actually. I don't know if it will make the film's being made, but I don't get to see it until everyone else does. So I don't know what all they have in it. But my friend David LaChapelle, who's a really well-known photographer, he was here, saw it, and he was in the documentary reacting to the painting, and he said his reaction was just, this has to be you. Why is it her? Why is this has got to be you. And people had said that before. I'm like, it's not about Gretchen leading the animals. It's not about me. But after a while, I sort of embraced that it's my fantasy. It's not a real scenario. You know, he was saying it's heaven, and it could be you walking up there, And I'm like, you're right. I'm painting the world as I want it to be. I'm not painting the world as it is. So so it's based on me, but it's not exactly me. But to get her expression right, I wanted her to be strong and compassionate and beautiful, but sort of a little generic. And I don't know. I'll show you. See if you think I got it. But seriously, I was painting this until like 2 days ago. I told my family, okay, I'm done now. But that's been a lot of what the time has been. Redoing the background over and over, redoing the figure of liberty over and over and over, like to the point of no one thought, I don't know if my family had just lost faith, like you're never gonna get this done. But the other part of this story is that from the time I started, I was filming it. I was doing a GoPro time lapse for a while in my studio. I've moved twice since I've had it. I got married. Yeah, I totally changed towns. And so I was doing a time lapse of the whole thing, but always from the beginning, I had it in mind that I wanted to make a movie about it and have a documentary being made about it. But I really didn't have anybody helping me with it, and it wasn't moving forward. I mean, I just am going on faith. So I'm just making the painting. That's all I was doing. And then I met this lovely man at a plantation conference named Daniel. He was on the board of the Plantation Project. And I had done an illustration for them that I've been doing an annual, like they give an award annually. So I was doing an illustration for them. And and I told him about this painting. He said, this should be a documentary. This should be a movie. And he said, I know just who to do it. So he put me in touch with this guy, James Hoot, who lives in Bali, but he's from America, and he has a 501c3 film production company called Fauna Films. And so he told James about the movie, about this idea, and James said, okay, I'll do it. And Daniel funded a trailer, so he came out here, which I think Ray will show. And he came to Santa Barbara and started filming me November of 2024, I guess. And so I'd already completed a lot of the painting, and so he came out 3 times and filmed me, and he interviewed my family. He'd got my story about why I'm in a wheelchair and why I'm making this painting. We went to a few sanctuaries, and he spent time, we talked about what I eat, and yeah, just did a lot of really emotional interviews with my family and stuff. So then now it was going to be a short, but now they said they couldn't get it shorter than 40 minutes, so they decided to make it a full hour. So it's a feature-length documentary, and then they are currently finalizing the sound and credits, and then they're going to be submitting it to film festivals in May. So, and it's so good to see you, Ruby. It's been so long. But I have your books in my office. But so I will show you the painting. And so that's what I mean. It's the beginning. So I'm trying to have now my website ready. I want to have prints available. But really, I just want to, I want the image all over the place. I want to make postcards and stickers and puzzles just because and I've had people, so the people that have seen it, they're like, wow. And you can look at it and look at it and look at it because in 7 years of indulgent sitting there painting, you can get a lot of animals and a lot of expression and a lot of like little treasures in it. So, and my vision, my hope for this painting is that at least on a temporary basis, it gets to be in public place or places, because I made it to be seen. I made it the scale that it is to be seen so that it would draw people. And it's just because of its beauty and because of its energy. And then as they look at it, they'll wonder why these animals and look into why it was made. And so I am just starting on so the film will help with that. And then I also, on my website, of course, want to talk about all the individual animals and why they're included and stuff like that. But yeah, so if you'd like, I can show you the painting on my phone. Would you like that? I can just switch. Is that good? I can switch because I think if I pull my laptop over there, I won't be able to just see what I'm showing you, but I'm going to sign in on Zoom and then see if this works. I'm transferring. So give me a sec. Oh, did it
Panelists were
work?
nodding their head, so I'm assuming that was. Let's have a look. That's exciting.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna flip around this.
Did I understand you correctly? Did you say you're still touching up things on it? It's not.
No, well, up until 3 days ago, but now, let me know. Do you think it's
I was
finished?
under the impression that it was done last year at the AVA summit when it was a
okay.
presentation.
Okay, this is true. And that was okay. So, and the amazing thing is that, so I always was saying to James, that I didn't feel done with it by then, but all these wheels were in motion to show the painting at that conference. And so I said, oh, I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I really wasn't satisfied with it. When I showed it to everybody, I wasn't satisfied with liberty, and I wasn't satisfied with the environment, and I needed a lot more chicks in there because I wanted a lot of chicks, because that's mostly what we're talking about, like as far as numbers go, is the baby chicks and the chickens. And so I kept working on it for a year. So he was saying, okay, we'll try to incorporate it, but guess what? So I gave him the photo from just a couple weeks ago. So no one will be able to tell it's different than this one. And they were able to use virtual effects to put it into that scene. So we shot a reveal party last year. I got the painting back home and kept working on it because I'm making a masterpiece. I didn't know how long it would take. I wasn't done. And so now this painting is going to be like everyone's looking at it as it is now, which is incredible to me. I'm so happy because I just didn't expect that it would be able to be done, but they did it. So to my whole family and everybody's frustration, a lot of the times I'm just like, it's not done. I can't help it. It wasn't done. So I'll just go
imagining
through.
the interviews with James and your family members.
I know. Can you imagine? And I'm so I'd get quite defensive, But so this is how Liberty is right now. So I'll back up so you can see her full. I'm trying not to tremble. I'm a little nervous talking about it. But so there's Liberty, and here's the whole painting.
How big is it, Gretchen?
It's 13 feet wide and 80 inches tall, so it's almost 7 feet tall. Wow. So, and I said I was doing it from a wheelchair, so I have this was for a while, and you'll see it if Ray shows the trailer, but I have a way of the ramp sort of system so that I could reach the top of the painting, and the painting electrically goes up and down. But now it's in my living room, and I can't reach the top how it is now, but 80 inches was as high as I could get. So there's Lisa was talking about the seals, there's the seals, I've got the chickens and emus. All these animals, for the most part, are ones that are killed, used on on the biggest, all animals get abused, but these are the biggest numbers. These are all the fur animals, raccoon dogs, and animals used for pets. I put in a lot of birds for freedom, but got the chinchillas and minks and monkeys, and so
it's really stunning. I just have to say, I work so small. I just cannot imagine. Gretchen, it is such a masterpiece to go that large and control the paint.
Thank you so much. Well, a little bit is small. It's like there's so many paintings in this painting.
Right,
it's like
right.
you put all your paintings on the same page, right?
Right.
Because there's so many little spirits, and there's animals in here that were photos that I got. Well, let me show you these beagles over here. These were from Rescue Freedom Project, the Beagle Freedom Project at the time. But these 3 beagles. I got the photos. Oh gosh, remind me her name. I'm just blanking for no reason.
I'm guessing Keisha. Are you talking about Keisha? And
No, the
getting.
one that started the Beagle Freedom Project.
Oh, okay.
Oh gosh. Okay, if any, I'm sure you guys. Well, anyway, she gave me the photos of these beagles. That was the first time they were ever on grass. So that moment, and then I used to volunteer a lot at what's now Farm Sanctuary, but what was um, the Lori Balston's rescue place. I'm just kind of blanking, but anyway, so a lot of these animals were rescued, and then a lot of them are just sort of hybrids of different parts of animals from online. So I've got the cows, I've got the baby cows and the mother cows, talking about mothers and babies, chickens, and then horses and everything. So I think I've showed you most of it here. And then there's the lion and the lamb, and she's holding a monkey's hand. In that original painting, there's a little boy with like a musket by Liberty, and so I replaced it with them. I don't want this to just be about that painting, of course, but that was my inspiration. And then she's carrying a torch that's, symbolic fire, of course. And then I've got a dove of peace there. So, yeah.
Liberty in the original painting was the inspiration for the Statue of Liberty. Is that correct?
It's from the Statue of Liberty, as well as the painting, Liberty Leading the People. That painting, I think that inspired the Statue of Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
But there were also Liberty coins in America at the time, and the Statue of Liberty in New York is standing on a broken chains that are supposed to represent the end of slavery. And so I've got her standing on broken cages. Oh. And then I just could never get in enough chicks. I need to get this out there and get the movie going, but if I had my way, I was wanting to do the whole bottom with these, but I feel like I just have to complete it, Like I wanted to make a point about the chicks and have them look kind of like flowers from a distance, but they're just the little yellow chickies.
Really cool.
There's something that I really appreciate about your story, about how you've changed the face of liberty a few times, because you've ended up on yourself, and you've described it as a paradise, and you're standing.
Yeah,
that wasn't by design. That's how it evolved and came out. So there's something.
Yeah, right. You never know. I mean, I would love it's when my friend David was talking to me about it, he was saying, this is heaven. And I was saying, no, it's not heaven. It's how Earth should be. It's like, this is what we should do here. But thinking about it, it's not Earth. And I don't believe we die. Our bodies die. We keep going. So complete somewhere. And you never know, but yeah, exactly. It's not only, it's my vision for myself as well, but of course that was a side thing.
And then there's a theological debate about whether there's a heaven out there or whether we have to build heaven on earth. So it works perfectly well that you're saying that the liberation has to happen, and it has to happen while we're alive. We have to work towards this. Yes.
I know. That's, of course, we all feel that way. Like I want, the animals I feel that they are here for us in some ways to teach us about love and compassion, unconditional love. They reflect unconditional love, and they are our little brothers and sisters that we're supposed to be taking care of. They're a gift, and people are, I feel like I know in the Christian world, there's an idea that, well, God put the animals here for us. It's almost blasphemy to say you should treat them with anything than just what you want to do with them, which is insane, because if your father gives you a car, you don't go crash it and trashing it, and you take care. If you have a gift, all the more reason to take care of it. If you think it's for you,
all the more reason to respect it and make it last and show that you're grateful for it. But yeah, I have a lot of words about it. I need to start writing, what it's all about so people can access that, and then have I think I just need help, how to share it, how to tell the individual animals' stories and find its audience. I just feel a lot more relaxed about it since knowing that the film is coming out, because no matter what happens to this original painting, the film is there. So people are going to see it that way.
And it's seeming to me that the film is going to get the painting where it needs to be as well. When you mentioned the painting that inspired you and where it lives, it's like, I just felt like that's the destiny for this. And there has to be somebody at the Louvre or the Met or some place that
Yes.
has this sensibility. And what a thrilling thing that you've done and continue to do. Wow.
Oh God, thank you so much. That's what I want more than anything. I want it at the Medical Loop. I just want it to be there, or maybe LACBA. I just want it to be where it's in public. And I know there's so much opposition to the idea of being kind to animals. I don't understand it at all. But exactly, we have to find, so anybody that knows people, if somebody gifts it to the museum, I think that's how, yeah, I don't know. I just am trusting that it has a destiny. And the film, like you're saying, yeah, I just have to have the painting done, which I think it is. Do you think it's done?
Looks done to us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Only you know.
You can only be the person that can answer that question.
I know. I think
so
now
many
that I
parallels with what you're doing in filmmaking, and you can go ahead and be the George Lucas of painting and never be completely finished, and always come back and fix it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah.
I wanted to say something, just something I've been thinking about a lot, but that's coming up now and how they're related is like how long a project takes. And maybe there's people listening who have ideas for art and advocacy. And several of my books took years to make also. And we are really impatient as vegans. Like we want things to happen now, and things have changed very quickly. But I've been thinking a lot about that with the current administration. And I was looking over my notes of like frequently asked questions that I've had for many years and my answers. And I used to say like the first line in one of my books is we don't have to wait for presidents to be elected. We can begin change now. And that's been my thought behind the books is like, we can't ask the people who created the problems to change the problems. We have to change the problems, and we can. Like, we control the markets ultimately. But thinking about just so much politics and being kind of enthralled in what's going on in our country now, the one thing that I love about this administration, it's hard for me to say those words, is that as activists before, we were always told things it takes decades to change things, handshakes, compromise. And now we've seen that it does not. Like we can bulldoze through gatekeepers. And from now on, the government will not be able to tell us that things have to take decades to change. Hopefully pendulum swings where we can get some people in power who understand the intersections between ecology and social, political dimensions, but I see some hope in what's happened for worse very quickly, that the pendulum could swing back and we could push some things through very fast with the right people. So just thinking abstractly as artists do about how just watching you and your painting, it took so many years and goes through so many evolutions and time and our patience and how that's related to the macro and the micro are related.
I really appreciate that silver linings point of view, and maybe that's something that artists are able to do as well, because we're thinking conceptually, and you're projecting a future based on the present, and taking some of the things that are difficult right now, but recognizing that for change makers, we should be encouraged. That's amazing. We're 50 minutes into the first hour. I just want to check with the panelists that are you okay for time? We have another hour after this one.
I have to go soon, so I'll wave to everybody. If you want to learn more about my work, it's wedon'teatanimals.com. All the books are there. I'll stick around for a few more minutes if anybody has questions.
Well, I'll quickly share the slides that I shared with you beforehand. Did you have any comments on the slides as I bring them up?
Go for it, and I'll comment as you show them.
Everybody can read that.
I think vegans especially have been, disillusioned with the systems that we have in place. And I can't remember when I said this, probably over a decade ago, but not much, has gotten that much better as far as our world systems. People have changed and the markets have changed. I think something controversial, like the things that have happened, like the future is female slogan that came out. I thought that was I understand the concept. I don't think that's to me that was like a patriarchal way of saying something positive, but that's to me so aggressive, like it felt controlling. That's not what I relate to as far as like the divine feminine and how that behaves, that archetype behaves. But I have always seen the connection between how the environment is being treated and how women are being treated, and those two things being connected. I do hope we see more of a balance in our society in my lifetime.
We talk about the sacred feminine and that both men and women have to try to find a way forward that is different than the patriarchal elements that really shape our society. And so I knew that this would resonate with our audience. You say feminine, and I think that you've got new projects that are focusing on that, not necessarily in a children's format that we're familiar with. Did you want to talk about that?
My work has always been figurative before these books came along. So just as different chapters of life evolve, I'm currently working on more adult figurative work that has to do with my body. I have scoliosis. I wore a back brace for most of my childhood, 13 years, 20 plus hours a day. That also, I think, led to me understanding veganism and in a way of understanding animals in cages and feeling trapped myself inside of a hard plastic shell. But my work, after the books were out and doing their thing, just my evolution took me back toward my figurative work. So people can check that out too on Instagram, as long as you're not offended by the female body. It's Ruby_Roth if you want to find me there.
You mentioned feminine, but you seem to resist quite often to use the word feminist. And I've been talking to people about the difference between vegan and veganism. Is there a reason for that? Is it something that feminine is something that everybody can understand, whereas feminist is a word that may bubble up some opinions or obstacles for people's
This is a huge question. I can just say personally, I don't always, like what comes out of the feminist movement doesn't always resonate with me, because I love the masculine, and the masculine has gone through a lot of hatred and toxic masculinity, as we learn this term. There's reasons that things need to be examined. There's also toxic femininity. So I, per usual, find myself not fitting into any specific category ever, and just thinking independently. And I think the feminine that archetype has to do with deep instincts and deep feeling and deep empathy. And I like those ideas. And I also like deep masculinity and drive forward and focus and what that brings into my life and what the masculine has brought into my life through different people and the balance, and that we have each of those spectrums within ourselves, whoever we are. So it's super complicated, but I personally just relate to the feminine archetype more than, because feminist just means so many things to different people.
I ask a question of Ruby before she goes. So I'm interested when you talked about how people could reach you in terms of your vegan work and then your other work. And one of the things that I see is that people who are creative, people who are artists, but even people who are successful in business and other ways, when they're really out there doing the best that they can, when they're at the top of their game, and if they happen to be vegan, if they happen to be animal rights people, that elevates our movement. And when I see you've got your two faces as an artist these days, two genres, and I've always felt similarly. And I have Main Street Vegan, which is my vegan face. I wrote a book called Main Street Vegan. I've got the Main Street Vegan podcast, Main Street Vegan Academy that trains vegan lifestyle coaches, a little bit of Main Street Vegan Productions trying to do some film stuff. That's that. But I also have VictoriaMoran.com because I'm a writer in my own right. I'm fascinated by spirituality and other things. And so I just wanted to know, Ruby, what you do with the two sides of yourself, because I think they can both help the animals, but it can get a little bit
They're
crowded in one
one
life.
for me. It's one.
Okay.
There's no difference for me. I feel like I've been punished in the public realm for being a children's book author and doing artwork that some people feel like, is erotic, or most of my figure stuff has nudity in it because it's not sexualized to me. I'm obsessed with the body because I've been looking at my own spine and x-rays since I was 4 years old and studying bodies and how to be comfortable in mine. But I've been punished on the outside. I've had women primarily write to me and say, I bought all your vegan books. I'm disgusted by your adult artwork. Take me off your mailing list now. So I felt like I had to separate it. And the algorithms also, it was a strange and hard departure because the algorithms read children's stuff as one thing and adult stuff as another thing. And so my account, even though there's nothing graphic, there's bodies, there's breasts, there's butts, it's not overtly sexual or graphic, but my account is always flagged. I have probably 10 posts at a time, always flagged for violating community guidelines against sexual activity. Just absurd. So I feel like I had to separate it just for the public, but not for myself. It actually creates division in my body that I don't like, but I feel like I had to separate it because of people's reactions and what's appropriate. Mixing children's stuff in with nude figures is just not, whatever our society is, they're not ready for that, or just a few people are. So that's been really interesting. But in me and in my mind, it's all lines on paper. It comes from the same place. We can't have children without female bodies. Like, to me, it's all, there is no division.
I feel the same way. I mean, in my work, there isn't as much of a split that would cause people to be upset by it. But the idea that I haven't written a book about anything that doesn't have a little string of animals, coming through it. Because I guess when we put ourselves out there as artists, and maybe Gretchen would like to weigh in on this too, we bring our whole selves. We're creative, we're vegan, the three of us happen to be female, and all of that comes through.
Yeah, I society definitely, has more work to do on you know, where we're so free but then so repressed about things at the same time. So I separate things now, just algorithmically. I have to, but I know sometimes my reach is suppressed, and I know that's because I have a lot of vegan followers who did stick around, but the algorithms think they're not interested in art. They're only interested in vegan stuff. So they're not even seeing my work. I reached out to a handful of people in my list just to see, like, hey, I haven't seen your face. I've transitioned. If you don't want to look at this stuff, totally understand. But a lot of people were like, I haven't seen your stuff. Like, it hasn't been showing me your stuff at all. And I like it. So, you know, I'll come along for the ride. Those are my people, you know, who see the work as all connected. It all comes from the same place. It's coming from the same person.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Ray, we have some questions. There's Nancy and Tammy and Amit with their hands up. And there's a question briefly, since Ruby, you're still with us. A question comes from YouTube, which is, you have been studying your spine on X-ray photos since you were 4? You're just looking for clarification there.
Yes, my mom found my spinal curvature when I was 3 years old, and so I've been X-rayed since I was 4, looking at my curved spine on X-rays, and I think that's where my obsession with bodies comes from. There's a video on my Instagram. It's pinned at the top called Bones and Bodies. And that video, in that video, I talk about the connection between veganism and bodies, and how both of those became subjects of my work.
Nancy, Amit, Sailesh, and Toby, just nod if your question is for Ruby, so that we could let her go shortly. Nancy?
Me? Hi. Well, first, I'm just loving every moment of this. And Gretchen, that artwork is just spectacular. Oh my God, I have an art background and I'm looking at it. I'm just on my iPad mini, and it's kind of in the background, and it still just blows my mind, you know, incredible. And I used to live in Baltimore. I'm temporarily in Bronx now. So I've been very exposed to a lot of different ethnic groups of veganism. And there's still a really big division between like white people and black people of color. And even when you go to the AR conferences, and it's largely white people. And so without going into too much of that, I was looking at the picture and I was wondering, and just take this, it's just my opinion, so, you know, take it or leave it. If there's a way of making that figure or other figures not just white, you know, that including more people of color, and, you know, because veganism is so much about, you know, not oppressing others. And very much so the Black population and the people of color still have been very much victimized and oppressed in our country and in the world. And also, I've also noticed, and I don't know if you have it in there or not, that I see this a lot in vegan advocacy, is almost an exclusion and forgetting about our ocean cousins, you know, the creatures that live in the seas. And they're not as, you know, can't really like pet them or have them, we don't interact with them the same way we would the cows and pigs and chickens and you know, these animals like that. So I think it's something that we really need to be aware of in our vegan advocacy, because as we know, fish and water cousins are in the trillions, you know. So that's all. But thank you so much. I just love that painting so much. It's incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, you know, so there's the question of different cultures, you know, we're all one human family, and I completely agree. There's only one figure in the painting, and so it's got to be, you know, it's one singular person. Each one of us is so unique, you know. So basing it on me as well, that's sort of that's the color I came out. You know what I mean? And so then I don't want to put multiple people in there because it would throw off the composition. It's just supposed to be a singular figure, but I can't really make her more than what she is. But I as far as the yeah, if that yeah, because I think yeah, I don't know how to make it more. Yeah, so I also, I can't walk. I use a wheelchair. And so people look down on me all day long. You know what I mean? I've been in a wheelchair since I was 16 years old. So I know what it is to be a minority. I know what it is to have, to feel other than other people, to feel like society isn't catered to, doesn't include me, doesn't consider me, and those are, it's not that it's alien to me, but I want all of us together from whatever background we are, to come, to care for one another and to care for all of our creatures. And as far as the fish go, I do at least have a few fish. I know what you're saying about, because I've thought about maybe I need to make another painting that includes the ocean life. I do have this seal that I put on land. I have a lobster, and I have a few fish, and they're on that far end. But you can see it on my website a little bit more. I've got the painting on there. I have to put more details up, but I do have a few fish jumping in a stream. Yeah, so they definitely are so important too. I hate it when people say, I love the ocean, I love to eat fish. I love, it's like, no, you can't do both really, anymore. Thank you. And thank you so much for your kind words. So encouraging.
It's just beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that painting. I watched it at the AVA Summit last year. I watched the unveiling, and I see what you've done with it. And I hope your dreams come true, that Miss Liberty does free all the animals right now.
Right. I hope it frees all the animals.
And I hope Victoria's Miss Liberty movie gets made as well.
Yes, that's so amazing. And I hope that you end up in the film.
Oh, I
I
don't
know
know about
everyone
that.
that was there was being filmed for the documentary, so I
Yeah.
hope all of us are in there together. I don't know who's in it, but
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ray, I was wondering if we could bring up Manjushri and the video that she did on this panel.
Ruby had to go. It's too bad because I wanted to just have at least a little moment to discuss how the Pinky Promise owes a debt to her book, because that was the book that Sailesh was reading to his granddaughter Kimaya when the whole conversation that led to the Pinky Promise happened.
Absolutely.
That's
It's
of
a
course
book
something
that-
that she couldn't have ever predicted, and it's great the way that art is just something that lingers and finds a space to have an effect.
Absolutely. It's a book that she even signed for Kimaya. We got it. We purchased it from her at one of those fairs. Yeah.
I'm not that superstitious, but that feels like it just charmed it a little bit more, didn't it?
That's
And
what's
Manju
so
just
amazing
left, it
about
looks
art.
like. Huh?
It's so whether it's a book, that maybe people say, oh, that's an old book, but somebody finds it at a secondhand bookstore and it changes their life and they go on to change the world. And, the films, it's all like that.
Right.
David?
Looks like Manju has left, so maybe I'll just play her video if you don't mind.
She's here.
Is she here? Oh, okay.
I've just asked her to turn on her video.
Okay. All right. Then you can play her video and her work as well. So thank you so much. I wonder if there's some way we can connect Miss Liberty of Victoria with Miss Liberty of Gretchen.
Well, I'll just mention for a minute, what this is so people know what we're talking about. So, I didn't know about Gretchen's project. Ours is a feature film. The original, when we were talking about how long art can take, this idea came to my husband actually a really long time ago. I almost hate to say how long ago, but let's just say it was a long time ago. And so it's a feature film. It's about a cow who escapes from a slaughterhouse, but not a documentary. It's a story. And the human drama and the interesting characters, the attorney that goes out from New York after this happens, the slaughterhouse foreman that they call Shakespeare because he had a degree in English literature from Mexico and he comes up here and he's working in a slaughterhouse. So there's just all this depth and beauty. But my husband had never really been around cows. So he went up to the Finger Lakes region where the Farm Sanctuary, New York sanctuary is, and spent a month there. And he was still working at the time. So he'd work in the morning and then he'd go out to Farm Sanctuary, got to know Gene Bauer really well, got to know cows, and, finished. And for anybody that's listening that has a project, especially if it's a big project, like a movie, like a feature it's huge, it's expensive, it's a very difficult industry. And yet, I think if these inspirations come to us and we're able to move them wherever we've been able to move them, we have to just keep going no matter what, because there's some kind of power there. And I feel like this name Liberty, you've got it from the Liberty, leading the people. Now your Liberty is leading the animals. And Miss Liberty, I just came up with that. My husband's really the primary writer, but I'm the co-writer, and I came up with the title because the main character was coming into New York City to work in a law office, which she didn't really want to do. She wanted to be doing her animal rights work. And she comes in on the Staten Island Ferry. Well, what's over there at the side if you're on the Staten Island Ferry but the Statue of Liberty and Miss Liberty? And then I think there was also a cow, I believe, that Joaquin Phoenix had something to do with adopting this cow that was named Liberty and that was, featured somewhere. So I just think this whole concept it's so it's just central to our movement that we can't feel liberated in ourselves, whether in a social justice point of view, personal point of view, until everybody is liberated. So it just feels very powerful. Thanks for that time to talk about Miss Liberty.
That's so exciting. That's wonderful. Oh my gosh. How far are you with the film project?
Well, the screenplay is wonderful, but it's been around for a while. So we have joined forces with Dennis Henry Hennelly, whom some of you know from two previous animal rights film projects. He did the one about the Animal Liberation Front back in 2009. Somebody shout out the title because it's somehow blanking. Um, and then he did a documentary more recently. So even as we speak, he is doing a polish and a rewrite on the script. We also have a wonderful producer. Interestingly, Dennis is in the western part of Canada, and our producer Scott is in eastern Canada. And this is interesting too, because Scott, long history in the film business, he's not vegan. He's not even vegetarian. But he keeps saying these things like, I probably will be by the time we make this movie. And I think it's sometimes it's like, okay, they just don't see it. I don't want to work with somebody, that doesn't see. But I think we have to. We have to allow for all the creativity and the connections and the expertise of people who haven't changed their lifestyle yet to help us get the word out, and then hopefully we will change them too. So that's where we are when the script is repolished and all that. We will be going out to actors. We have interest from some actors already, and we're just going to see how far we can go. Because what happens with a feature is in order to fund it, one of the ways that that happens with independent films these days is selling to different countries. And there are certain actors that are very popular in various countries around the world. And I think the classic person was always David Hasselhoff, that over here we saw him as a TV actor. He was on Baywatch, but in other countries in the world, he was like mega superstar. And so we are hoping and praying, frankly, that one of these people that has a lot of following in other countries will love Miss Liberty and want to be part of it. And, hopefully coming soon to a theater or streaming platform near you. And I do see some people here, I just want to say, who have contributed to Miss Liberty. And I just want to thank you with my heart and know we're doing the very best we can with it.
You can tell it's a passion project, and that's something that's so important to movement building. That's an independent art, things
Right.
that people are making, not just corporations that are finding an algorithm and figuring out how to make millions of dollars. This
Yeah.
is passion. This is an expression, and it's a way that I call it paying the passion tax. This is something that
Well, something
is
too that
taxing
I'm
to you,
finding.
but it's going to pay back in such
Yeah.
dividends.
Oh,
Why
bless
am
you.
I
Well,
chatting as a guest?
and in this particular panel where Gretchen has shared about her being in a wheelchair and Ruby shared about her spinal problem, my husband fell on the subway tracks just before the pandemic and has had
Oh.
several other difficulties after that. So he has aphasia, which is a problem accessing words. So he's written this beautiful film. In fact, he's written three beautiful films. Just one has to do with animals, and now he can't do that anymore. He also was an attorney at one point in his life, and he was really good with contract negotiations and things like that. And now he can't do that either. And so I'm carrying forward the passion project. And if anybody finds this interesting and would like to kind of join in and be part of this passion project, William has very big shoes to fill. So while he is very much alive, he's just not able to do the things that he did at one time. And I think for all of us who are creative and who care about bringing about a vegan world, we need to get up every day and do this, because none of us knows how long we'll be here or how long we'll be fully able to do what we do. And this is, I think this is what we came to this planet for. I think many of us probably feel that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope when your film gets made, and then when people hear the word liberty, they're just going to think about cows and animals. That we're making the connection, repeating that
Yes.
connection. Tie this together. I love it.
I'll confess that was a delicious little coincidence to me that to have both of you on the same panel, because I was looking at James Hoot's film and as director of the film festival, looking to see when Victoria's going to get her film done, and I went, Liberty, Liberty. Oh, this is fun.
So great.
If I may share Manju's video, it's a 5-minute video. It was done entirely, I think, with AI. So please take a look at it.
I just
And
wanted to mention that Manju is here, but it's almost 3 a.m. for her, bless her heart, in India.
Right.
So who knows? But
She's not
anyway,
able to respond, right? So I assume
right.
that
She's not
still-
responding, no.
Yeah, she's sleeping, I think.
I'm guessing too. Mhm.
So let me just share it and show you. This is what she was able to do, mostly with AI. So just to throw an idea out there for you.
शिव कैलाशों के वासी धौलीधारों के राजा शंकर संकट हरना मुझे फिर जन्म नहीं धरना शंकर
पंछी भी हैं मेरे दुलारे, ना छीनो दूध जिस पे बछड़ों का हक है, रस्सी ना बांधो आजाद वो हैं, दर्द उन्हें क्यों सहना, मुझे उनका दुख है पीना, तुम ही संकट हरना, शिव कैलाशों के वासी, धौली धारों के राजा, हमें अब है संकट हरना, पशु पे जुल्म नहीं करना, हमें अब है संकट हरना, पशु पे जुल्म नहीं करना।
Yeah, wonderful. Wow.
You're here, Manju.
Hello, everyone.
Manjushri.
That was beautiful.
How long did it take you to make that video?
About 8 months. Actually, I was also working on parallel projects along with it. But yeah, it took me a long time, about 6 months or so.
Wow, that is a lot of trying to compose something in your mind and using computer tools to try to create the imagery that you have in mind. So that it's, I love how it's you have the artist spirit and you're using a tool, and it's one that's a little bit controversial because a lot of people are challenging the idea of, is an AI generated image art? It is an image. It is something that conveys a message. And I would contend that you are an artist using a tool so that it is art. Do you have thoughts on that? Because as you took 6 months to make it, contrast with Gretchen, who took 6 years to make a painting, which is of practical kind of expression. And there's a lot of people that are making a living at painting that are very threatened by the idea of AI art. And I did want to touch on this topic for this panel on art as advocacy, especially as it applies to animals, because I think a lot of the rules change because we're part of a movement that is going to suffer a lot because of AI in the grander scheme of things, that animals are going to suffer, and there has to be some sort of an offset. There has to be some way that we can use these tools, and as you have.
Well, I took care that the lyrics are very not offensive, And so I remember when I started writing the part where Shiva comes and addresses his devotees. So the first thing he says was, "Bhakto tum sab ho mujhko pyare," means all of you are dear to me. So that was like a sweet quoting before the the Hathoda message, before he scolds everybody. So he has to to sugarcoat the message So I mean I took care in the lyrics itself that I don't offend anybody and that it is not a harsh message. So about for the first 4 months I was working on the lyrics. Yeah.
Did anybody in the panel have any questions or comments? Or Sailesh, maybe you want to talk a little bit about
I was going to ask you, how was the experience using AI to generate the video. Was that easy or was that?
That was very difficult actually. It was very hard because first to begin with, to find a Shiva without leather skin, without the tiger skin.
Mhm.
So, or find a Shiva without the snake. That took a lot of time because when you ask AI to do something, AI basically works on stereotypes. So, so finally, I made the AI thing work with a program which had a sadhu dressed very similar to Shiva, what Shiva looks like, you know. And yeah, and the continuity aspect was also very painstaking because the moon has to be on one side of the head and it has to be like on the shots, you know. Then the calf has to have his head on the right side of the shoulder and things like that. So that was a little yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting how
Manju,
you're kind of bridging the two worlds of writing and art, because you're writing prompts, you're writing your vision the way that a novelist would to build a picture in our head, but we have an intermediary of an AI that you're trying to make consistent, and you did manage to make a very consistent video. So congratulations on that. Sorry, there's other people trying to speak there.
what platform did you use? What kind of AI?
We used Google VO, and there was something from Edge. I'll have to ask the person who was in charge of the AI once more.
Thank you.
I don't remember the other program's name. Two programs which we used.
Beautiful. Can we take a few questions, Ray? Because when we asked earlier if there's any questions for Ruby before she left, I think that there were some people that raised their hand during that time and never got to speak. And we can send this recording to Ruby afterwards so she can hear some of the questions. Are you okay taking a few questions right now, Ray, and then we can get back to our panelists?
Yep, that's a good plan.
Ray, we have one more question from the chat for Manjushri. And that is, did you use photographs for the video too? Thank you.
Yeah, like when you begin your video on AI, you have to generate characters. So, for example, the calf's character, like even that was not very consistent. Like you might have noticed that in certain shots, the calf looks a little different than it looks in the other shots, you know. And so I had to collate a number of shots of the calf. And I want the calf to look like this, you know. So it was a white calf with a little mark on his forehead, like. So to create the characters, you have to have the stills. You have to work with photographs, yeah. But otherwise, no. Once it starts, once the character is fixed, then you don't need stills anymore. You just need to give them the prompts of the previous shots and continuity happens like that.
Hi, Toby, you've had your hand up for a while.
Hello all. Yes, art's been a big part of my life. My grandparents were both artists, and so I started off young, drawing, and then I got into martial arts and then musical arts. And I've done musical arts most of my life now, being in multiple bands and things. And yeah, I feel like if you've got a platform or you do something people are there to watch or listen to or admire as art, you want to have a story or a message that, you know, really that is important. A lot of music I see today, listen to today is there's not really much meaning to it. Doesn't really mean anything to me anyway. You know, it could have a lot more integrity is something really important, and I feel like what these panelists have been showing, presenting today is, you know, phenomenal work, and I think that's really kind of really what art is for, is to send a message, you know, something deep within you to show the world. And so I thank you very much for that, and it's very moving. And going back to feminism as well, I talked to some feminists of a podcast, and they do blogs and things and things like that. So, and I wanted to talk about animal rights and veganism and the environment. And I got classed as a eco-feminist. I didn't know what that was, but I guess I am. And I think you can't really separate these things. If you're a feminist, you got to be vegan, I think really if you're vegan, you got to be feminist, and you got to be all these things. They all come together to make this big movement, for us to all be liberated. And this is a thing that we say at Climate Healers is to heal, human, earth, animal liberation. And that's really important, is that we, use art in this way. My question, funnily enough, was about AI and what Gretchen and Victoria think about AI and art, the way it's used for art today. What are your thoughts after seeing this video, which is really, really well done? And obviously you're conveying a message, which I think is important, and it's a lot quicker to do it if you use AI. But what are your thoughts? I don't know who wants to take up the question to answer it, but either Gretchen or Victoria, what are your thoughts on AI and art?
Well, I can say something first. I love it as a means to an end for what that video showed us, and I've seen a lot of other people, activists on Instagram, or some, I know there's just so much stuff out there, you can only see so much of what's going on. But I love people using these memes and videos to convey, what we're trying to say. Like, so that for us to use as activists, I think it's absolutely wonderful. I think I was just talking to a friend last night about painting and about, my friend was saying the AI can't paint. It can't pick up a brush and paint. And I think that we all feel we can be moved by something that's AI. We can be moved by AI music and things too. But if we know there's a human voice, that it's an actual person that sings, it makes a lot. Once we hear it's only a computer singing to us, I think we are just turned off. I think most people have a bit of repulsion from you see a beautiful face. If it's a real person, oh, it's a beautiful person. If it's an AI, it's like, oh, it's just AI. And I feel like there's that feeling with a lot of things. So I think all of us are learning and evolving and in a bit of shock. I'm in shock still about what it can do and don't know where it's going. But I know that when I do something with my hands, it has an energy. I think it's a spiritual energy. Like there's a love that artists put into their work when you're touching it with your hands, that when you're around it, you can sense it. And I feel like I've had people already, just even like a child saw it online. Oh, I think that's AI. And it's like, well, but when they found it, it's not. It's really remarkable. But how do you get there? So then it's a lot of showing for I think artists, and even I have a photographer friend that's just does the shoots and then shows all these behind the scenes footage to show like we made the picture and this is a real person. And so I don't know all what to think, but it is a tool, like Ray was saying, and I think there's technology advances. There's nothing we can do about it. It's here and it's going to keep evolving. So we just have to do our best to use it to our advantage. What's terrifying me is more just like that nobody has that the jobs are drying up. Like I don't know what's going to happen to humanity. Like, so we've got a garden and I don't know, but I'd love to hear Victoria's thoughts.
Well, I would just second everything that you have said because I completely agree. I mean, certainly it is a tool, and we see something like the video we just saw, and it's beautiful and it needs to be out there, and how
Mhm.
wonderful that it could be made in 6 months when, we're working on projects that take years, and it can get out there. And I think whatever we can use to help the animals, whatever tools are available now, whatever tools become available in the future, we need to use those. But as an artist, as a creative person myself, it's taken humanity thousands of years to evolve what we're doing now. I mean, we've started with the cave paintings and, maybe before the cave paintings, but we know that humans have had this capacity for a very long time, and we've nurtured that. And I think it's really important to not assume for ourselves, for we who are artists, everybody on this call who considers themselves an artist in any way, that we don't consider ourselves replaceable. Because even though in some ways it may seem that we are, I think if we give up on ourselves as creative, we've given up on what we're saving this planet for.
It's true. I think artists are starting to join that narrative that's been going on for a long time. The technology is replacing jobs, and it's also challenging our tests on reality. Like Gretchen said, that there's things that you see and you're not sure if you're seeing AI or something that was invented. As a video editor, I've manipulated the reality of what's in front of a camera. AI doesn't even need a camera, but our media has been manipulating us all along. It's something that's started back in antiquity, that we're presenting things that are not as they are. And I think AI will help us in that capacity, because we always should have been questioning any narrative that's been presented to us. Now we're starting to say, hey, things aren't as I seem. They never were. I studied mass communications before I studied film, and I know this to be the case. So it's something that I keep bringing up whenever people are saying, I don't know what's reality anymore. Did you ever? You always have to be awake. You always have to be using your critical thinking. And as climate healers, as a systems change kind of activism, we know that the employment system has to change. It's still rooted in the industrial age, and we need to have a new way of doing everything. And employment is something that we're worried about, and we naturally should be. AI is challenging many jobs, but maybe this is the tipping point towards a new attitude towards employment, where we don't have to work for the industrialists anymore. Right? It's time to move on, and the future is vegan, but it may also have a very different look to a lot of different systems, including how we're employed. And if the robots are doing all the work, then it could free us up for, bringing it back to our topic, more art, more expression. Maybe that's where humanity's heading, is towards more art.
I think it's may I go? May I stop?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think it's to do with storytelling. I mean, basically, I mean, all the stories of gods in all religions, they were told by some storytellers, right? So why can't we continue that same tradition of telling stories about God? Because to me, veganism is very much a spiritual awakening. So why should we stop telling stories of gods? And if AI can help us with that, then why not?
I was thinking while I was watching it, I would love to see all faiths have a video like that, where you have take the different, take Jesus and I don't know, Muhammad or whatever. Yeah,
Yes,
that was a
absolutely.
beautiful song, and that music is singular for India and Hinduism. But I was imagining, I was like, I want all religions to have this
Yes,
for the animals, because
absolutely,
God loves the
absolutely.
animals.
Yeah.
That's good. Do more.
I'm already working on new song for Krishna, like for Janmashtami.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I'm so glad.
Yeah. That's going to happen.
I had one slide that I'd prepared for this occasion, and it's a pretty aggressive sentiment by Aiden Kankyoku, who is involved with Pax Fauna. You're letting animals die by missing out on AI productivity. Now he's talking about productivity to run organizations and campaigns and so forth. He's not specifically talking about imagery, but of course that would be part of it. And it's a pretty provocative statement, especially amongst people who aren't for the animals. But obviously, we're further along the process of working for the animals when Manjushri makes a video like this and is able to do it in 6 months instead of 6 years, as Gretchen's painting, which we all would love to work on our passions for 6 years.
Right, but it took it was a lot. It cost me a lot to take that much time to make something, and they're different things. We need all the different things, all the different types of media together, working together.
It reminds me,
All
Gretchen, of those cathedrals that people painted and would never see the finished product in their lifetime. But people walk into them today and find themselves transformed. And we're trying to transform people into people who care about animals. And I think there's something powerful about the fact that you put this much time and life and suffering even into doing this. There's a value there that's also special, also unique. As we go forward using new tools and new technologies, I just feel that we can't lose that. I don't want your mural to be the last mural ever done by a human person that will move people, in this way. I'm sorry, Tams has been waiting for such a long time.
Hi, everyone. Oh my goodness, what an amazing topic this is. And so important. And Ray, thank you for hosting this meeting. Gretchen, your artwork is stunning. And I want to show you, I have in my dining room, I have nothing but vegan artwork in here from individual artists. And I hope you might consider turning yours into a print someday, because I would love to have that as well. And it's such a great talking point when non-vegans come over. I host a lot of dinners and etc. And they're sitting in there eating my vegan food surrounded by photos and pictures of creatures. And it's just really effective. So thank you so much. And to Ruby, I wanted to say, I know she's not here now, but thank you so much for speaking about duration and not being discouraged with length of time, because I think that's a factor for so many of us. And I know I've been working on a project now which for a few years, and there's no visible outcome, and it's so frustrating, and people are like, well, what are you doing? And I can't show the deliverable, right? And it's just wonderful to hear that encouragement. And then I wanted to ask, for the correct pronunciation of your name first. Manshuri, is that correct?
Manjushri Abhinav.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't mean to mispronounce it, but your video is fascinating. And I too agree there needs to be one for every religion, every faith.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes,
And
I agree.
And I might like to ask to have a conversation with you offline. I'm the director for allcreatures.org. So we're a faith-based vegan organization founded on Judeo-Christian beliefs. And the other thing I wanted to mention, just for anyone who's interested, is we've been hosting our site since the 90s, and we have published a lot of artists and poets and authors that have had no other place to share admire their work for the early years. So if anyone wants to check out a lot of great vegan work, all-creatures.org. But once again, thank you so much for this. This is such an important way to further our movement, and I'm so glad to be here.
Thanks, Tam. We've also got Dolly with her hand up.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Ray?
Friend and colleague of mine. Hi, Dolly.
Hi,
Yeah, we
Ray.
can hear you.
Well, Ray, thank you for hosting this. I think all of you are super, super amazing. I want to talk about Ruby Roth, but in a second. Manjuji, this was, I mean, how do I share it? I'm from India, you know, I made The Land of Ahimsa, and I watched this 5-minute film, and I think it should be shown at every mandir, every temple, every student. It touched me so much. Beautifully done. I bow down to you. Beautifully done. I mean, I'm just in tears. How can I share this? How can I watch it again?
It is there on YouTube, Dolly. By
What
the
is
way,
the
do you
name of
remember?
it?
It's Nandi Ki Pukar, Shiv Kailaso Ki Vasi.
Oh gosh. Ray, can you send me that link or somebody?
It's uploaded on Climate Healers also now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would love to share that. That is just very touching, very beautiful. And thank you.
Thank you.
For
Thank you
everything
so
you do.
much.
And of course, Victoria Moran, I love you. All the work that you do. And Gretchen, your painting has so much meaning to it. And Ruby left, but I wanted to say to Ruby, when I turned vegan, I spoke at my first Jain temple. And I took Ruby's book and I showed it to the audience, Vegan is Love. And I had 2 parents come up to me afterwards wanting the book, and they went vegan. Their children are vegan. So I wanted to tell Ruby, thank you for all that. And of course, Ray, thank you for everything for the Land of Ahimsa and working so hard and being our editor. And I want to thank everyone at VCOP and the Calf and Cow Mother's Day. I love you all. Thank you all for what you do.
It's great how Ruby's books are so universal. They've been translated to 10 different languages, but children's art is something that's so universal in and of itself, and cartoons in general. You get away with a lot more with cartoons. And I did want to talk to with her about how the cartoon and children's formats kind of lend themselves to art, that they're kind of automatically art as soon as you animate something. And I was going to talk with about once something's an animation, people are less likely to be critical of it as off the cuff commentary because it takes so long, and paintings takes so long. It's something that's obviously deep and meaningful because it takes a long time, and I think that's a little bit why people are suspicious about AI art. It's so like instant gratification, but it is also like when we went from typewriters to word processors to computers, it's a democratization of everybody's able to be a writer now. Everybody's able to be an artist. And that has always created waves through people who have done it professionally. I was a video editor who worked on $100,000 machines, and now they're something that anybody can do on their laptop. And that's a good thing, because now video is again become a democratized form of communication that we're all using.
Did on the phone.
Daniel, you have your hand up. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Put it up on the phone? Yeah, I guess the point where I put my hand up was where Victoria Moran was saying, yeah, this guy that's working on the movie, he's not a vegan yet, but he said maybe he will be vegan afterwards. But I thought that was great. So I like, you know, being open-minded like that and being able to say, hey, you know what? If he can help the cause, and I certainly hope he does go vegan. And I have that book, Main Street Vegan. I haven't read all of it, but I've read some, and I really enjoyed. It's like a plea for compassion, or right, like that documentary you did, or a prayer for compassion.
Prayer for Compassion, yes. With
yeah, that
Thomas
was very
Jackson
well done.
and Sailesh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Jamin?
Oh, thank you. Hey, great to see you all. So, wanted to express this is really about art because I've been inspired to look at this in a new way. But what Sailesh was talking about in terms of hungerless, with hungerless, and especially with the strategy that we were cooking up, where we start with hungerless in Seattle, where we literally feed nutritious gourmet plant-based food 3 meals a day to everyone. We make food a basic human right, and because this one of the big hurdles to veganism is, hey, go vegan, but people they don't even know how. And like Jane was showing in her video on that subway in Toronto, this guy's like, I don't want to just eat kale and carrots, because in his mind it was limited to that. So people literally don't know how to do it. I didn't know how to do it. And it's been quite a journey. So let's just take all that off the table, shall we? Like literally just imagine taking all of that off the table. And by that, I mean, we simply feed them the gourmet, super nutritious plant-based food. And it's going to take like that in Seattle. We can just start with one neighborhood and then 2 neighborhoods and 3 neighborhoods and, on en route to an entirely hungerless in Seattle. So what I wanted to suggest as an art, well, first of all, just that concept that we've got a clear shot on goal right now. Let's take it. Let's do it. Whether with that, or if not that, something else that will go exponential. But exponential is our key criterion here. We need a vegan world this year. We can't wait another decade. Wait another 5 years and we'll all be dead. We've lost already 98% of the wildlife. 98%. Right? We're almost dead by many measures. So my point is, whether it's hungerless or whether it's something else, but let's pick our winning exponential strategy and let's put it into practice with full support of art. So here comes the art. So,
Jamie, do you have a question for?
Well, I do. The question is,
the people that are waiting when run out of time.
Oh, that's right. No, I'll leave it at that, and we can also take it offline. But the point is how do we bring art to this? Because the art of making food, the art of doing block parties, bringing communities together. So we're going to have block parties all over the place, and then that creates an opportunity for like a trade fair, art show, whatever. There's so many things you can do on a block party. So anyway, it's bringing art to the act of bringing people together to eat plant-based food, to celebrate, and to get a whole new perspective on what food is. Anyway, passing the feather.
Food is such a good conduit to conversation, and art is a conduit to conversation that, I mean, it creates so many conversations that otherwise wouldn't have just organically happened. So that definitely should be part of those communities that we're building intentionally.
Oh, Ray, we have a special request to take a question from you, Access. She will not be able to come on screen.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Hi. This is Sudha. I'm from India. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just first time like coming here. I just came by a friend, Shankar here. Like I'm also a vegan from quite time, and this is the first time I'm just attending the Zoom. Hello.
Welcome.
What's your
Well,
question?
so okay, like it's not about like exactly the question, but like I'm trying to just understand more about like the meeting agenda, where like I can see that like we are able to be like real vegans by protecting animals here, right?
That's correct.
Am I right? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. Like I just want to see that like being a vegan, I just want to give a small suggestion and also a practical experience where I'm actually a visually impaired person. I'm a visual challenged person, so I don't know what's happening on the screen, but I'm able to see that like there's lots of art and lots of filming and like picturizations and happening where like everyone is keeping their heart to really bring the change. But as a visual challenged, I have to when I'm like being a vegan and also like trying to do for something for the society and even the animals, there wouldn't be any chance for me to go there. Can you understand? Like when I am not able to see something on the my before, even I can't really feel the animals and their feelings. But one thing I did is like first changing myself. When I changed myself more and more compassionated, I started feeling the feelings of everyone, including the animals and also the plants. So where like I thought like there are two sides for the coin, where positive and non-positive would be there. Where like even like giving a more education to the people about the plants and its more nutrition, people would like automatically come to more plants and consume it like pure ones. Automatically they'll shift to love towards the animals to the other side, because the plantation like the plant nutrition which gives the cosmic energy will also able like the love and compassion in the humans, and it will automatically like draw to the animal loving nature in the thing. So automatically like I have changed myself, and without even a word, due to the cosmic energy and the energies like what we developed during the aura building, it made others also think, and many friends being also in the circle after being friends to me. So I just want to just suggest this also to anyone, if this can be also helpful.
This is similar to a question I wanted to ask Gretchen about how a lot of people, when they do their advocacy, they're using their feet. You use your hands. And we have a guest that's joined us to talk about art, who is vision impaired and can't appreciate your picture as much.
Yes.
So is
I
there
am
a
really waiting for my eye vision to be also healed very soon, where I'll see the world again back and want to see the beautiful nature. I love birds, especially. Like I used to feed them in my terrace. I don't know how they look, but I really want to just touch them and see how beautiful they can also communicate with me.
That'll be a unique experience to come back and visit this conversation on YouTube after your vision is restored. I'm glad that's an option for you.
Can you repeat, please?
When your vision is restored, I guess you're getting some sort of a procedure.
I'm in the meditations where like I took the cosmic energy knowledge and the wisdom. I have been searching from 1 decade and found it, where body can heal it itself. So doctor said that I will not get my vision back. But I really waited for the signal from the universe, and I got that, and already my body started healing. So maybe in 1 year to 1.5 year or 2 years, I'll definitely get my eye vision.
Well, I think we're all trying to manifest that right now. That sounds wonderful if you're able to get your vision back.
So
I think we're at the top of the hour. We're a couple minutes over.
That's okay,
There's
Ray.
still a bunch of hands up.
Ray?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting. Ray, that's okay if we go over. We have a couple hours to do update. But I would really love before, first of all, Victoria, you're my superhero. The last book I wrote that I didn't launch yet, I referred to aging like a yogi. In there, I have been witness to your life for many, many moons, and but we don't actually know each other yet. And so thank you very much for being on this planet and being such a source. And thank you for showing up. You know, we know your husband had a really rough night and you are here still. So thank you so much for that. Gretchen, I just adore you and your art. I tell my partner that you're a real artist. He goes, "No, you're a real artist too, Tammy." But it's to be able to create like that is just and to you decide when you are done with it. Maybe you'll change it again. Maybe you'll start a new mural. Maybe, right? That the great creations used to take forever. I know that Danny has her hand up, and so I would like to share a little bit before our panelists leave. And we're running into our next 2 hours, which is ICCMD updates, which we have so much time in that slot to carry on. But part of what I would like to share, and so I think I'm going to let Danny ask her question first, if that's okay, is how we have set up some of our art on our website, including Gretchen's painting right on our hero page. So as we're doing updates, I would love it if the panelists stayed and saw our new website that we've had a community help with building, and hopefully community help loading and maintaining. But this website has been launched for this convergence, and then will be hopefully there will be a lot more resources on there by the time this Mother's Day comes in the next 2 weeks, International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. So Danny, maybe if you ask your question first, then I can do a little show and tell of some of the beautiful art on their website.
Great.
And ask our gorgeous panelists if they would be willing to submit some of their art onto the website so that we can continue growing this beautiful art as advocacy focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. This is a question for Gretchen. By the way, your work is beautiful. I think everybody was touched by it. And this comes from Amit, one of our core team. He says the National Animal Rights Day is coming soon, where activists around the world do a silent march. Is it okay to print your painting in a large size and display it at the NARD event here in Glasgow? Is there a formal official way to print it? Thank you.
Oh, that's a great question. I haven't thought about that as far as I would love to talk to him directly about it, to get to talk about the file and what exactly he wants to like what scale he's thinking of and everything. I would love that. I would be honored to have it there. I just want to talk about how to best do that. So I'm for sure open to that. When is it?
It usually happens on first Sunday of June, and it happens worldwide across 170 locations. And I'll be here at Glasgow, in Scotland, and I would really love to, have it probably life size, or maybe half the resolution if that is more doable.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Can you call me or message me about
Sure,
it?
sure. I'll definitely do it. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can get to me through I think just through my website. There's an email, or if you message me I can send you my number here. I'll just message you with my number.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much, Gretchen. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That would be so neat.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago, I saw your paintings for the first time, and while the ICCMD website was going on, in the meeting, Tammy shared your story as well, and we saw all the close-up shots of your feet and the mesh underneath and all of that. And my daughters were sitting next to me, and then we were discussing how many animals can we count in the painting. So we were sitting and counting all the
You
animals. It was so
were.
lovely.
That's so sweet. I love when kids see it and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, the cat, oh, it's the bunny, oh, but I think there's about 200 animals in there. When I
Yeah.
added all the chicks, it got to be more, but definitely 175. But then there's a lot of suggested. There's a lot.
Amazing.
Living art, because she's going to keep adding chicks to it, so the number's always going to change.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So usually at the National Animal Rights Day on the silent march, people do carry pictures and also dead bodies of carcass of animals, and they march through it. But I think this is a very good vision that you have set, a different
Oh,
vision for the animals to be
yeah.
liberated.
Oh,
And
I love it. I just love the idea. Can you imagine it being a big banner? It's so cool.
yeah,
It's huge. So I don't know that it would be, but we'll talk about it and think it
yeah,
through. It's great.
absolutely. Okay, thank you
Okay.
so much, Gretchen.
Okay, I just text you my number.
Okay, yeah.
I think Maggie has a question.
Well, Maggie is going to, we're going to be showing a piece of art that we've worked on together.
Oh,
We got that
great.
opportunity, but you said you wanted to show a few pieces, and maybe we could tag along on the end of that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna just show a couple of pieces of art that are on the website before Gretchen and Victoria, if you're staying. Awesome. And
And
I
Tammy,
but
one other quick thing, Tammy. Manjushri is here at something like 3:30 in the morning for her. And if she's going to share about the documentary she's working on, we should let her know when that would be.
yeah, and I think Manjushri, we booked it. We said at the end of this time, the end of the 2 hours. But since you're here, because you probably want to go to bed, we can do it sooner than that. So what we had talked about was 7:45 Eastern, but I think you stayed up instead of got up early. So we will fit that in very, very, very soon. So maybe I can just, this will only take literally 3 or 4 minutes to show you a little bit of the website. And then maybe Ray and Maggie, while she's up, can share some of the art they're working on. And then Manjushri, would you like to go next? And we will just run into this next ICCMD updates, which stands for International Calf and Cow Mothers Day, which we're bringing awareness to the mothers and babies of all species. So I'm just going to share my screen here. So this is our
Sure,
brand
I'm
new
ready.
website.
I mean, we should start whenever you want.
Okay. This is our brand new website. So you can see that Gretchen's pieces, details of her art are on our homepage. And I'm going through the homepage here. Join the movement. I want to give a big shout out to Jamin for helping with the specs for this website. He did an amazing job. So on the homepage, we have a host an event button. We have a toolkit, which I'm going to come back to. And we have lots and lots of really lovely newsletters and articles that we've written, but not everything's loaded on here yet. The website literally just was finished. We're talking about, how Mother's Day started. And a lot of people don't know, but Mother's Day started in 1870 when Julia Ward wanted to have a voice to speak out against her children going to war. So it was a mother wanting to prevent her child from being abused. And so what we're doing on International Calf and Cow Mother's Day is we're widening that circle to include the mother's rights for their babies of all species. So you'll be able to look at that. This website is calfandcow.org. This is a very short video that Amit did. Again, the art of the visual art. This is an artist friend of mine, Jennifer Branson, and she did this music in ancient temples, and it's returning to the mother of us all. So that's just a few second video that you can share on here. We're going to have lots and lots of communities featured. So there's going to be a place, I'm going to show you where that is, where you can enter your own community and any art you would like to share. The original Grandmothers Pledge, the grandmothers came together in 2021, and we weren't really making a lot we weren't really covering a lot of ground, and then this project was launched, and we feel very passionate about it. Not just the grandmothers, but all of us feel it's a great talking point to bring awareness to the mothers and babies of all species. We've done extensive amount of interviews since we have decided to launch this in January. And our interviews are also on here, but also on the Million Vegan Grandmothers YouTube channel. Sailesh wrote the 4 core values driving our world, very much connected with everything we've talked about today. So this is still our homepage. I'm just going to go back up here and show you that we have a button to support the project. So we have a host an event button, a submit art, a submit an article or blog, your favorite book or film, food recipes, submit a community so we can put it on this. This is actually a community website. This is a community website, so please share. And to join the Million Vegan Grandmothers. We're not just grandmothers in any community, we are a part of all of it. I'm going to go on to Toolkit to show you just a few resources. We actually made a deep commitment to launch this only mid-January, and we have put this much together because the time is ready. So many people are talking about dismantling the dairy industry and how important that will be. So we have some standees on here. These are all downloadable. We have some printable art cards for Mother's Day if you want to give people a card of a mother and baby of other species. I'll show you a few. My partner and I did all the paintings for these. Some of them say Happy Mother's Day and some of them don't, so you can give them out at any time. So there's some bears. They're all downloadable cards. I never really know how to get back out of here when I press on the card. I think I'll have to figure that out. Let me go back here.
I think just close the tab on the top.
On the top?
Yeah. Oh, your Zoom window may be blocking your browser.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll come back to that then. I'll just show you one more so you see that they're all print ready and available to go. I love these elephants here. And on the back, it has our logo, calfandcow.org, and it just says all proceeds go to a sanctuary or a rewilding program. And so all of these are available to print and use for any fundraiser. And maybe after this convergence, there'll be a few more people that want to donate an image that we can make into a card, or like Amit said, maybe a flyer or anything else. Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to show you a few of those resources. As art as advocacy. Again, here is a beautiful piece of Gretchen's art, because we're rising to protect the grandchildren of all species. Also, for the resources, during this short period of time, the grandmothers did a food book under resources. So it's part of our toolkit and resources. It's called The Milk of Human Kindness, and it's available to download as well. So we have a PDF and an EPUB book, and it's the Million Vegan Grandmothers, some of our favorite recipes. I think, when we're talking about art as advocacy, all of this stuff is part of that. We have a downloadable sticker that I have on my water bottle, which is over there, so I won't bother getting it. Our logo is available to download. I'm just clicking the downloadable sticker. It's not coming on. We're still working out the glitches for this website. We have communities, submission, and events. Right on the home page, I come back to the home page here. It's a little slow loading. Here we go. We also have videos. So the video that Ray, that we showed today, that Lisa Levington showed, and then this video that Ray did is on there. We will be showing that later on in the convergence. Short videos are a really good way to change people's heart. Just trying to get back here again. I'm not super computer savvy, honestly, and for some reason this isn't allowing me to go back to the home page. So I'm going to leave it at that. Just a little walkthrough. You can walk through yourself, calfandcow.org. And please, if you'd like to contribute some of your art, and that's where maybe with Gretchen's permission, we can put something beautiful of the possibilities when we're in National Animal Rights Day, I think is what Amit was talking about, which happens in June. And instead of the cruelty, maybe we can show what heaven on earth could look like. And that's what it sounds like is going to happen with Victoria Moran's motion picture, Miss Liberty, which we are all really excited to see. And again, Victoria, give a big shout out to our community with what you need help for, because sometimes just speaking it when two or more get together, it can have a powerful effect. So thank you for letting me share that. Go ahead, Ray and Maggie. Thank you.
That's great. Be sure to check out the website, and there'll be more videos appearing there all the time. I wanted to take a moment to celebrate what Maggie does. She's not a professional artist, but she does art and have a style that she's developed of her own while she's making a living in the world, and I'm assuming in a completely non-artistic capacity. But she's become a climate healer and has given her skills to pretty much anything we ask her to do. And that's such an awesome thing that she's been involved in a lot of various projects, including the Land of Ahimsa film that Dolly Vea Sahuja produced. And she helped to fill in some of the concepts of Hindu mythology and theology to give it some life. These are things that you can't illustrate. Sorry, you can't film it. You can illustrate it, and she has. And she also, let me just share screen here for a moment. She also helped illustrate the bathtub model for Sailesh Rao's illustration of the burning machine and the killing machine. And there's various clips. I had a bunch of them loaded up right now, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's give you a chance to speak. Sorry, Maggie. There, you're unmuted. Welcome to the stage. I'm not sure we can hear you. Nope, there's nothing coming through. You're not muted anymore, so I'm not sure what the problem is. It's not just me. Nobody can hear?
Yeah, I can't hear her either. But you can hear me, right?
Yes, we hear you. We just can't hear Maggie. That's it. Mhm.
Yeah.
She's putting her headset on. Let's see if that helps.
Well, in the meantime, maybe I will play a few of those videos.
Lord Krishna danced on the hood of a seven-headed snake, Leah. So that means that he has overcome the seven chakras. So he has opened the seven chakras and he is now enlightened as a child. Lord Krishna lifted a mountain with his little finger, which means that if you believe in Lord Krishna, he will shelter you from the thunderstorm that's happening around you. So it's a symbolic story. It doesn't mean that everyone should be going and lifting mountains with their little fingers. Lord Krishna's stories were all from 5,000 years ago. And a lot of stories are symbolic.
Did you know that Krishna also stole clothes of a bunch of girls and hid on a tree? Would you do that?
So Maggie was given instructions of what sort of illustrations we needed, and then I helped to animate them both with camera moves and incorporating sound effects and other elements. Maggie, is your sound working now? No, it's not working.
Yeah, we're still not hearing her.
Oh, no. I'll keep working on that. I'm going to share another project that kind of came out of the bathtub model that was talking
Now we
about.
hear you.
Yes, we can
perfect.
hear you.
Okay, good.
So once again, Maggie, thank you for sharing your art with us. This is something that you do and do well, and you've
thank
shared
you.
it with us, and you've always made yourself available, and you're a model of how people can share their skills for the animals.
Oh, thank you.
And you're in Norway? I'm
I'm in
assuming.
Norway. It's a little bit past midnight here, but that's okay.
Thanks for hanging in. Could you tell us a bit about how art plays a role in your life and how you share it?
Okay. I've been drawing most of my life for as long as I can remember. I mostly draw cartoons. And I started when I became vegan. A few years later I started to make mostly like fan art, video game characters, and I started, to promote veganism in that way. And then I started getting DMs from people asking me about food and stuff and how they could be more plant-based. And then eventually I wanted to do more serious work and not just cartoons online. And then I started reaching out to you guys. Yeah.
And we mentioned the bathtub model. You helped not only illustrate it but animate it, because there's a bunch of different scenarios that where the baby in the bathtub that represents us. We must.
Yeah.
The world needs to be rescued from climate change, and it's a concept that Sailesh has described, and it's so helpful to have some sort of visual representation of it. So that was an excellent use of your skills, and thank you for contributing to that. And as he was describing the burning machine and the killing machine, that there's in the bathtub model, there are two faucets, but we wanted to visualize it and I was kind of inspired by Miyazaki, Howl's Moving Castle to visualize what would these machines look like. And you took some of our instruction and created a landscape. It's a very wide artwork that you used Illustrator or some sort of illustration program.
I actually drew all the line art on paper, and then I used my camera.
I'm just remembering now. I remember you had sketches first. That's right.
Yeah, and then I used my camera on the camera on my phone, and then I colored it digitally on, I think it was GIMP. So I used free software.
So after which I took the image and used an editing tool to zoom in on different parts of it and move around to reveal the various elements. So I'll share that right now. And I did a sound design to give it a little bit more realism. So it's very much a multimedia production here. You're seeing it?
Yeah, I can see it.
It occurs to me that as I'm watching it that it was very much like when Gretchen took us to examine her huge canvas and look at all the little details here and there. So I don't know how long it took you to create this canvas, which is very wide. You can't
Not as
tell
long
from
as
the
Gretchen.
pan and scan, but it's very wide and narrow. How
It
long
didn't
did
take
it
6
take you
years.
to make all the parts?
Not 6 years. I think I think most of it was done in 2021, and I didn't work on it continuously. I think it was 2021. It was, yeah. I forgot exactly when I made it. I
And it
think,
only took me a few days, certainly less than a week, to do the pan and scanning and the sound design for it. So my contributions were small. Yours were largely focused on evoking some life into the scenery that you've created.
because the drawing, it wasn't about, like, it wasn't originally supposed to be like this big canvas drawing. At first I was just making the burning machine and the killing machine, and then I just started extending it. So
What has been your experience with using art as advocacy, and do you have any other advocacy that you do?
I'm not sure, like, 'cause the stuff I do is a bit more like soft advocacy, so I don't, I just don't know if it counts. But I do make like cartoon drawings, and a lot of it is focused on vegan foods. I don't really go like very hard on the animal rights message, even though that's the reason why I'm vegan. Um, so it's mostly like cartoon characters. Sometimes it's like characters from popular kids shows, and then I post it online. People notice it, and then sometimes, once in a while, people might send me DMs and ask me about veganism.
And is that what you mean by soft advocacy? You said it's not aggressive, it's not
Yeah,
street activism or outreach in that
yeah.
sense, but the
It's
outreach is
like,
happening, and people are could be called inreach, I suppose.
yeah. Like, 'cause sometimes people they'll send me DMs. They might say that they're not vegan, they could never go vegan, but they're still like interested. And so then maybe they ask me for things like what they could do to eat less animal products. So it's mostly like that. So I'm not quite sure if that counts as advocacy or not. But
I think
yeah.
it absolutely is, and I think I'm very fascinated with the way that people get involved in the movement, because
Yeah.
when you use a word like movement, you're assuming you're talking about people that are meeting in secret rooms and planning
Yeah.
adventures that could end them up arrested or worse. There's examples of
Yeah.
that have been happening to my friends lately. But I think that there's a lot of people that are involved, and a lot of the movement, the actual going from one place to another, is going to be a participatory thing that everybody who is decided to be just vegan, not that kind of vegan, not, reassuring their family and friends that they're not that kind of vegan that you might have seen on the street, standing in a cube of truth or something like that.
No, I haven't done any street activism or anything. It's most of the stuff I do is online, and it's mostly just art. Yeah.
But it is reaching, and the stuff that you've done with climate healers is definitely challenging a lot of people who have very specific ideas of how environmentalism is about climate, and climate is all about fossil fuels. And you've played your role in helping Dr. Rao express this idea of these two machines, the burning
Yeah.
machine that everybody's familiar with. That's the fossil fuel industries and the people that try to preserve that aspect of industry for profit. But there's also this other machine that everybody's kind of ignoring because either because they're employed by it, and or because they're consuming from it, or because they have decided that all the solutions for climate have to be wind turbines and solar panels. And we
Yeah.
know that that's not true. The evidence isn't there that can solve climate change. We have to address our food systems.
Yeah.
So, and that's something that everybody can participate in. So when people are asking you for how do you be vegan and what sort of things that you need to eat. This is all part of reassuring everybody that not only can they be part of the movement just by being vegan, but they just share these little details that start tearing down the myths that are holding our position that where we have these anxieties about the what they're calling the polycrisis, all the different things, the 9 planetary boundaries, all the different ways that our systems can collapse. But our systems do need to change. So as things are collapsing, we can also be preparing a future that can accommodate it.
Yeah.
We all want that future in which we thrive and survive. And facts and figures and science isn't going to tell it, but images like your bathtub model that starts to tell people a story. In this case, saving the baby from being drowned. Like, who doesn't want that to happen? We've certainly framed it as a story.
Yeah.
And
The bathtub model, because at first Sailesh sent me an email with a simple sketch of what he wanted, so then I tried to illustrate it so it looked a bit more presentable. So that's really how that drawing came about. And then he asked me if I could illustrate it because I have to figure out the numbers, so I had to open an Excel spreadsheet and try to calculate some of it. Yeah. And then I've updated a few times because I think like some of the numbers got updated after like a year passed. So I had to sort of reanimate it. Like it wasn't, I didn't do everything from scratch, but that's how those animations were made.
well, thanks very much
Yeah.
for joining us on stage. I think Tammy probably wanted us to continue with this next segment.
Right
We're
before you
half
go.
hour past our time.
No, you have as much time as you want. You have
Ray,
as much time as you want until 7 o'clock, and Rebecca has a question.
Okay, Rebecca.
Thank you so
Hi.
much. I've been wanting to get on and say hello to you. I've admired your work so much, and
Oh,
now
thank
to
you.
get to see you, yes. And I wanted to show you what I did with your work. I had it printed
Oh.
that it's one long,
Oh.
long piece of artwork.
The animation, you have no idea how long that thing is.
Right, you can't tell how long it is, and I've taken that to our church group. I've taken it places. I would like to get it where it's flatter, but I managed to tape it up. And the other thing I wanted to say is you've done some other things that you didn't get to show, and you do great little animals and picnics and beautiful. I've seen beautiful scenes with animals in there. And when Tammy mentioned in the chat that maybe you could put some things on the Mother's Day thing, I just think your work would be really fun for that. Some of your
I could. I'll have to look at what I could. If I find anything that would work there.
okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I just really appreciate your work, and I would show a couple of things that I like, but I can't access my drive, so I just had to show you the one big piece there. So,
Yeah.
but thank you for your work, and it's nice to see you, Maggie.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to see you too.
Maggie has really worked tirelessly she works, I think you work full-time day job, Maggie, and then you come home and you draw, and you have given so much of your time and your talent and your very humble, sweet way of coming forward. I feel that beautiful resonance. So thank you so much, Maggie. I know that I remember the first time Sailesh mentioned you, and I've never been able to see you yet. So it is such an honor to do that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be able to talk to you too. I've only just seen you on video and on screen, but I think this might be maybe the second time I've talked to you.
Yeah, I think so. We were
Yeah.
talking about the project at one time, but we would love some of your art cards on the website before Mother's Day. If you had little snaps, we will get them designed and put them on there. If you had, like, I know that I noticed on one of the scenes you had a milk truck, and it maybe, yeah, just Yeah, but you'll come up with something. We know you will. We're not putting any
Yeah,
pressure on you though, just to let you
that's
know you
okay.
don't have to feel pressured.
That's okay. I'll have to look at what I could do. I'll get back to you when I figure it out.
Now, if there aren't any more questions for Maggie, I had promised Gretchen that I would play the trailer for the Liberty documentary.
Right, and right after that, could you bring Manjutri up to share? She's waiting to share. Sailesh, did you have a question or a comment like before that? But I just know that Manjutri is still waiting to share a little bit after the trailer, if that's okay, Ray.
Well,
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say thank you to Maggie for your years of service and for all the art you have contributed to Climate Healers. We are truly indebted to you.
I brag all the time about how I coordinated the
There,
post-production
I'm
of
unmuted. Thank you.
Ahimsa across continents. And of course, I had a great illustrator who didn't need very much instruction, that she was always available to make revisions
Right.
in a timely manner.
Thank you.
Do you sleep, Maggie?
I should sleep. It's past midnight. Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming and pleasant dreams.
Yes, thank you, and good night.
Good night.
And Manjushri still there. She's burned the midnight oil too, or the later than that. Do I understand that she's got a stage production to talk about?
Yeah.
That's filling in the I wanted to try to get a bunch of different art forms, and we didn't have theatrical stage, so I'm excited to hear about it.
Well, Deborah Elliott has promised to do some movement. She's a dancer, and she's promised to do a movement performance before Mother's Day and have it available. So we'll see if she does. So thank you. And then maybe after Manjutri, you can play the trailer, and we can. Great. Thank you. I'll let you continue, Ray. You're doing a great job.
Yeah. So I also made a play. I created a play called Bhag Laltu Bhag. It's about the dairy industry, and I have beings playing as animals in that play. So
Can you repeat the name of it again?
Bhag Laltu Bhag. It's uploaded on Climate Healers. Recently, it got uploaded. Yeah. What
can you tell us about it? We haven't got it ready to play right now, but unless somebody does. How long is it?
The actual play is only about 25 minutes long. But the question answer session which we had after the play, that's also included in the video. Yeah. So it's about 45 minutes it comes to.
How many people are in it?
The number of characters on stage, I think 7 or 8.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I wrote the script, and I got a professional stage director to direct, and we got professional actors to act. Yeah.
Excellent. What's the pitch? What's the topic?
The topic is basically an Indian cowshed, Indian tabela, and it has one cow, it has one buffalo, and it has one street dog. There's a free dog with them, and they all have conversations. And then a newborn calf is a calf is born to the cow, and how the things change after the calf comes into the picture. And then there are these two characters who are running the show, sort of, who are taking care of the tabela, the human beings. So how they interact with the animals, and everybody's talking, and you can hear them talking. Like, you can understand, the audience can understand what the animals are talking to each other, also what the humans are talking to each other. Yeah.
So the animals are played by humans?
Yeah.
As humans
Yeah,
Like I'm picturing cats.
You want to see a few minutes of it? I can share.
Yeah, that would be good to see just what it looks like.
And also, Manjushri was asked to talk about her new documentary because it's relevant to the theme of this convergence. So maybe after that, she can share about her documentary.
yeah,
You have a lot of projects on the go. That's great.
yeah.
And in different mediums too.
जानवर को काट करके खा जाते हैं, जानवर में से दूध निकाल के पी जाते हैं। गाय दूध देती है, लेकिन वो गाय दूध देती है अपने बछड़े के लिए, आपके लिए नहीं देती कि आप निकाल करके उसको गर्म करके चाय बना करके पिए।
जीवन का खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है। देना देना जीवन बस एक खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है।
जीवन बस एक खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है।
अरे जीवन बस एक खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है।
जीवन बस एक खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है। अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला, अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला।
आप सबको नमस्कार करता हूं और प्रभु का नाम लेकर इस नाटक का शुभारंभ करता हूं। नाटक का आधार हूं मैं, अदना सा कलाकार हूं मैं, जो एक सूत्र में सबको पिरोए वही सूत्रधार हूं मैं।
अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला, अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला।
जीवन बस खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है।
अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला, अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला।
आइए इस तबेले की आपको सैर कराऊं और प्यारे से इस परिवार का आपसे परिचय कराऊं। ये हमारी गैया मखना है, इनका ध्यान सभी को रखना है। इनसे उम्मीदें हैं सबकी ढेर सारी, क्योंकि अब इनकी
माँ बनने की बारी है, माँ बनने की बारी, माँ बनने की बारी है, माँ बनने की बारी।
ये तबेले की सबसे समझदार भैंस हैं जुलू मौसी। खनक जाए माथा तो कर दे सबकी ऐसी तैसी। इसीलिए सबका यही कहना है कि
मौसी जैसी कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं, मौसी जैसी कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं।
ये है शोक चंचल कुत्ती धम्मी। गली में इनकी धाक बड़ी है पर जरा नकचड़ी है।
गली में इसके धाक बड़ी है, क्या हुआ जो नक चढ़ी है। गली में इसके धाक बड़ी है, क्या हुआ जो नक चढ़ी है।
नक चढ़ी ये दम्मी है जी, नक चढ़ी ये दम्मी, नक चढ़ी ये दम्मी है जी, नक चढ़ी ये दम्मी।
ये कपिल हैं और ये उनकी पत्नी गोपिका। इस कहानी के दो खास किरदार यानी इस तबेले के सरदार। तो प्रस्तुत है हमारा नाटक भाग लालटू भाग।
अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला, अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला।
जीवन बस खेला है, सुख दुख का मेला है।
अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला, अलबेला का बेला है ये, अलबेला का बेला।
मुझे तो यकीन ही नहीं हो रहा कितना खूबसूरत.
Even with the language barrier, I can identify the people with the rope around their necks have to be the animals.
Yes,
Was
of
the
course.
who was the
Actually,
dog?
I have subtitles.
The dog
The
there?
whole thing the subtitles are there in English. I don't know why it was not uploaded. Like there's some problem with playing the subtitles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I saw it
couldn't find the
try-
subtitles in English. If you could send, I don't know what happened. It only had Hindi subtitles, auto-generated.
Right, right.
And you can't really do auto-generated subtitles with singing. It doesn't usually work out very well. So was the dog one of the characters in that scene?
Yeah, that was one of the dogs. Yeah, dummy. Yeah.
But the dog was not tied up.
No, the dog is free. It's a street dog. She's a street dog.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's already that interplay of those
Right.
animals that we love and the animals that we eat and exploit.
Right. Yeah.
There's also a caste system between the cow and the buffalo. She brings all of that.
Oh yeah. And there kind of is a caste system between the two because one is protected and the other one's not.
Right.
Yeah. One has 33,000 goddesses inside her, and the other one doesn't.
Was that the dog was played by a girl?
Yeah. All the animals are, except for the little boy who plays the calf. All the others are females. The cow, buffalo, and the dog. 3 females.
And so I picked up that the dog was very happy not to be tied up.
Yeah. Correct.
You can send the video with the subtitles. We'll
I'll do
upload
that.
it.
We'll put all the links to all the different media into the this YouTube when it's done recording and people are watching this, they'll be able to play the links directly.
Sure.
Including the trailer that I can play and the other little pieces of video.
Yeah.
So tell us about the new documentary you're working on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So can I share my screen with my PPT?
Yes, you can, Manjushri. Yes, you can.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Insert
Can you
my
put-
incoming. Yeah, I'll just put the slideshow mode on.
Beautiful. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. So this is the title of the film will be In Search of Ahimsa Milk. It's basically it's an empathetic investigation on bovine mastitis in India. So when I went vegan 4.5 years ago, I had a lot of questions about the dairy industry, and I used to go to the different cow sheds, the tabelas near my house, and I used to keep on taking photographs. So basically, my first question was towards myself that why have I not been able to see that this is so wrong? Why was I blindfolded? Like I kept on thinking about that, and then when I was taking these pictures, I later on I realized that there's something amiss, and I was wondering why I noticed the rope that is tied to the cow's legs. For the first time, I saw that rope, and I started asking questions to these people who were milkmen. That why do you tie her legs?
It's bottom left. Yeah, but no, it's a whole different thing. Oh,
I
sorry.
think somebody else's audio is on. Yeah.
It's hard
So-
to claim that cows give milk when they have to be tied up for it to be taken.
Exactly. Yeah, right. So I mean this the fact that her legs are tied up while she's milking this made me realize that there must be more to it than meets the eye. So I used to ask them that why do you tie her legs? Why not just milk her directly? And then all of them had a story about how someone in their ancestral family, either their grandfather or somebody or uncle or somebody, he was kicked by the cow and some of them died because of that kick, because that kick was so powerful. So I went to this another Krishna temple Gaushala, which was basically run by these Orange Road people, sannyasis. And I saw this cow who was looking very sad, and she had a very huge udder. And so when she was, I took her picture before she was milked. And then these people came and said to me that I dare not take any more photographs when she's being milked. So I said, okay. And then they tied her up in such a brutal manner. They made her head down, and they tied her horns to the pole. And they tied her feet also very, very tightly. And then they started milking her. And I was very upset seeing how she's been tied up. And I went close to her and I saw that the milk was slightly pink in color. And so I realized that there must have been some blood in the whole process. And
they asked you not to film it when they were milking.
No.
Clearly, knowing that they felt some level of guilt and they didn't want to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I got this illustration made out of the thing for this PPT, and I did some of my own research about it, and I realized that cow must have been suffering from mastitis. So I got very interested in this topic, and I started doing more research on this. And whatever information I could gather about it was basically productivity driven, meaning they talked about how it is a loss-making disease and how the quality of the milk, it gets blood in it and it gets pus in it and all that. So whereas I was exposed to it through the pain of the cow, the animal, how painful it must be. So although this information was very useful, it did not really work for me in the sense that I was more interested in what happens to the animal when she gets that disease and all that. So I got myself this California mastitis test kit, and we started. Sorry. So I organized this team of vegan activists from all over India, and we started testing the cows and the buffaloes, fresh samples of milk. And we tested about 350 samples. And this picture below, this this basically shows that the white of it is the pus cells, So when there are a lot of pus cells in the milk, then it becomes white and milky, and the liquid, and it becomes like a gel, and that's how you know that it's positive. And we got it was very disheartening to know that 92% of all the animals whom we tested were positive for mastitis. So I did some more research on the prevalence factor of bovine mastitis, and I realized that it is it's a very very highly prevalent disease in cattle, and so I was wondering why is nobody declaring a cow demic or a bovine demic, because it's such a serious issue. And so I started doing some research on the causes of mastitis. And if you see in this picture, the position of the thumb and the fingers when the milking is done, even that is such that the thumb is in direct touch with the teeth. So trauma, that is injury during the milking, must be happening. These are all my inferences, that they are not really what the information I got from the veterinary doctors or from internet. These are all my inferences, most of them, that water is not saliva, and so it's not natural lubrication, things like that. And so this was an image from one of the cows who I had tested, and she was very, I mean, her one of her teats was bleeding during milking, and I took her picture. And yeah, so the system of tying up an animal for 24 hours by a 3-foot rope, that system itself is, I mean, the situation was so bad, it was such a disheartening thing for me to do all this research, that I realized that the system itself is creating the disease, the system of dairy industry. And I was looking at the psychological aspect of it, and then I found out somebody who's talked about this, and they talk about separation anxiety, that in the presence of her own calf who is hungry, the cow cannot feed the calf, so, and she's denied some natural instincts like mating, socializing, grazing, all these things. So these were the most important factors which contributed to the mastitis. Then, so to understand this better, I'm asking you all to do a thought experiment. So imagine that we restrict a lactating mother to breastfeeding only twice a day. And I asked this question to a gynecologist, and he confirmed that yes, all these things are going to happen. That if the lady is allowed to breastfeed only twice a day, as opposed to many times what naturally a mother would feed her baby. So these things will happen, and she will get definitely severe mastitis. And severe mastitis, basically, it leads to painful feeding. And basically, a mother can tolerate this for her baby for a few days, But cows and buffaloes are tolerating this kind of pain for us all the time, all their lives, all their working lives, so-called working lives. So this gynecologist told me that the first thing they do when they get a patient who complains of mastitis is they ask, are you doing regular breast? Are you feeding regularly? So I basically drew this chart up to understand why mastitis is not being controlled. Like there are so many different ways of they are trying out herbal remedies, and basically it is antibiotics which create antimicrobial resistance also. But they keep on coming up with different solutions for mastitis for cows and buffaloes. But they never think of it this way, that if they just let the mothers and the calves together, then that is the solution basically. That way the mastitis would stop, would get healed on its own. So the only ahimsa milk is that which is given voluntarily. And every glass of commercially available milk is extracted from sick animals. So the conclusion is that there is no such thing as ahimsa milk. Because even a healthy cow is not really giving milk voluntarily because of the fact that she has to be restrained. There has to be a rope around her neck and her legs. So there is no such thing as ahimsa milk. So this is my documentary, which I'm planning to do, and it's being funded by the Pollination Project. And I would like to invite anyone who would like to volunteer and be a part of my group, my team, So I would like to invite anybody who's feels strongly about this issue. Yeah. So that's the end of my presentation.
That's so great that you did the research. Did you record the research as you were doing it? Like, did you record video of that? Or is that what you would do again just to demonstrate it?
Actually, I connected with some animal rights activists on how to do the research, and they asked me to record the whole thing with a timestamp app, you know. So all the tests which all of us did, you know, they have all been recorded on the timestamp camera app. So I have proof of that. Yes.
Is Dr. Rao involved in the project as well?
No.
I was asking because he was involved in the production of The Land of Ahimsa with Dolly Vyasahuja. Have you seen that documentary?
Oh yes, of course. I saw it. In fact, I met Dolly also when she came to Ahmedabad. Yeah, that
And
was the
you've
first
seen
time I met.
Makadood.
Yeah.
So everybody loves a trilogy. So this would be a great third film. When we finished Land of Ahimsa, we were like, okay, now we got to make a sequel because there's so many topics we didn't cover. And then Makadood came out and we went, oh, there's the sequel.
Yeah.
But when people make these documentaries, there's so much extra material and so many topics that just don't fit into a natural 90-minute documentary. We've seen that with Cowspiracy begat
Cowspiracy.
What the Health, and then Cowspiracy became kind of a trilogy because they saw how the pharmaceutical industry played a role into it, and the story was so big they went, this is a whole new documentary. So it'd be great to see how this story attaches on to the other two. And there is overlap between Land of Ahimsa and Makadood, but in a way that really just reinforces rather than feels redundant. So this will be exciting to further the narrative. And like in Land of Ahimsa, India is where everything's going to happen. We have so many people. I'm in Canada, but in the United States, everybody's convinced the United States is going to lead the way. The United States is the biggest part of the problem. Everybody's looking at the United States. Everybody, and they're exporting the American lifestyle everywhere, and that has to stop. But India needs to export its lifestyle, but first it's got to clean up the dairy.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Manju. We are so honored that you were able to come in here and share, and we're really looking forward to putting all these resources on Calf and Cow as well as Climate Healers. And I think you said that your documentary is going to be done by September. I think you were hoping to be done
October,
by September.
end of October.
October. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's just move to a few minutes to see if anyone that had said they wanted to come in and do an update for ICCMD. I have a few more updates, but those can wait till tomorrow because we do have our student here that's going to present in about 10 minutes. And then Allison's going to come on and talk about the project she's going to do with tree planting, and there's going to be a link on Calf and Cow with our own project for Calf and Cow for tree planting. So I'm wondering, is there anybody that would like to raise their hand that has said they would like to come in during this time and talk about what they're going to do for Mother's Day? Any updates? I see Jamin has raised his hand and
Shankar.
And Shankar. Okay. Yeah. Come in, Jamin.
You all set?
Yeah, fast you like.
Okay, I'm back.
Great.
Okay, there we go. Great. Thank you so much. And well, huge kudos to you, Tammy, for providing such amazing heartful and soulful leadership to for Calf and Cow and International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. Just really inspiring working with you and just being blessed by the beautiful interactions and your leadership and the whole team and community you've brought together. So thank you. And
Jamin really did a good job with the specs for the website. So thank you for that, Jamin.
My pleasure. An honor to be a part of it. Anyway, so actually that weekend, Sailesh and I are going to be at this conference in the state of Washington that Sailesh mentioned earlier. So I would like to offer that we honor Calf and Cow Mother's Day for both those days, which will be concurrent with the conference. And so if you have any creative thoughts, because there's going to be hundreds of people there, like, I don't know, 500 people or something, and another 1,000 or who knows how many online. So, and, you know, and these are leaders in, you know, healing, regenerating, restoring the planet. And my goodness, you know, we've got so much to do in that regard. And secondarily, just I'd like to offer for your consideration and everyone's thoughts and consideration is, since we're fast approaching a point where we're going to launch Hungerless in Seattle and literally transform Seattle into the first vegan metropolis, right? And it happens to be the #1 trend-setting city in the world. You know, maybe we say this is International Calf and Cow Mother's Day in action, right? Here we're boots on the ground, and we're shutting down the killing machine, which including dairy, or starting with dairy, or however we want to phrase it. Anyway, I've spoken enough, and it's great to be here. And also, not only have you been getting ready for Mother's Day, but I think you've played the major role of anyone in organizing this VCOP, to my knowledge, having supported here and there. But anyway, so huge thanks to you, Tammy, and kudos and gratitude, and passing the feather.
Thanks so much, Jamin, and thanks for that shout out. I really appreciate it. It was quite a bit of juggling between the two of them, but 19 people showed up for tech of our community, and I felt so supported. I felt like I could literally relax into the convergence this weekend, and it's beautiful to see. But it was a real honor to be able to find the speakers and organize that, because there's such a wealth of veganism in this community. And when you were mentioning some of the things, we have tons of resources on our website. So let's get some of those printed out, some of the pamphlets, some of the signs, some of the banners for the night. Is it the 9th and 10th you're doing that in Seattle?
It's outside of Seattle. It's a couple hours from Seattle to the northwest Port Townsend Peninsula, and it's this beautiful basically old park area there with plenty of housing. So yeah, it's like a 4-day thing. I think it's really 8th, 9th, and 10th. Yeah, so definitely 9th and 10th as the finale. Perfect. So we can get people ready, and then if there's a ceremony we can do, if there's a song we can sing, let's think in those terms as well.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. One of the things that Anita from PlantBased Treaty and I were talking, and she said that there's a big initiative that goes on around the world, especially, I think it started in Australia. It's called Meatless May. And I said, let's get them to change that to Milkless and Meatless May. And she's all in on that one. And then we will make, like Veganuary, we will make May for Mothers. So that'll be the other big campaign that will come. There's a lot of activists. So as far as I'm giving updates, there's a lot of activists that want to have something really big this year, because a lot of people next year, a lot of people really just found out about this, and they're going to put together what they can. But this is going to be a growing movement for the whole year, and because every day is Mother's Day. Go ahead, Shankar. Thank you. Thank you for all your work. And I was talking about you this morning, that you are the great connector, Shankar. I think you know everyone, but you just know how to connect everyone. I always just feel like, does Shankar know? Like I had an issue with my daughter not being able to get back from Mexico. Shankar knew somebody that's staying in Mexico near where my daughter was and hooked us up on Facebook. I'm like, Shankar, do you know somebody everywhere? So thank you. And Shankar invited me to come speak at a pretty large celebration award ceremony for some children in India this morning. I'm like, okay, well, let's just, and it was so lovely. The children were so lovely. The presenters were so lovely, and they were so open for me, being able to talk about, we're here for the children of all species and their homes. And so that was such an honor, because in the future they want us to work with the children. So that'll be a beautiful project for us, climate healers and the grandmothers. And yeah, thank you. So go ahead, Shankar.
Thank you. Okay. So in fact, the kids are interested now in the climate healer certification, because it's a summer project for them. So And Dr. Jayanti, who kind of volunteered or leading this effort there, she said she'll make arrangements to watch all the documentaries. And I think I was talking to Alison also to make sure they have to volunteer for the VCOP so they can learn a lot and everything, not just the things. It's all in the way. Maybe for the Mother's Day also we can combine a certification or something so that it will be a good immersion. Some of the kids, they do want they want to feel that way. They're gonna resonate it later in the life or reflect it later. So that's all we can expect from kids now. A lot of people do understand it. So I went through the website. The walkthrough of the website was amazing. There is so much areas, and it's a good way to sign up, a good way to participate. And probably we can even create already there is in the Facebook or the Instagram or even in the WhatsApp, we can create a channel. So that will help us to kind of blend the community all over the world because they all use different social medias. And the response is good. The participation is good. For example, today we saw Sudha joined, she reached out through the WhatsApp. That's why every channel is very good. We had a good interaction before this call, and what she shared was amazing. And then I requested probably her to be in the call. While you're here, then she came into the call. So it's always people are all the arts coming together. So probably I will help on how we can take this information more to a different reach and a different channel. I'm very excited about that, me and everyone.
Great. Thanks, Shankar. And Toby and Rebecca, and then we have our intern, a beautiful intern, Pooja, is going to be doing a presentation for us right after this. So we'll, right now actually, so we'll take these last two questions and then we'll bring up Pooja. Hi, Toby.
Yeah. We had a friend over just before, I was watching the V-COP, and I was explaining about the calf and cow Mother's Day and explaining how, in the dairy industry, you need to have a mother and a baby to be able to produce the milk. That's where it comes from. And we had some mock beef on nachos, and we were eating it, and she said how good it was. And I says, well, that's not a mother, the meat is not a spent dairy cow, because basically what it would be. And it's a lot more sensitive when you put it that way, and it's a lot more understanding of how serious this is, how relatable it is. But I think it kind of gets to have that honest awareness when you're speaking to somebody and then really understanding what you're meaning, because the response was, we use we have pregnant cows that we kill to get a leather that has a certain smell, and we do that on purpose so we can get a certain smelling leather. And I thought, well, is that real? Is that a real thing? Or I don't think that's a real thing, surely. But that honest connection, I think, is sometimes troubling or hard for people to have that, honest conversation. People just to open up, and I feel like when it's just a reflection like that, it's something someone's hiding maybe from themselves. They need to be honest, speak honestly. But yeah, so it's definitely a very good way to explain the meat industry, because it is the exploitation of the reproductive system of animals, isn't it? So it really hits deep on all issues we talk about, like I said before, about feminism and exploitation of all in all sorts of ways, so it definitely cuts deep. But it's something that we really need to talk about, even if it's at a dinner table, even if it puts you off your food. You want to say, well, this is, we need to be honest about what we're actually doing here. So it can be awkward, can't it? But you want that honesty. between each other.
Thank you, Toby. And I think that's one of, like, when we're talking about ICCMD updates during this time, what we're talking about is how do we share the message? And that's what I hear from you, that this is, for me, this has given me deep strength to talk when maybe I wouldn't have talked about it, you know, and in that way that it's like, oh my gosh, do you know that the babies are taken away from their mother when they're born? Like, and they're usually killed. And I actually don't watch a lot of videos. I watched only what I had to when I went vegan, but I actually didn't know cows cried so much and calves cried so much. And I talk about that now to people that aren't vegan. So what I hear you say is that, you know, this is so easy in some ways, not necessarily for people to hear, but it's a very compassionate entry point into conversations around veganism. And I think when you're talking about updates, it's what are we going to bring forward, and that's it. I believe this movement's going to give us much more strength to talk about mamas and babies and to really, really bring it home, really, really bring it home. So thanks, Toby, for continuing to talk about it and sharing that message. And that's part of what we're going to be doing now as well. Thank you.
Sorry, I'd just like to say one more thing. I've got my first speech. I'll be giving my first lecture at school on the 11th and on the 12th. So I'm quite excited for that. And something that kind of touches on that I do say in my lecture on a slide is, if I can find it here, just a minute, by Philip Wallen. It says, as I travel around the world, I see poor countries who sell their grain to the West while their children starve in their arms, and the West feeds it to livestock so we can eat a steak. Am I the only one who sees this as a crime? Believe me, every morsel of meat we eat is slapping the tear-stained face of a hungry child. And, you know, like, it's pretty crude, but it's opens up your eyes, doesn't it? But that's a mother and child kind of thing, isn't it? Really. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Rebecca? And then we'll be ready to bring you up, Pooja.
Thank you, Tammy. I have thought that there wasn't any way I could do anything for this calf and cow Mother's Day, but now, this past day or so, I was realizing that our Unitarian Universalist group in town has not been meeting. We have a women's group that meets, and they decided not to meet for a few months. And I thought, wait a second, if 3 or 4 of us get together and say we want to meet and have a calf and cow Mother's Day event, then we could do it at that time slot. And so then I could show a film, but now I have the logistics of, I have a little bitty laptop, and so I want the film to be big enough they can see it. But that's what I'm working on. But that is on the 10th. And I'm wondering if that would be okay to do that on that day, or does it need to be on the 9th?
No. The 10th is actually the Mother's Day. So we decided to do it over the weekend.
Okay.
And, you know, I think Mother's Day is in March in the UK. But so any time is great to bring the message. But yeah, you'll actually be showing it right on Mother's Day in the States anyways, in Canada, and I think Germany is the same weekend. And thank you, Rebecca. You know, films can be a really powerful impact. So thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
So Allison is going to present at the very end of this at 10 to the hour. And right now I would like to introduce Pooja Gopal. And she is Climate Healer student. I'm probably predominantly Sailesh's student, but I asked if she would do a presentation for this convergence. And it's been such a gift getting to know you, Pooja. And she's going to show us if we stop dairy, and even the comparison if we were growing soy on the land instead of dairy. So go ahead, Pooja. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Is my audio clear?
If you could just a little bit, can you turn it up just a bit more? I think your voice is very soft.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. And then you are co-host, right? Pooja's co-host, so she can share the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay.
Is it better now? I couldn't hear you, Tammy. You're muted. Okay.
Oh, yes, a little bit better. If you were just a tiny bit louder, that would be good.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'll do
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Pooja. I'm from Bangalore, India, and I'm doing my master's in climate change and sustainability. I'm interning with Dr. Rao and Climate Healers, as Tammy just mentioned. We are researching specific topics related to the environmental impacts of animal agriculture in India, specifically. I've been a vegan for 13 years now, and I feel truly aligned with the group here. I really enjoyed being part of this convergence today, listening to all the presentations and discussions. Thank you all. Let me just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. Yes, it is. Your voice is still quite soft, but yes, it's visible.
Okay, I'll try to talk louder.
We can barely hear you.
The talk. Okay. I'll try to talk loudly. Is this okay?
That's better. When you speak loudly, it's much better.
Okay. Thank you. My topic for today's presentation is exploration of ethical, environmental, and economic impacts of dairy farming in the Indian context. Ahimsa or non-violence is one of the core principles of all religions that originated in India. Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism. Is India really the land of ahimsa? Let's look at some facts. Dairy animals in India are primarily cows and buffaloes. The Hindus, who comprise of almost 80% of India's population, consider the cow sacred and a symbol of wealth and abundance. Milk and milk products are used in worship by many Indian religions. There is purity associated with milk and milk products that are also considered medicinal according to Ayurveda, which is an ancient system of medicine in India. A motherly bond is associated with a cow, and dairy consumption is considered a religious right and duty. While the fact that the same act abuses the motherly bond between the cow and calf is disregarded. Around 55% of India's milk production comes from the buffalo. Cow slaughter is banned in most Indian states, but there's no such restrictions for the buffaloes. These bans also lead to religious violence between Hindus and Muslims, two major religions in India, and are the cause of inhumane live transport of cattle across hundreds of kilometers. India is a hotbed of violence against vulnerable people from marginalized communities who are accused of abetting the slaughter of cows. The association of dairy with beef is not realized by the populations in India who consider themselves ethical vegetarians. India is the country with constitutional provisions for animal protection, but faces severe implementation failures due to funded enforcement, outdated laws, fragmented authorities, and foremost of all, fundamental contradictions in the Constitution. Let's look at some of them. Article 51A G states that it is the duty of all citizens to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. In view of this, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act was passed in 1960, which aims to prevent unnecessary pain or suffering on animals. And dairy is such an unnecessary thing that's causing so much pain and suffering. In stark contradiction, animal farming commodifies animals, disregarding their capacity for suffering. Further, the industry is a leading cause of deforestation, biodiversity loss, pollution, and climate change. The Constitution also grants people the right to food, Article 21, and livelihood from Article 19, which courts have extended to include animal farming and consumption. Can one be compassionate to animals while also confining, forcefully breeding, repeatedly impregnating, and slaughtering animals for food? Article 48 urges the state to organize animal husbandry along modern and scientific lines. The same article urges the state to prohibit slaughter of cows, calves, and other milch and drought cattle. But if we stop such slaughter while continuing to consume dairy, it can very quickly become both economically and environmentally unsustainable. Dairy farming fundamentally contradicts the constitutional value of compassion towards animals. Can we address the violence and suffering of animals and create a society that practices compassion for all living creatures? We know this is possible and, in fact, necessary from the work of Dr. Rao and climate healers. We think that we are prioritizing human rights over compassion towards animals, but is this inhumane way of producing food benefiting human societies at all? Let's look at the environmental and economic aspects of dairy farming through some systems diagrams. First of all, why does the government promote dairy industry? India is the leading producer of dairy in the world, producing more than 2 times the amount of USA, which stands second. It is also the leading producer of beef and leather. These industries are highly interlinked. The dairy industry contributes to 4% of the national GDP, which is significant. It produces direct employment to 80 million farmers. So if we look at this diagram, so we have the dairy, beef, and leather industry that are creating profits and adding to the economy. The government is subsidizing and promoting the dairy industry, which is resulting in more number of cattle in the country, which is again adding to more beef, dairy, and leather, which is adding to the economy. So this is a reinforcing loop. It continues being so if no external interventions are made. We see from the 2026 budget that shows a 27% increase and the highest ever allocation to the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying. The higher amount of subsidies also indicates that the industry itself may not be as profitable as it claims to be. So are the cattle happy? So cattle are basically grazing animals, and most Indian consumers of dairy who are not farmers would like to imagine cows and buffaloes happily grazing outside, like the one in this picture on the left. But that is not the reality. India has lost more than 50% of its grazing lands in the last 50 years. mostly due to overgrazing and expansion of agricultural lands. Stall feeding of cattle, where the cattle are tied up in one place throughout their lives, is becoming a norm. And once these cattle become unproductive, they are left stray and they survive by eating garbage. So looking at this diagram, the more number of milch cattle are the cattle that produce milk, the more would the non-milch cattle be. So both of these would have free range cattle that which would have lesser and lesser grazing land per head, and which would lead to overgrazing, more degradation of land, and which would make stall feeding more prominent. The White Revolution 2.0, launched by the government in 2024, aims to increase milk production by 50% in 5 years, in just 5 years. So are the people healthy with dairy-rich diets? So the more stall feeding becomes prominent, there's more need for having antibiotics and productivity supplements. The cattle are less healthy, and we have diseases such as the lumpy skin disease, foot and mouth disease, bovine brucellosis, and mastitis that was spoken about, which is becoming more and more common amongst cattle in India. And with more antibiotics and productivity supplements that need to be introduced to the cattle, the profits available for the dairy farmer will reduce. This is also negatively impacting the human health. Both of these negatively impact the economy. What about the big picture, the environmental impacts? The more cattle there are, more use of water, more use of land, more emissions that leads to global warming, less forests, less available stocks of fresh water and land, more imbalance in the biogeochemical flow. All of these lead to poor environmental health, and all these loops that we see are reinforcing loops. So they continue degrading the water and land and causing more emissions unless intervened upon. Let's look at some statistics here. India's dairy sector is responsible for 63% of the total agricultural emissions and over 90% of methane emissions. India has over 300 million cattle whose biomass exceeds the biomass of humans, and both of these groups are competing for the same limited resources of land and water. So how do the dots connect? So we have profits from the dairy industry, which is a reinforcing loop, adding to the country's economy. But this is not enough to counter the negative externalities of degrading quality of human and environmental health. Both of these negatively impact the economy. So there is evidence all around us of the vanishing grazing lands, the vanishing forests, and that dairy farmers are not getting the returns that are promised, and that there is more and more antibiotic resistance amongst the population. How much more evidence do we want before we can connect the dots and take action? Is there a solution? Yes. Going vegan can significantly reduce the impacts on most planetary boundaries, as we see from Dr. Rao's work. Here are some quick calculations that I did, considering the dairy production of 3 countries, India, USA, and New Zealand. Here we are comparing the savings from drinking soy milk versus dairy milk. I chose to consider soy because its protein content is comparable to that of dairy. And we see that there would be 96% lower water footprint, 93% lower land use, and 70% lower emissions. What about the 80 million dairy farmers? Most of these farmers come from marginalized communities as smallholders or even landless. And yes, we need to think about just transitions for them. And we may want to avoid looking at this in isolation or just in the lens of agriculture, but through the lens of transitioning more to a more sustainable world and humanity's efforts towards climate mitigation and adaptation. That also includes energy transitions and our trans towards a circular economy. So there are additional jobs that will be created in each of the sectors. And we can also think of some solutions like mushroom farming, which are low input farming and which can be ideal for landless dairy farmers. We are researching more on this. Yeah. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Pooja. So, Pooja, I have a question. Did you have, how's your learning curve been and integration since you started working with climate healers? How's that been for you?
Every week's discussions gives me so many insights, and I look upon each topic. I've been reading up on all the points I get from the discussions, but yeah, I need to more do focus study because my internship is only for 8 weeks. Actually, only 7 more weeks are left. This is the 3rd week. So yeah, I wish to continue doing research on this, but yeah, little more focused effort to get some results before the completion of the internship. It's been great, Tammy, and thanks to you and Amit also for joining every week's meetings.
Thank you. Thank you. I see Rebecca has a question. Still muted, Rebecca.
You're muted.
Thank you so much, Pooja. I really appreciate seeing what you've done. I had a question about the percentages of water usage. Right now, we're in a drought, and a lot of people are. And so they're interested in water. And I wasn't on the screen long enough to know if that was from the United States, the worldwide usage, or India. So maybe if I go back and watch it, but maybe you could tell me.
Sure. So what I have considered in doing these calculations are the dairy production of each country. So we see the amounts are different in the graphs, but I've considered global averages for land and water consumption and not country-specific data. So the percentage savings would be the same for each country in these calculations that I presented. And yes, land and water are such local issues that maybe if you say people in India about emissions, they may not care so much because it's a global issue. But India is also one of the most highly water-stressed countries in the world. So yeah, focusing on these issues may have more impact on how much savings can happen just by, shifting our diets and not consuming dairy.
Thank you so much, Pooja. Thank you. We're going to have our keynote speaker in 15 minutes, and Dakota and Allison were going to come up. Oh, Shankar had a quick question, and then Allison and Dakota are going to come up and tell us about an initiative they're going to do for International Calf and Cow Mother's Day and the initiative that they're already working on. Thanks, Shankar.
Thank you, Debbie. Hello, Pooja. It's a wonderful compilation of the segment of information, and also I'm curious now. Like, is there any other problems, especially in this thing, are we venturing into? It looks like a cascade of issues, and all these things are going on. I know we already told a polycrisis, but from your research, just want to know, or even you saw something for, like for example, like is it like a mental illness or something because of the resource shortage or scarcity? Anything that you want to alert, or if you're going to explore that, fine, but just want to give a light. Any new areas of problem, any new areas that we have not found out, and that is
Sure. So what we are trying to do is, trying to make these connections from the data that's available, because especially in the Indian context, we see that the connection between dairy's environmental impacts is not yet made. We speak about the environmental impacts of the Green Revolution, which also focused heavily on production and output. The White Revolution also is very similar, where the focus was only on output. And the government is actually promoting dairy even more. It's highly politicized, and they're actually, looking at what people, want. And yeah, so there is the launch of White Revolution 2.0, which, with such high production targets, in just 5 years, they want to double, increase by 50%. And, I can't imagine the degradations that would cause. So yeah, it's important to highlight with data and make this, more spoken about. So, people realize that, it's not sustainable, and what all negative impacts it can have in other sectors. We need to make those connections. Yeah.
thank you. It's a wonderful research, and we are even curious to see how you're compiling all this at the end. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Shankar.
We're running really tight with time, Jamin. Is your question pretty quick?
Yeah, super quick. So the government's support of increasing 50% the production in 5 years, is that because 80 million people are employed, which has got to be the largest segment of employment in the whole country, and they want to increase the prosperity of those 80 million and their families? Is that the basic idea?
No, that is the reason given in front for sure. It's always about the marginalized smallholder dairy farmers. But as Dr. Rao points out, it's also the beef industry, which is majorly exported. Beef is exported to other countries. So that is also giving in a lot of foreign currency, like which
okay.
also, is very important, yeah, for buying in maybe
Yeah, so
oil
it's
and
the
other things.
yeah, the downstream beef industry. Totally got it. Okay, thank you, Pooja. Great work.
Yeah, thank you.
Great question, Jamin, because as Pooja, has been talking about in our meetings, is that, the India is one of the largest exporters of beef, and they don't have any cattle ranches. So this is all spent mothers. So thank you. Thank you again, Pooja. And maybe we will be looking at your presentation on climate healers. We would love to see how you do in your work and your next 8 weeks. And great to see how we're excited to see what's going to transpire out of the next 8 weeks. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Allison.
And thank you for this. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Pooja.
Yeah, thank you for organizing this convergence, and I really appreciate the efforts, and it's been great. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sorry for cutting you off. Allison and Dakota are part of rewilding and tree planting, and they're up here to share a little bit of the initiative that we're going to have on the website, Calf and Cow, and what they are already well into. So go ahead, take it away before our keynote speaker in 12 minutes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what we're going to talk about is very much related to what the next speaker will be talking about. We're going to be talking about mothers and babies in danger of extinction. So it's a subject very much related to the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day, because mothers of all species are implicated in the way of life that we're living in Planet A. So yes, I'm Allison, and I'm a volunteer with Climate Healers. I'm part of the Convergence team, and I'm also part of the Climate Healers Vegan Rewilding team. And Dakota here is a very close friend and colleague working with me on a project. Dakota, go ahead and say a word about yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you on this convergence. And I've been climate healer now for 3 years. And although a practical nurse by training, I feel like this is my occupation now. And I'm on the vegan rewilding team. I'm working on a project with Pro Boat's project to address faith communities about veganism. And I'm also working on writing a book on the history of climate healers. So glad to be here.
Thanks. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and start. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So this is a presentation about the mothers and babies in danger of extinction. And as we celebrate Mother's Day, we should keep in mind that mothers of nearly 10,000 species are fighting extinction this very year. Trying to get it to go to the next slide. There we go. So these mothers won't get flowers and they won't get chocolates this Mother's Day. They're busy deciding how to keep their babies alive just one more day. So what good is such a Mother's Day? Mothers and babies of around 150,000 species have gone extinct in just the past 500 years as humans took over more and more land for human use. And if you take a look there on the right, that's the number of birds that have gone extinct just in 2023 alone. This is a graph that you're probably already familiar with, and Dr. Rao talked about it this very morning when he started off the day. It depicts the percentage of wild animals left on the planet as compared to 1970. 1970. Were you here in 1970? The trend line, as reported by the World Wildlife Fund, brings us to the brink of extinction of all wild fauna this very year, 2026. It's time to activate the vegan rewilding solution, which activates both veganism and rewilding. You may also be familiar with this chart or this graph. The link between animal agriculture and biodiversity loss is clear to see. At the bottom of this frame, there are 3 time references. On the left, 10,000 years ago. In the center, 1970, and on the right, 2010. 10,000 years ago, there was far more wild fauna than humans, and there were no farmed animals. But by 1970, the biomass of humans and their farmed animals outweighed that of wild fauna 2 to 1. And by 2010, the biomass of humans and their farmed animals outweighed that of the world's wild fauna 20 to 1. By 2010, The biomass of farmed animals completely dominates the planet, and today we're out of land for any further expansion. If we don't return this land back to the wild fauna, the remaining species will face extinction in the very near term. Now, we've learned from Dr. Rao that when the world goes vegan, we'll free up an area the size of North and South America combined for rewilding. This is how we return land to the mothers and babies of species struggling for survival in the wild. But for those who question the weight of the dairy industry in the extinction of Earth's wildlife, let's consider how much land will be freed up when the world just stops consuming dairy and stops inseminating and raising dairy cows. The short answer, a very large amount of land would be freed, roughly the size of the United States or of the Amazon rainforest. Isolating dairy separate from all livestock gives a rough estimate on the order of hundreds of millions to somewhere around 1 billion hectares globally that can be returned to mothers and babies struggling in the wild. Where dairy fits in. There are roughly 270 million dairy cows worldwide out of 1.3 to 1.5 billion total cows. Dairy uses land in two main ways, as pasture and grazing land, and for feed crops for dairy. And so what happens when we eliminate dairy? Isolating dairy's share of the land used by animal agriculture, we can estimate that although beef contributes the largest share, dairy is the second largest land user. Eliminating dairy alone likely frees around 10 to 20% of current agricultural land, or about 0.5 to 1 billion hectares. That's roughly the size of the United States or the full Amazon rainforest. This land can be rewilded, creating forests, grasslands, carbon sinks, and homes for mothers and babies in the wild who are struggling to survive. So the bottom line is that by ending our consumption of dairy products alone, we'll free up a land area the size of the United States or the Amazon rainforest, which we can return to nature, to rewild, to restore biodiversity, and to capture carbon. I'd like to share with you that Climate Healers now has a vegan rewilding tree planting birthday calendar. Since March 1st, we've planted 917 trees at vegan rewilding projects, such as Sadhana Forest in India, Haiti, Kenya, and Namibia. And right now we have 3 tree planting campaigns that are going on. The first is Earth's Birthday, April 2026. And there is a special link there for Earth's Birthday, where you can purchase trees for anyone that you know or would like, anyone who you feel is interested in the environment that might appreciate a gift of that kind. The second campaign that's going on right now is International Calf and Cow Mother's Day for May 9th and 10th, but the campaign has already started, and when you click on that link, it takes you to a landing page where you can directly get involved in purchasing trees for Mother's Day. And those trees will give trees to mothers and babies in the wild that are struggling, fighting to survive. And then the third campaign is one I just mentioned. That's ongoing. It's Climate Healers birthdays, but right now we're opening up for May birthdays. We have 5 birthdays in May. If you want to be added to that calendar, just let us know. You must join to be able to request access to that calendar. So if you want to join in the fun and restore depleted grassland for land of grazing land for mothers and babies threatened with extinction in the wild, then please either send a signal message or an email to me or Dakota. And if you want to purchase trees, here's our Climate Healers purchasing link. It's greener.gifts/CH. So let's plant trees for the mothers and the babies in the wild. I'd like to also go right for a minute, if I have time, to the web page, the landing page that has been set up for the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day. Do I have time to do that? It should just take a second.
Yes, of course, Allison, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, here we are. This is a landing page at Greener Gifts, and it's dedicated to celebrating the mothers of every species for International Cow and Calf Mother's Day. And when you scroll down, you're going to see the mothers and babies of Africa first. And these are all endangered species. They're fighting extinction. As you continue down, you'll see the mothers and babies of North America that are fighting extinction. And then we have South America, mothers and babies fighting extinction. And then Asia, mothers and babies fighting extinction. These are all links where you can purchase trees to give trees and give land back to mothers and babies fighting extinction in the wild. So this is the link that will be on the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day website. And I've asked Toby if he would go ahead and put all of these links in the chat.
That was such a wonderful presentation, Allison. I just, I gave Allison a challenge. Well, she used the word challenge. She says, are you no, not challenge. Was it a challenge? Yeah, to get this done before. I said, could you do a presentation, you and Dakota, on the tree planting campaign? And then you set this up with a landing page and all of this within a very short time. So thank you so very, very much. And
if you have any questions, Dakota and I are happy to answer questions in the chat. I know time is tight, and it's time for our last speaker, Anja Heister. Yes.
I just say 30 seconds.
Yes, go ahead.
Just 30 seconds. I just want to say how proud I am of you too, Allison. That's amazing. And thank you for bringing me on board just to be part of the project. And I just want to tell everybody, one of my favorite things to do is to get mangroves because they're only $2. So if you're tight on money, like whenever you feel like it, you could just get like 3 mangroves for $6 or something, you know, and they like sequester so much carbon. And anyway, every little bit helps, and just have a ball with it. It feels great. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Tammy. Love you all.
Thank you, everyone. And it is time for our keynote speaker. I'm so excited. I've had lots of conversations with Anya Heister. If we can bring Anya up, this would be great. So Anya is a PhD biologist, and I think you had an interdisciplinary in studies from the University of Montana as your PhD in a biology MS. And Anya is a wildlife spokesperson. She wrote, I think, probably one of the only textbooks that's used in mainstream education, and it's called Beyond the North American Model of Wildlife Conservation, From Lethal to Compassionate Conservation. She's going to really explain what that means. This so-called conservation is just a free ticket for hunters to hunt, basically. Anya is the founder of Footloose Montana, a grassroots organization fighting to end trapping and other assaults on wildlife through science-based education and advocacy. Just some beautiful stories to tell, some hard stories to hear, but stories that we need to hear so that we can share the message. Thank you so much, Anya, for being here. You have become a dear friend and such a beloved human being in our community and in our lives. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Tammy. And I really have to say, this has been a day of extraordinary presentations, and I'm in absolute awe of everyone and of the activism. I mean, it's been amazing. So thank you very much. I'm going to, I hope the spirit of technologies are with me. So, okay, do you see the slide?
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you see the first slide, Born into the Wild, the Sacred Bond?
Yes, that's the one we see, Anya.
Okay, great. Yeah, so again, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you everyone for taking the time to be here today. So in my former life in Germany, I studied biology, and I spent a lot of time protesting various types of animal exploitation, but especially animal experimentation and so-called fur farms and wearing fur. Ironically, and however, nothing could really prepare me for the situation I encountered when I moved to Montana in 1999. And by that, I mean that I was just not prepared for the extent of massive hunting and fishing and trapping that is just so deeply embedded in the culture here in Montana. And has certainly shaped the attitudes toward wild animals in a very utilitarian way. So Montana is a very rural and agricultural state. There are about a little bit over 1 million people here. There are 2.5 million cows, mainly on public lands, cows and calves. There are sheep. 1/3 of Montana is public land. And in a way, Montana is one of the last strongholds for many animal species that no longer exist in other states or at very limited numbers. For example, grizzly bears, who are making a comeback, so to speak. But they're currently still federally protected under the Endangered Species Act, but very aggressive efforts are already underway to delist them from the ESA, and with losing protection, the management falls to the state, and that means they will be hunted. So a few years after I had moved to Montana, something happened that really changed my life. So one winter day, my husband, his son, and I, we were cross-country skiing through a national forest when we came across a trapped pine marten. And you can see the photo of the pine marten here. That animal was caught in a foothold trap with her front paw and suspended in the air. So she was just hanging there between the trees with her front paw caught. There was a big pile of scat underneath, which indicated that that animal had been hanging there for a long time. She was absolutely motionless, did not move. Her head was tilted to the side. We actually thought she was dead. We placed her, we had the right tools with us that day. We managed to cut the chain with which the trap was fastened to the tree, the branch, and we placed her on in the snow on the ground. We covered her up with a jacket, and we managed to get the foothold trap off her foot. So in essence, we liberated her from the trap, which is illegal. And then we pulled the jacket away from her, and that second, she ran away from us. She stood up and she ran away as fast as she could. But then it happened. She stopped and she turned around and she looked at us. And I still get goosebumps when I tell that story. So she looked at us for a brief moment. By then, the three of us were absolutely in tears. And after a moment, she just turned around and limped away and disappeared into the woods. I still think about her, and I'm wondering almost every day whether she survived this traumatic trap incident. And I'm wondering if she was a mother. We don't know. So the event was also very traumatic for us humans. And like I've mentioned, it literally changed my life. After that, in 2007, I co-founded Footloose Montana. I decided to start a PhD program at the University of Missoula in 2010, finished that in 2016. I wrote my dissertation on trapping. And then, as Tammy kindly mentioned, I wrote my book on the North American wildlife conservation model, which was published in 22, which is in essentially a scientific and ethical critique of the government-run lethal wildlife management system. So when I mention the lethal wildlife management system, that is the North American wildlife conservation model, which basically describes it is historically grown, and it describes the way federal and state governments employees think, right? And it has at its cornerstone hunting, fishing, and trapping. So we launched Footloose Montana in 2007, a nonprofit organization based in Missoula, Montana, with the mission of ending all recreational trapping on public lands. In recent years, and mainly because the situation for wild animals here in Montana, as in the West, as almost everywhere, has become so much worse, we now also address other assaults on wildlife, so other types of cruelty, such as wildlife killing contests, so-called whacking, that is chasing and running over wild animals with vehicles, for example, with snowmobiles. It's all legal. And the movement to privatize and sell off public lands, the homes of wild animals, and the intensifying slaughter of large carnivores, mainly black bears, mountain lions, and wolves. Our thinking at the time when we started Footloose Montana was that we could end trapping over the course of a few years. We were convinced that shortly we would be out of a job, and that's what we wanted. So we were so wrong, right? Because here we are almost 18 years later, and we're still trying to end trapping on public lands. We've conducted our first ballot initiative in 2010. We missed the ballot by a few thousand signatures. The second time we did a ballot initiative in 2010, we made it on the ballot, and we got the support of about 186,000 Montana voters. Unfortunately, this was just 1/3 of the voters, and so our initiative did not become law. In 2023, we commissioned our second poll, which found that 52% of Montanans now support an end of trapping on public lands, and that is an increase of or by 6% compared to our first poll in 2012. It also showed that the leading concern of people had switched from public safety in 2012 to animal cruelty in 2023. And since we've always focused on the cruelty aspect of trapping, we feel somewhat confirmed that that our work has changed people's mind, and we take credit for that change in the public's perception about trapping. However, and what that slide also shows, or that timeline also shows, is while the public is slightly shifting toward more compassion for wild animals, the opposite has been happening within the hunting and the trapping community, and that includes the State Wildlife Agency, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, where we see an intensifying war against wild animals with expanded kill seasons and kill methods. So this is some of the work we have been doing and continue to do. We provide comments and testimonies in the Montana legislature. We work on introducing bills. So for example, one bill would require trappers to post signs in areas they trap. We're going to introduce that bill in 2027. This will be the third time we do that. We're involved in 4 lawsuits, 3 to protect wolves, 1 to protect wolverines. And as I've mentioned, we have commissioned 2 polls and conducted 2 ballot initiatives. We collaborate with other wildlife conservation organizations on petitions and letters to Congress persons and other legislators. We offer trap release workshops. We offer them statewide and for free to the public, where we show people how to open and handle traps and snares to free a dog and other companion animals. And that program has been also very successful in educating people about not only about trapping regulations, but about ethical issues involved in trapping. And of course, when I teach those trap release workshops, I always make a point pointing out the need to end trapping because of the cruelty involved. We did protests when wolves lost their protection under the ESA in 2011. And when trapping first started, we did some billboards, we table at events. And since 2021, we've published weekly e-newsletters. In 2012, we created a fund for trap victims to help with medical costs. We call it Buddy's Fund, and that is named after a young dog who was trapped recently and survived that trap incident miraculously. He had to have his leg amputated, and we helped cover the costs. And this incident actually had a very, very happy ending, as Buddy found a loving forever home with an absolutely wonderful couple. We're doing some outreach to the art community to find a metal sculptor who will transform the pile of traps we have lots of them, and to turn them into hopefully a beautiful sculpture of a wild animal. We call that Traps Formation Project, From Cruelty to Beauty. Most recently, we ran 4 TV spots that were narrated by the actor Peter Coyote, and they aired statewide. They were very successful as an educational tool to raise awareness about trapping and other types of cruelty committed against wild animals. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that a lesson that we have learned over the years is that our opponents are in places of power, they are organized, they're unified, and they're well funded. And that is no different to the dairy and the meat industry and other industries that exploit animals. Our opponents come out in full force as soon as what we call the benign public, those of us who want to protect wild animals from human-caused harm, wants to make even the most minor changes to the most atrocious hunting and trapping practices. And this is because of a widespread human supremacy worldview, the belief that humans are the most important species and that other animals are just resources and means to an end just to serve humanity. So on this slide, you can see that lethal wildlife management with hunting, fishing, and trapping as its cornerstones, again, the North American model of wildlife conservation, is just one manifestation of human supremacy. And we've talked about this today throughout presentations. It's literally everywhere. So what does that mean for wild animals in Montana? Well, it means that hunters in Montana kill tens of thousands of wild animals every year. Here you can see some of the animals that get shot by hunters. So for example, during the last 2025-26 kill season, hunters shot 539 mountain lions, 28,188 elk, and 1,600 black bears. Again, these are just the numbers that are being reported of the animals killed. Many of them obviously are mothers, and I'll get to that in a minute. Bobcats and wolves can be shot and trapped, and I just wanted to show you a couple of traps so that you can see really how massive and how brutal these devices are. So I hope you can see this. This is called a conibear trap, developed by a Canadian trapper in the 1950s. That trap is designed to break an animal's neck. It can be a very quick death. It oftentimes is not. And the animal gets stuck on her body, on her head, and suffers a prolonged and very brutal death. Here is a trap used for trapping wolves. I think the length here of those bars are about 10 inches. So that gives you an idea. These are absolutely brutal devices. Trappers also use snares to suffocate animals. It's an absolute tragedy. So there are about 3,000 trappers in Montana who bother to buy a trapping license every year to trap and kill so-called fur-bearing animals in traps and snares. Those are mostly set on public lands. A trapper pays $28 to trap fur bearers, such as beavers, bobcats, pine marten during the official fur bearer trapping season that begins in September and ends in May of the following year. A trapper pays only $20 and then can kill up to 15 wolves. One trapper can kill up to 15 wolves for $20. So other animals that get trapped are so-called non-game animals, for example, raccoons and badgers, and predators such as foxes and coyotes. They can be killed all year long and without a license. As you can see, the trappers reported killing over 11,000 coyotes. We don't know how many coyotes are being shot because nobody keeps track. Trappers kill about 1,300 red foxes every season, and they killed 548 badgers in the last trapping season, and so on. In total, trappers kill 32,000 fur bearers. Or they have killed 32,000 fur bearers in the 2025-2026 kill season. I don't call them hunting season anymore because I think it's just a massacre, so I call them shooting seasons. So again, these are just the reported numbers. And if we add the non-targeted animals, those animals that the trappers are actually not after, the death toll comes closer to probably around 100,000 animals every year that are being killed by trappers. So when we talk about the wild mother-child bond, what immediately comes to my mind is the fate of black bears. And that is because black bears are persecuted for the most part of the year. It doesn't mean that other carnivore large animals are not persecuted for most of the year, because they are, but I just chose to focus on the black bears and wolves in this presentation. So black bears are persecuted for the most part of the year when they are outside their dens. Black bears already face so many challenges in a human-dominated world, including getting killed on behalf of ranchers. So bears die because of our meat-eating behavior, right? In addition, they face a hunting season during which trophy hunters shoot them with guns, rifles, archery, and chase and kill them with dogs. Hunters in Montana kill, like I've mentioned, they kill about 1,600 black bears every year. More than half of them during the spring bear hunting season. And about 1/3 of the total of those black bears are females. During the last kill season, 580 female bears were killed. Many of them were likely lactating, which means they had cubs who likely died as well. The spring bear hunting season is especially hideous because it overlaps with bears coming out of their dens, and trophy hunters kill them at a time when the bears are most vulnerable. A female bear takes great care in finding and preparing a den that meets her needs. They start their hibernation roughly in December. The cubs are born mid-January, February, and when the bears emerge around April, they are typically very weak and sluggish. They have lost a lot of weight, especially the mother bears. This photo here was taken by a photographer who noted that the mother bear emerged with one, possibly two, cubs from her den in Yellowstone National Park on April 18th, 2025, and that she was very sluggish. So when bears emerge from their dens, they are extremely hungry and they are preoccupied with searching for food. They can't think about anything else. The mother bears and the other bears, all they want is get energy back, get food back into their bodies. And so if mother bears have very young cubs, they leave them behind in the den. If the cubs are a few months old and mobile, she may hide them behind bushes or sends them up the trees to keep them safe while she searches for food. And while it is illegal to kill a mother bear with cubs, to a hunter, the mother bear then appears as a single bear, right? And that's when they get shot. The young cubs are completely helpless and extremely vulnerable because they depend on their mother's milk. Their digestive system is adapted to their mother's milk. They have limited fat reserves. They can't forage yet on their own or not efficiently, and they cannot regulate their body temperature well yet. So they need their mother to keep them warm and safe. Without their mother, their lifeline just disappears. And so very young cubs, up to 3 months old, have no chance to survive without their mother. Older cubs that are about 4 to 12 months old likely die within 1 to 4 weeks. And the yearlings, those that are between 12 and about 12 and 24 months old, they may have a chance to survive, but they are at high risk because they have not yet learned what to eat and how to protect themselves. So this means that when a mother bear dies, her cubs die as well, primarily of starvation and dehydration. Wolves, too, face so many challenges, including an incredibly hostile political climate, especially here in the West. And they, too, get killed on behalf of ranchers when they get in so-called conflict with cows and calves left completely unsupervised on public lands. And I just want to also mention that these poor cows, they don't have any horns anymore. They're completely defenseless. When they're being attacked by a predator, they have no defense mechanism. Neither are their calves, obviously. So in addition of all these challenges that wolves face, wolves also face a hunting and trapping season that lasts from September through mid-March, during which trophy hunters shoot them with guns, rifles, and archery. And like I've mentioned, trappers kill wolves in steel-jaw traps and neck snares, or snares put horizontally on the ground, and then they shoot them. Montana has decided to kill half of all the wolf population that lives in the state, and they have set a kill quota of 458 wolves to be killed. In addition, private landowners, aka ranchers, can kill up to 100 wolves. So last 2025-26 kill season, hunters and trappers have reportedly killed 248 wolves. They didn't quite meet the quota. 115 wolves of that total were females, with an unknown number of wolves that would have likely been mothers. We just don't know how many there were. The pups are born in early spring, and when it comes to survival chances for the pups, the situation for wolves is a little different, because unlike bears, they are social animals who live in groups and families, so-called packs, and that social structure can sometimes buffer the loss of the mother, but only under certain conditions. The wolf pups are born blind and deaf with a good sense of taste and touch. Makes sense, right? They need to feel the mother's body. They need to find the teats. So they're blind and deaf for the first 10 to 14 days. They are entirely dependent on their mother's milk. They can't regulate their own temperature yet either, and they depend on the warmth of the mother. At that time, the mother stays at the den almost continuously, and she nurses her pups for 5 to 8 weeks. If the mother dies during that time, the pups cannot survive. So even if the father survives, he cannot nurse the pups. And if other family members cannot compensate, then pups die likely within days to weeks as well. After the weaning period is over, at about 8 weeks, wolf pups begin eating regurgitated meat brought to them by multiple adults. But even older pups depend on the family to teach and to protect them. So in general, wolf mothers are essential, not only for survival of their pups, but also for the stability of the family, which means that when a mother wolf dies, pups lose their lifeline, their world as they barely knew ends brutally. And in addition, the entire family often collapses and dissolves, which in the end leads to even more deaths of pups. So the federal state-run wildlife management system, in other words, the North American model of wildlife conservation, while it benefits hunters and trappers, it is a total moral failure. That system is grounded in human supremacy. It treats wild animals as means to an end. It views wild animals as natural renewable resources. It values the species, the population, so that the individual animal is seen as expendable and can be killed for trophies, for the most frivolous reasons. Trophies, recreation, fun, sport, food, profit, and commerce. It is driven by the need to dominate, control, and exploit animals for frivolous human interests. And the laws, the regulations, the policies, and the hunting and trapping seasons, they just exist not to protect the animals, but to ensure that populations continue so that hunting and trapping can continue. That system, the lethal system, does not recognize the intrinsic value of the individual animals or of the mothers and children, or for any animal, nor does it have any empathy and compassion for the individual animal. It is blind to the relationships between animals, their mates, friends, and their families. And lastly, it is ignorant about the importance and the sacredness of the mother-child bond. So as some of you know, I'm a new grandmother. I'm switching gears a little bit. I don't have biological children, but my husband's son and wife just had a baby boy last October. His name is Vincent, and he's now 6 months old. When I asked Winnie the other day how she feels about being a new mother of a little baby who is entirely dependent on her, she said, "I'm his world and he is mine." And I thought this was so beautiful because it conveys that new life is being created in relationship, in togetherness, not in separation, but in union and dependency. So the bond between mother and baby is a special relationship that ensures the creation and continuation of life. And because it is so special, it is highly protected through biology and through behavior, whereby the mother will fiercely and rather selflessly protect their babies. And that is true for humans and more than human animals. So if we look at that bond from an evolutionary perspective, it becomes clear how amazing and special and sacred the mother-child bond is. So here you see a tiny creature who is believed our uber mother. You see there is a paper clip. So this this animal was reconstructed from an even tinier skull, and you can see the animal is barely as the size of the paper clip. So that is the first mammalian mother, our mother. We're all mammalians. A shrew-like animal, no bigger than the paper clip, that weighed less than an ounce. And she's about 195 million years old. She's probably the most distant ancestor of the class of mammals, which over time has created a variety of species. I think there are now over 68,000 mammalian species. And they include present-day mice, elephants, whales, wolves, bats, and humans. And if we consider that mammals emerged roughly 200 million years ago, and that humans appeared about only 300,000 years ago, then it is obvious that the mother-child bond is so much older than humanity. It did certainly not begin with humans. In fact, we have inherited that special bond from other animals. So evolution has created the mother-child bond to ensure survival. The mother-child bond is not merely just one relationship among many, but rather it is the biological and moral foundation of mammalian life, whether we talk about humans or other animals. It is basically the bond through which evolution itself flows, because without it, genes, behaviors, cultures, and entire lineages would simply stop. So much metabolic energy goes into reproduction, pregnancy, lactation, and protection, which in turn means that losing a child is a traumatic and emotional loss that causes great suffering to the survivors, and it is also an evolutionary loss. We have already talked about what happens to bear cubs and wolf pups, and of course the dairy cows and not the dairy cows, the cows exploited for dairy and their babies. So when they lose their mother, when a mother loses a child, whether it's a human or other animal mother, the loss causes tremendous suffering and grieving. We know this from our own experience, and we've all heard the stories about animals clearly grieving. So, for example, I don't know if you remember this, but there was a story in 2018 when an orca mother was observed carrying her dead newborn baby for about 17 days. Chimpanzee mothers also carry their dead baby for several days and weeks, and elephants mourn the death of dead calves. And although there often is paternal care as well, survival literally hinges on maternal care. The mother-child bond is so important that evolution has built a whole suite of biological systems around the mother-child bond to protect and reinforce it. So, for example, there is a hormonal system. Oxytocin is one of them. These hormones enhance sensitivity to offspring cues, eliciting maternal behaviors, rewarding responses, and social processing stimuli essential for complex maternal care. 2, there are neural attachment circuits in the limbic system, and that basically means that parts of the mother's brains are activated to reflect the mother's ability to distinguish the cries of their own children from other children. 3, there are behavioral patterns of proximity seeking and distress upon separation. We've heard about this many, many times today. When separated from their mother, children often exhibit signs of distress, which highlights the importance of the attachment bond for their emotional security and development. And lastly, emotional capacities that ensure persistence of care, even under hardship. So that means mothers often exhibit incredible resilience linked to their emotional intelligence while being devoted to caring for their babies in challenging situations. And that means that the mother-child bond is not to be broken. It is sacred. So Tammy has said that milk is a promise. And that is so true. Through lactation, the mother regulates the infant's development, immunity, and survival. Milk contains nutrients, immune protection, hormonal signals, and microbiome seeding bacteria. So a mother's milk is not simply nutrition. The mother's milk is also an extension of the mother's body that bridges now two individual beings. We can think of mother's milk as a promise to take care, to trust, to learn, to be protected, and to get a good start in life. So there's so much beauty and wonder and awe in the mother-child bond. Mothers provide love, tenderness, care, play, and fierce protection. The photo on the top here is from a video someone took of a black bear mother. I hope you can see it. It shows a black bear mother with her 4 cubs in her embrace, in her lap, after she called the cubs down from a tree. When cubs are a few months old, they can climb trees, but they cannot outrun wolves or other bears yet. So the mother defends and warms them, sometimes sitting and cradling them in her forelegs while licking their heads and nursing them. Even when the mothers are feeding, they rush immediately to their cubs when they cry. And if need be, a mother will carry a cub in her mouth to a new location, or will gently grasp a crying cub in her mouth to help her or him down from a tree or across a road. So the mother is also a teacher. The babies learn how to hunt, what to eat, what not to eat, and what to avoid. They learn to recognize social signals or signals of imminent danger. For example, avoiding humans or other predators. They learn how to be a bear, how to be a wolf, how to be a mountain lion, how to be a deer, how to be a badger, how to be a raccoon, and how to be a beaver, and so forth. Yeah. And they learn intelligence and emotional regulation. And speaking of that, I just had to throw in a photo of an elephant youngster because I've been in Africa. I love elephants. And I have seen elephant mothers reprimanding an out-of-control baby elephant who was throwing a tantrum. So in that sense, the mother-child bond becomes the template for all future social relationships, and it is the foundation for empathy, cooperation, and social complexity. I've mentioned earlier that the government-run lethal wildlife management system, or the North American model of wildlife conservation, is a total moral failure. It fails all of us, the individual wild animal, ecosystems, humans, and it fails our relationship with all other life forms and the earth as a whole. The violence must stop. And we need to transform ourselves to become a non-violent species. And that means we need to do better, and that we must replace the lethal wildlife management system with compassionate conservation, which actually is a growing international movement that seeks to do no harm. So, ahimsa. Under a compassionate conservation framework, conservation would protect not only species and ecosystems, but also the well-being of individual animals, along with the mother-child bond, which would be an ethical and ecological priority to preserve. Since its inception in 2010, compassionate conservation has gained momentum. It has sparked the interest of some non-governmental organizations. Advocates have established the Centre for Compassionate Conservation at the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. And they now have an international collaborative team spanning several continents. Compassionate conservation relies on 4 principles. First, do no harm. That principle is adopted from the Hippocratic Oath, and it means that we need to be careful when we intervene and ensure that we do good instead of harm. The second principle is individuals matter. It acknowledges the intrinsic value of individual wild animals and rejects killing them. 3, inclusivity of all wild animals, and that acknowledges the intrinsic value of both the individual and the collective they belong to, whether we label them as abundant, not native or non-native animals, or invasive. Everyone is included in this principle and deserves consideration. Peaceful coexistence calls for recognition that our interactions with wild animals should not be based in aggression and violence, but compassion to help us to coexist with other beings in a non-violent way. So a compassionate conservation approach really aims to safeguard Earth's biological diversity while retaining a commitment to treating individuals with respect and concern for their well-being. So here we see that compassionate conservation is really concerned about the individual animal and the collective, both the population, species, and ecosystem, because we can be concerned about both. We don't need this either or. It rejects the notion of wild animals as natural renewable resources and instead treats them with or as sentient beings with needs and interests that need to be protected. And it creates a relationship with wild animals that's motivated by pro-social emotions such as love, respect, humility, kindness, empathy, and compassion. All that good stuff that we humans have the potential to develop and foster. And compassionate conservation also asks important questions, which would not be possible in a human supremacy worldview, such as, what do wild animals actually need from us? So I'd like to conclude by reading this slide, and you're welcome to close your eyes or read along with me. Life begins not in separation, but in relationship, in union, with dependency, vulnerability, and with selfless care. The bond between wild animal mothers and their young carries a quiet, profound sacredness, an ancient thread running through all life, older than humanity itself. In forests, meadows, and mountains, this bond is expressed not in words, but in acts of devotion. A deer returning silently and quickly to her hidden fawn. A wolf guiding her pups through their first uncertain steps. A bear sheltering her cubs through the long winter. It is a relationship built on presence, protection, and sacrifice, where a mother gives warmth, nourishment, and knowledge so another life can endure. This connection is foundational, the very force that allows life to continue. It is timeless, a shared language of care that binds all beings together and reminds us that the impulse to protect and nurture is not uniquely human, but a sacred inheritance of the living world that includes everyone: humans, cows, pigs, dogs, and the wild ones. Thank you.
Wow, that was one of the most stunning presentations I've ever been able to witness. I'm sure everyone feels that with all these hearts and claps and.
Oh, thank you.
Anya, thank you so deeply for agreeing to be our spokesperson in this campaign for the mama baby of the wild. So Anya is our spokesperson.
Okay.
If you have any questions, she will be available. Her email can be possibly shared. And
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can put it in the chat if you want. Yeah, sorry, Tammy. Yeah,
no, that's
contact me
perfect.
anytime.
And it's something that, as we're building our website, we will have a whole section for compassionate conservation and what does it mean. And I can see your last slide being replaced with the history of Mother's Day on our homepage.
Opposite. Yeah.
It's quite stunning. Thank you. We have a few minutes. Julie's going to come in and say the closing prayer, but she's going to share a video that she did for this movement. And would anybody like to come up and comment or ask a question of Anya? Everybody might be a little spent. We've been here for 10 hours. Hi, Ray.
I know, I know.
It's been amazing, Anya. Like, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Tammy.
Yeah.
There was a lot of very factual details and analytical stuff, but there's great poetry to it as well. All this deep meaning, and it helped me correct something in my mind. I think that I've always thought of animal motherhood as being something. Hey, that's like human motherhood. That's like human parenthood, and the idea that mammalian motherhood is hundreds of millions of years old, whereas human motherhood is only hundreds of thousands of years old. That's quite profound, and I don't think there's very many humans in this world that think in those terms.
Yeah, it is so true. And I think, again, one reason why we don't think about those things is because we are so wrapped up in our human-dominated world where we just mainly think about ourselves. You know, I encounter that all the time, that that even people who work in wildlife conservation have never really thought about those kind of things, you know, and whether you want to call it philosophical or whatever. But there's sometimes that notion that sometimes people seem to think we've always been here, right? Because our species has always been here because it's always about us. Anyway, so how can there have been a time when we were not here? You know? So
it also made me want to ask my.
Go ahead.
I'm going to ask my grown children whether they learned in school. I'm in Canada, and we learned about the great fur trade with no degree of shame. It was a triumphant thing. It was an identity of our country. And I wonder if they still have to teach it. That's the way it was, but it was all about tone. Although there was overtones of, and we almost wiped out the beavers. But we managed to turn things around. So then it ended up being a story of human resilience somehow, rather than animals surviving despite us.
Right.
I hope
yeah,
the
that's
narratives
exactly
have changed.
true. And that's exactly, Ray, that's exactly the background of the North American wildlife conservation model, you know, that it applies to Canada and North American. In fact, one Canadian of European, I think he might have been even German, what's his name? Valerius Geist, of course. He was a huge promoter of the North American model of wildlife conservation, and he was he was a huge hunter, total pro trapping, and no empathy. And that and this is what I always find in people who work and who are involved in the lethal wildlife management system. They don't even give it a second thought, you know, that it is not all about human beings. It's always amazing to me. So.
Thank you. Allison?
Hi, Anya. Two things. I wanted to thank you for personalizing this presentation, because when you shared your personal life story, I just felt so engaged and involved in your presentation. But I know that there's always a risk in making it personal. Secondly, I wanted to ask you if you know of any vegan rewilding efforts in the state of Montana.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. And while I do not know of any vegan rewilding projects in Montana, and quite frankly, I can't even imagine that it exists, I will look into it. Also because, Alison, I was going to contact you and Dakota anyway, because a friend of mine in the UK and we are currently writing a book on rewilding, in which we make the case for vegan rewilding. And if with your if I could just contact you, and maybe we could talk about, maybe we could feature the Climate Healers vegan rewilding project in our book. You know, that
Yes,
would be
because
absolutely amazing. So
we're also close to publishing the first ever course on vegan rewilding. It will be hosted on the Climate Healers website, but we've involved people involved in vegan rewilding, both in Europe, in India, in South America, and we're looking for other places. So that's why I was asking, because we don't have good representation for North America when it comes to vegan rewilding.
Right, right. I will definitely look into it, and I'll get in touch with you. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Your presentation was amazing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya. This has been incredible. And you know, the one thing that kept running through my mind over and over again is the numbers you were giving is just in Montana. Just Montana.
Yes.
So I cannot even imagine how many wild animals are being killed every day, everywhere around the world.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you for being.
That's right. And
ask a question. Yeah, go ahead.
That's right. And you know, and someone earlier today pointed out that, I can't remember who it was, pointed out that the dairy and meat industry exploit the gentle animals, right? And they kill them at an astonishing rate, you know. But the same is true when it comes to hunting and trapping. You know, the wild animals are being slaughtered, you know, left and right. And you're right, the numbers were only in Montana, but if you apply them to the United States, for example, hunters kill 10,000 bears, black bears, in the United States every year. Every year. And then you think about further, what does it do to their friends, their mates, their families, their children? And it's just an absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. What does it do to the ecosystems when you take out hundreds of thousands of animals every year? What does it do to the structure, to the stability, to the resilience of ecosystems? You know, it's a total disaster.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? Yeah. Paul would like to ask one question, and then if we can bring Anya up for one quick sec, and then we're going. Thank you for your patience, Julie, and then we're going to end with Julie's video and closing prayer. So there we go. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anya. I don't think I've ever seen any presentations on trapping or hunting as part of this in this vegan community. So I think it's been an overlooked dimension of the problem. So when you were talking about some of the numbers of animals killed, I was thinking, you know, 1,000 wolves, let's say, you know, how many wolves are those as a percentage of the wolf population, and what demonic calculus does the government use to set their quotas? What goal are they, you know, are they trying to imagine how many wolves they need left over at the end of the season so that hunting can persist the next year? Is that their only logic? How do they arrive at these numbers?
That's a very good question, Paul. And I could get into the North American model of wildlife conservation forever, because this is really what drives this. So basically, the the big picture is that hunters, and I'll be brief, Julie, because I know you're next. The hunters in the historic hunters, sport hunters, have created the current system of lethal wildlife management. They created the state wildlife agencies. They have put laws and regulations and policies in place that benefit them. And so it's all about, this whole system is about meeting the interests of hunters and anglers too, and trappers. It's all about exploitation. And to make matters worse, state wildlife agencies they sell these kill licenses, right? So they make a ton of money. Not through the trapping licenses. They go for cheap, which is ridiculous in and of itself. $20, you can kill up to 5 wolves. But then you add the money that let's say non-residents pay in order to kill a trophy bear or a trophy mountain lion, and then it starts becoming really lucrative for the state wildlife agencies. Then there is the other part, that animals, in my view, are being managed at a very, very minimum. I mean, the habitat ranges have so decreased for wild animals already. And yet they say that there are too many of them, too many beavers, too many whatever, right? And so there are too many of them, they say, and then they calculate how many can we kill? How many beavers? No, beavers is a bad example, because they can be killed unlimited. Trappers kill around 6,000 beavers every year. But they're using modeling to model population trends. And the bad part about that too is that the information that flows into these models mainly come from surveys, from hunters and trappers, who clearly have an interest in saying that there are so many elk out there, so many bears out there, we can kill them, we can kill 20%, so that is that. And then when it comes to wolves, though, when it comes to wolves, like I mentioned, there is such a climate of hatred almost and hostility in Montana. It is unbelievable. And I really think it has to do, well, in part because of ranchers who raise the poor cows and calves on public lands. Actually, public lands are the homes of the wild animals. And then they kill the poor cows and the calves, and then the wolves get shot. Right? So there's that overlap, overlap to our meat-eating addiction, right? Wild animals die also because of our meat-eating behavior. So, and then you add to that the folklore and how wolves have been presented in stories, in folklore, werewolves, the 3 Little Pigs, terrible, but Little Red Riding Hood. And you have an animal who is so intelligent, so beautiful, so emotionally capable, thinking, embedded in life in this world. And all these people see is there are too many of them, need to kill them. And then and this is the last thing I'm going to say, it all goes back to our human supremacy worldview, where we think we have the right to kill every animal that may become inconvenient. No second thought about the ethical qualms about killing these animals. They're just expendable. As long as the population and the species exist, hunting and trapping can continue, and that is in the end what matters. So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you, Anya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here. And Anya will put her email in the chat because she's our spokesperson for International Catholic Cow Mother's Day. That isn't just going to be for 2026, but it will be a movement to protect mothers and babies across all species and their homes. Thank you. This has been incredible. And
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring up Julie Griffin is going to present a video that she did for this convergence, and our wonderful tech team, thank you to our incredible tech team, is going to play it, and then Julie's going to end with a prayer. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
An urgent call from the International Calf and Cow Mothers Day Initiative. In the vast sprawl of verdant pastures and the gentle sway of the morning breeze, there exists a silent world, one where the grandeur of life endlessly blooms. Yet amid this serene landscape, a hidden story persists. Not the tale of a human mother stretching a hand toward a well-appointed crib, but of the gentle mother cow standing steadfast beside her calf. It is here that we embark upon a journey to unravel the delicate weave of love, pain, and the unending cycle of life, not as we desire, but as nature intended. For the bond between a mother and her child, be it in the form of a tender human infant or a freshly calved bovine, is sacred, immutable, and deserving of protection. Just as rivers follow the natural curve of the land, the milk of the cow was crafted by the hands of the universe to nurture her offspring, to see them blossom into the gentle giants of the fields. Yet humans, with our insatiable thirst, have transgressed these natural laws. We partake of the bounty meant not for us, but for the gentle souls with innocent eyes who trot beside their mothers. Milk, transformed by humans into brie, latte froth, and other creamy confections, was never meant for the lips of human beings. It is a gift of sustenance bestowed from cow to calf, that humans have stolen to satiate our own appetites. In the heart of bustling dairies, behind the facades of innovation and productivity, resides an unsettling truth. Here, the natural order is disrupted and the cycle of life is manipulated. Cows, the gentle mothers of the meadow, are subjected to grim, dastardly cycles of artificial insemination. They are coerced into producing milk not for their young, but for an industry that places profit over compassion. In their world, the joys of motherhood are overshadowed by the chilling routine of extraction and separation. It is a scene that should crush even the coldest heart. Newborn calves, just beginning to marvel at the world, are torn from their mothers. The air is filled with cries, low moans of grief as cows are robbed of their babies. It is the sound of primal sorrow, an ancient lament for what has been lost. The separation is swift, for there is no room for natural bonds in a system driven by clockwork efficiency and greed. For the male calves, their very short lives is spent alone, in cold, cramped confines, destined for grocery store shelves as tender veal. Their promise of life is crushed before it begins. The female calves are condemned to repeat the many tortures of their mothers and grandmothers. It's an endless, miserable, demonic cycle of confinement and servitude that grows darker with each decade. And the saddest truth of all is that this vicious animal holocaust would not exist if humans simply stopped purchasing dairy products. It is human beings who invented these atrocities and who caused them to continue. The continued plight of dairy cows exists for two reasons. Because humans callously and selfishly delight in consuming the milk, cream, cheese, and ice cream that come from theft, harm, and heartache. And because of the vast profits made at the expense of the innocent, loving cows. Ask yourself, do I participate in this atrocity? Ask yourself, am I willing to continue contributing to the torture of calves and cows just so I can have cream in my coffee and cheese on my meals? Ask yourself, am I willing to feed the products of aggression and suffering to my children and loved ones? Ask yourself, will I honor my spiritual beliefs fully by walking away from all dairy products? Ask yourself, Am I willing to live in a way that is truly kind and that offers the cows of our future a chance to have a happy Mother's Day? So much good will rise from going vegan. The calves and cows will thank you. Your heart will emit love, and you will help to heal our world from aggression and the pollution caused by animal agriculture. On this Mother's Day, you can also decide to help heal our planet by giving the cows a break and by living inside of true compassion. The truth is humans never ever needed dairy. The truth is that all beings deserve compassion. May all beings be happy, healthy, and free. This program was produced by Julie Griffin for the Interfaith Vegan Coalition Climate Healers and the International Calf and Cow Mother's Day Initiative, with gratitude and appreciation to all who operate animal sanctuaries. On behalf of 1 million vegan grandmothers, and Tammy Hay, happy Mother's Day to all. Namaste vegan, and amen.
Sorry, Julie, you're still muted. And thank you for that lovely video that you did for us for this movement. Really appreciate.
Okay, I think I've got it straightened out now. Thank you, Tammy, for inviting me to create that video. It really was something I worked on for about a month, and it really put me in touch with their plights and made this event so important to me. And it was an honor and a privilege to be able to participate in this small way. So thank you, everyone, for hanging in there with us. Thank you for all the speakers. Thank you to Mac and Aruna for the amazing Calf and Cow Mother's Day graphic, and to all those who participated. So anyway, I know the hour is growing late, and I want to move on to our final closing meditation, and we'll do that in just a moment. And now you can make yourselves comfortable. Thank you for being here, and thanks to Dr. Sailesh Rao and to all who contribute to producing these convergences. Many hands and hearts go into these sacred sharings. Let us now relax together. As you begin to purposefully breathe, imagine a loving and healing energy traveling from place to place inside you. That's right. Continue to breathe and to relax as your mind and body become one with compassion. Imagine your breath as a healing energy traveling from your heart and out to every calf and cow. With each inhalation, draw in compassion and empathy. With each exhalation, send out love and prayers for their freedom. Hear, feel, and see a warm, glowing light embracing you and filling you with peace and calm. Let the peace you seek first be found inside you. It feels nice, doesn't it? Picture a lush green field bathed in sunlight. See happy cows and calves roaming freely, their eyes bright and peaceful. They are healthy, loved, and safe. Imagine the many humans who live in support of these and all beings. Imagine them preparing for Calf and Cow Mother's Day. It's a joyous celebration of love to which we are all invited. Feel the peace and relief in this scene. Let it connect us to the compassion we hold for all living beings. As we gather today to bring Calf and Cow Mother's Day to life, let us open our hearts in reverence to these gentle beings. these mothers of the meadow who embody love and resilience. In this moment of reflection, we recognize the tender bond between the calf and cow, a natural relationship built on trust and love. But alas, we also acknowledge the immense suffering caused by the dairy industry, where these sacred relationships are most often torn apart. Choosing to give up dairy is an act of kindness, a conscious commitment to reduce harm, to honor the sanctity of life, and to foster empathy for all living beings. We recognize dairy production as the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, water depletion, and soil degradation. By stepping away from dairy, we help to heal the air, the forests, and the waters that sustain biodiversity and nurture all life. Breathe peacefully and envision a world where cows are free to live with dignity, where ecosystems flourish, and where our daily choices sow seeds of regeneration. In giving up dairy, our actions support the natural rhythm of life, and we become stewards of the earth. May this day inspire us to carry forward a vision rooted in love, healing, and mindful responsibility. May our hearts remain open to the wisdom of these divine mother cows and their calves, guiding us towards a more compassionate and sustainable world. Breathe in deeply, feeling gratitude for the calves and mother cows who inspire us. Breathe out with intention to share this compassion through all your actions. And if you so choose, you may now joyfully commit to living in a way that fosters the healing of our planet and that allows for the calves and cows to enjoy this and all future Mother's Days. When you are ready, take a clearing breath, open your eyes, and carry this peaceful energy into all that you do. Happy Calf and Cow Mother's Day to all. Namaste, vegan, and amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Blessings unto all of you for all this great work you've done. We are the ones that carry the light, and you carry it with such grace. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to put on their camera, or is that too difficult at this point?
Yeah, it'd be nice to put on our cameras. That way we can see each other off.
Thank you.
I think if you can enable it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I guess I can unmute myself, but I can't turn on my video.
Yeah, same here.
The video options are on, the settings are on.
I just got a message, I can't do it.
Yeah, it said you cannot start your video because it is disabled by the host.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Whoops.
Well, we can ask each one of you individually to do it because the settings say. Is the closing music ready to play? I will ask. There you go. Ask to start video. Ask to start.
Thank you, each and everyone, for being here today. We have one more incredible day, starting out with our keynote speaker, Captain Paul Watson, and he will be our spokesperson for the Calf and Cow of the Ocean for this movement.
Someone asked you to speak?
We're just saying bye.
Oh, okay.
Thank you all so much. So appreciated.
Probably start at 9 o'clock Eastern time.
Pacific time.
11 o'clock
Sorry.
Eastern, 9 o'clock
Hello.
Mountain, 8 a.m. Pacific.
Yeah, I think it'd be 10 o'clock where I am.
Great.
And then I'll have to go at 11.
Tammy, you've been an absolute wonderful MC.
Thank you, everyone. It's very easy when there's such an incredible tech team,
Yeah.
behind the scenes making it.
So that video we just saw about, Happy Vegan Mother's Day, is that on the internet right now?
Where is it? Yeah.
It is. It's on the Prophets of Vegan channel on YouTube.
Okay.
And if you want to watch it there, please share it with people. And it is a little bit steadier there because this connection made it a little bit herky-jerky. But feel free to use it in your presentations. And also, I have all kinds of I can share if anybody wants to contact me directly. All kinds of videos such as that.
I'm looking for that Prophets of Vegan channel here.
Just type in calf and cow Mother's Day. Maybe add Julie Griffin to that, and you should be able to pull it right up.
Okay.
It's really amazing to be in such a group of loving and intelligent people.
Yeah.
Somebody to help us with that claim with the insurance company. I think it's
And
crazy.
today I learned there's another vegan around here somewhere in Winnipeg, which is good to know.
We're going to have to spend time on it. We don't know the status. We don't know the customs. We don't know our limits. It's crazy. If we could hire someone.
I think there's people that don't know that they're unmuted, but
Oh, they just muted. They just muted.
Jim, let's mute you.
Namaste,
Hello.
vegan, everyone. We will see you tomorrow.
Namaste, vegan.
Namaste, vegan.
Namaste.
Good night, everyone. Much love.
Night. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Night.
We're just hearing Sri Lanka going around with protests. We want to spread the message. It's a great way to do it on a banner. Any prophets out there, any great people, people will love you. And they'll get the message. They realize that it's starting 3 billion people a day. And then wake the heck up.
Hello, may I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, in the India, like what would be the time that it starts the meeting? Because today was the first day, I couldn't
Okay,
be.
just to help you calibrate. I mean, I guess right now it's 8:26 p.m. for me. So I guess there in Toronto would be.
Shankar can help.
Yeah, it is 9:30 p.m. because it starts out us for 11 a.m. So it will be 9:30 p.m. for Sudha. And Sudha requested not to start her video. So please, admins or host, co-host, do not switch on her video. Yeah.
No, it's not a problem. Like this is the first time I just attended the seminar, but like I felt very good, and I have come with some more ideas because I'm just visual challenged. I had many things, and also, by the way, I'm an entrepreneur. I happen to like in the veganism and also work towards working for the vegan nutrition awareness, where like I help people to like look for nutrition because they doesn't need meat or like any other animal products just to feed them. Nature itself is the most nutritious. So like in that way, like when I just came across and also today's seminar, I came with much more ideas, but to keep it on the screen for everyone, I need someone's help. So I just wanted to ask like how to begin with you guys so that I can give ideas because I had a challenge. I can't do it on the online. Hello.
Sure. I will continue the conversation. I had a call with Sudha. Sudha, this is Shankar. Okay, I spoke to you a few hours back. So for For now, just observe both the events today, event you attended, and tomorrow event also.
Yes,
And then you might get more ideas. You can park yourself or just whatever thoughts. And if
yes,
anything you
yes.
want, reach out to me. I'll give you the recordings also. But the recordings will be ready only in a couple of weeks because they will be like compiling and kind of posting. So that the recordings sometimes, well, hey, somebody spoke about this. Can I get that? You will be able to get that video and you can watch and you can summarize. And I use AI and everything, so you can make a best use of that. Then
Yes.
Mondays
Like,
and Tuesdays, like there is a gathering happens. And
mhm.
what I will do is I will bother you. Don't worry, I'll bother you to join. So,
Okay.
and once you join, probably you can connect and you will know like each one of them might, somebody might work on something with you. You might work on somebody on this. Sometimes it will be a conversation. Sometimes it will be an action. Sometimes it will be like a
I'm
teamwork.
more curious about the meditation because the meditation, wherever we are, we send the energy, right? So, how many videos were already done and all? Like, if you can just provide me with these details, right? I can see more development of over this because this is one of my expertise as well.
Sure.
I'm into
So
manifestation sciences.
awesome.
Shankar,
I know. Yeah, go ahead. I just want to ask someone,
yes,
please.
I just wondered if you could share the song that we played at the very beginning this morning.
Yes, I will share it to her. And
No, share it with everyone now.
We're
Share it
no,
with
supposed to.
everyone.
got it. The first
Yeah.
one, yes. I'm playing it right now.
Thank you, Shankar.
Give me
Thank
1
you,
second.
everyone. Nice meeting, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Just sharing. Bear with me. 3, 2. You know, if
In the quiet voice of a grandmother's prayer, hands worn soft by love and care, she promises the future, sworn and true, to guard the world the children walk into. Not just our own, but every kind. Feather, fur, and leaf and vine. A sacred pledge across all lands, to heal this earth with gentle hands. We're widening our circle of compassion. Let it grow, let it bend, let it never end. For the mothers, the babies, the seas and the skies. For their families, their homes, their lives. We're widening our circle of compassion, till no one's outside, till no one's alone. A circle of love, unbroken, unarmed. A circle that never ends. Protect the mothers, protect the young. Every language, every tongue, from barn and forest, reef and field. Every life deserves do we do? What if compassion led the way in every choice we make each day? No stolen babies, no broken ties, no mother's morning lullabies, a future fed by kindness grown, by seeds of mercy we have sown, where food is justice shared and fair, and love
He said,
is
Renee, there's a little calf. She doesn't have a mama. A couple months old. Think you'd want to buy her. You know, be part of this around here. And I was like, oh, a baby, you know, because I don't have any kids.
And the cows were just wonderful. And when they stopped making milk, they got slaughtered.
We feel entitled to artificially inseminate a cow. And when she gives birth, we steal her baby, even though her cries of anguish are unmistakable. And then we take her milk that's intended for a calf, and we put it in our coffee and our cereal.
Harvested, please.
Murdered, okay.
choose by what we do, widen the circle.